All right, let's blast off. Let's blast off. Let's blast off. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I freaking doing? Did you hear the protest using a straw hat flag as a form of solidarity and the government banned it? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I have seen that. Okay. Freaky Friday. Lots going on in the world. Dem influencer payment drama continues. Yeah, a lot of people are yelling at Taylor for her reporting on this. I don't understand it, like, because no one is, from what I've seen, they're not actually like directly undermining any of the veracity of the reporting. Like, they're not saying the reporting is like wrong. They're just saying that they just keep saying like, oh, this is not true. And then they turn around and say like, these guys just kind of gave us money for fun. Like, they gave us money they were giving us money while also simultaneously like had actually no demands whatsoever. And like the contracts that you're claiming had these like, non-disclosures and stuff are also fake, but I haven't seen like any information on it either. But I don't know. I just like, I don't have an issue with like building out. I don't have an issue with like building out a robust media landscape or infrastructure for counter messaging against like Republican nonsense, but I think like disclosures are important. And I do think, no, Brian Taylor Cohen basically said Taylor was on the right with his implications. Okay, we'll look at all of that. But Freaky Friday, Dem influencer payment drama continues. In shooter misinformation spreads with anti-trans panic. The claim was also never that they were getting paid by Chorus. It was the group behind Chorus. Yeah. I need to go to Turkey to buy some hair for my male peers. Good luck. Shake up. Trump to cut $5 billion in foreign aid and more. Detroit tomorrow for People's Conference on Palestine with numerous guests. Get in now. Is 100% a smear campaign on Taylor? Yeah. I mean, I don't know what to say about it. Like, you can't get mad at a journalist doing their job. Like, their job is journalism. It's on Wired magazine. It's not like, this isn't like a blog post or like a YouTube expose or whatever. This is like, there's a rigorous editorial application. There's a standard that they abide by. Wired magazine especially has been pretty good in the Trump era. One of the only mainstream resources in the Trump era that has been actively holding the administration to task. So I think like parasocial fans of like liberal content creators feeling bad because the content creators themselves feel bad about like having their commentary or their infallibility or their like independence get called into question because of this article does not change the claims in the article. It does not change the journalism and the evidence presented in the article. And I think because a lot of people don't have media literacy, they just look to stuff like this and assume that they have the same editorial standards as like a TikTok call out post. When you are writing a story for a serious publication, there are fact checkers that work behind the scenes. You get information on the record, you get information off the record, and you get information on background, okay? And on top of that, you have a trove of data that you sometimes won't even put in the article, but you show the actual fact checkers, you show the editorial team. There's an editorial process that is maintained. There are lawyers that look over these articles before they are released, because if you have a news outlet, that's just like slinging dirt, okay? If you have a news outlet that's just like shit smearing, slinging dirt, making up fabricated information, they will get into a lot of trouble. Now, obviously, editorial standards have been lowered when it comes to issues that pertain to like American foreign policy, even like these premier institutions. Someone said like Fox News. Yes, as a matter of fact, yes, Fox News is a great example of this, because Fox News has an editorial side like the Fox News commentary side, which is insane and they make shit up all the time. But if you go to like the Fox News digital side, the newspaper side, if you noticed, you can compare Fox News reporting on things that I have said to slop tuber commentary people, and Fox News will pay extra attention to ensure that they are at least showing like the full context of the quote. Because even Fox News's digital media side actually has a standard that they abide by. Maybe it's a little bit lower than like a New York Times or something, when they're not talking about Israel, of course. But even then, if you notice, like whenever I get written up on Fox News as opposed to like the New York Post, there is a far different standard that they abide by. And I always show it. And I tell you this. So, I mean, these guys have been sued because of their editorial content. They've been sued successfully by Dominion, if you remember. So that's usually what happens. If you don't have, if you don't abide by those editorial standards, like you will get punished. You will get punished financially. It's like one of the only areas of litigation that still that still maintains some semblance of maintains some semblance of like credibility for the media landscape, for mainstream media in general. So this doesn't mean that there isn't like ever misinformation. Of course, a lot of these outlets, no matter what their ideological background is, can still have falsehoods and wrong information in their articles. But just trying to explain that to you, that you understand why I had to punish you earlier? What? Who the fuck is this? I will vote for Donald Trump. Are you okay? Wrong chat, maybe? It's a TikTok audio, I think. Okay. Anyway, so my point is, this isn't like a bullshit article, and there's a lot of back and forth happening, some of which is, I guess, marginally productive, but most of it is wholly unproductive. And much of it is stemming from, like, I think, content creators that have worked with the Democratic Party through like these, these donor groups that are funding them, feeling as though they've been outed for not being independent and being independent voices in the way that they've presented themselves to their audiences. And I think that's like creating some animosity, and therefore they're just kind of like attacking the messenger rather than the reporting itself. Because I haven't seen anything from people that address this that calls into question. I haven't seen anything from people that address this that calls into question like the actual information featured in the article. Okay, so we'll start off here. This is Brian Tyler Cohen. So Brian Tyler Cohen owns Chorus, like, which is supposed to be this like well, not independent, but like Dem aligned influencer strategy, influencer marketing group. And at most, like, the argument that I've heard is, well, Republicans have been doing this, why can't we do it as well? Which is fine. I mean, it's not wrong. It's wild to watch Asman be on the side of the dark Dem money and defending these guys is insane. Wait, what? I mean, he has no politics, man. He doesn't care. He has assumed the same exact world that many of my fucking weirdo haters have assumed, which is, oh, is Hassan on board with this? Is Hassan on board with this? Then I'm against it. Like, that kind of thing. If I came out and defended this, he would be fucking blistering it. He would be sending fucking daggers in that direction.
At the risk of giving an internet troll more attention, I want to address a piece that Taylor Lorenz wrote yesterday for Wired. An initiative aimed at boosting Democrats online offers influencers up to $8,000 a month to push the party line. All they have to do is keep it secret and agree to restrictions on their content. Literally nothing.
I think that chatter was wrong. Asman actually agree with Taylor. Oh, thank God. At least he didn't fucking go to that direction. Jesus Christ.
And this statement is true. The article is about Chorus, which is a nonprofit that I helped found to build up a creator ecosystem, which everybody says they want, but few are doing. So here's what Chorus is. It is a scholarship program.
And no, Asman has surprisingly defended Taylor on this, to be honest. I mean, this is like, this is the most middle of the road article. Okay. Okay. Who was that fucking chatter that said Asmongold actually attacked Taylor Lorenz on this and defended the who was it? Where the fuck's that chatter? Let me see this motherfucker. First of all, why are you sending fucking the fabricated information? Chatter lied to start drama. Where is that chatter who lied to start drama? Okay. Who is tarnishing the good name of Asmongold? Where is it? All right, we got to take him out back. Me, watch him right now. Literally watch him right now. Right now, he's shitting on the article as we speak. Wait, what? Literally watch him right now? Wait, he's live right now? I'm so confused.
Video because the material harm that this is doing, this dumb dick conversation, but it is worth mentioning that this dark money that you are rallying so hard against also funds climate change orgs and voter rights organizations.
Oh, no. Shut it down. No.
Okay, I don't get it. He literally clearly says, I hate to say it, but I actually agree with Taylor Lorenz here. Not only is it potentially illegal, not disclosing a paid promotion, but that's why every sponsor says hashtag ad, but it's also fundamentally disingenuous rap behavior, embarrassing, pathetic, dishonest. That TikTok is a drama format that's trying to get you to watch him, just an FYI. I like Good Trouble. I actually like Good Trouble. I like some of these people and I have no issue with a lot of these people that are like getting money from this group. Okay? I think you were wrong in your assessment, chatter. Unless Asmongold is just going back and forth on his position.
I'm going independent. Doesn't say it anywhere. It doesn't say. But if she's going independent, if you're independent, how are you getting $8,000 a month?
Wait, what? She's not getting $8,000 a month. What is happening? What? How are
guys?
This is one of those situations where it feels like this is one of those situations where it feels like people that tune into this learn less.
I love how people that you write slop articles and you get mad that people make slop videos. What is this? What are you doing? Like, what are you thinking?
Okay. One of the things that's really frustrating about these sorts of conversations online is like someone writes an article, okay, for Wired magazine. Someone writes an article in general. And then instead of addressing the claims that are being made, most people just turn around and go, no, you. And I think a lot of people don't have the capacity to understand that, like, that's not an effective counter. Okay? You can't know your way out of like a court case, for example. If there is an issue and your audience wants to understand like where this funding is coming from or why you didn't disclose this funding that was coming from, you can't just turn around and go, well, the person who wrote this article also gets funded by a different like grant structure, right? Like this is not an effective counter, okay? This should not be an effective counter. Unfortunately, it is a very effective counter, okay? First, what you need to do is actually address the main point of contention, okay? Good Trouble said she did this in his video and showed proof. No, what they're saying is that Taylor Lorenz is a part of the Pierre Omidyar like independent media fund or something, right? That's what it is, right? I mean, look, Pierre Omidyar, who also is responsible for The Intercept, is a very interesting. He's one of the few billionaires that's interested in at least like allowing some independent media and investigative reporting to take place. That's the reason why he funded The Intercept early on. I don't know if Taylor Lorenz, I think Taylor Lorenz confirmed that she actually had gotten, she's a part of that grant program. That grant program gives independent reporters and investigative reporters in general money from time to time. It's entirely different, however, from like a shadowy PAC. It's entirely different than like a Democratic Party aligned donation structure to Democrat content creators. Yeah, she is an Omidyar Network Fellowship currently, which is completely different and is public. Yeah. I think they might have given money to Dropsite as well. They give money. It's a fellowship. It's like a scholarship. Okay, there's a difference between a scholarship program and a Democrat Party donor aligned shadow donation group funding liberal content creators with some fairly rigorous standards, right? Yeah. Brian is lying. I have zero financial ties to 1630, and neither does the OMDR Network's LLC reporting program, which is not a dark money org. It is nonpartisan. Brian took dark money and failed to disclose his funding. I didn't take dark money and disclosed my funding. Yeah, I don't think that the fellowship structure is the same as what's going on here. OMDR Network receives no funding for the reporters in the residence program via 1630 fund or any other outside sources. Our programmatic work is supported entirely via our foundation and LLC. More information about where we focus and how we invest is publicly available on the site. Brian Tyler Cohen's debunk was just 5 minutes of him speaking to a camera with zero documents or contracts shown. I don't know how everyone's taking this video of him refuting it. Yeah, so from what I saw, a lot of people basically just turned around and said, the exact same things. Most of it was, this is not true, but even if it was, Republicans are doing it as well, so we have to do it as well. And also, it's just not true. They just kind of gave us money with no obligations whatsoever. And if we wanted to report on it, if we wanted to disclose that we were getting money from these guys, then we could openly disclose it. We just chose not to disclose it, right? So none of it actually tackles the main points of contention on the Wired article, or at least like the expose that came through from the Wired article. I mean, you could be pro-liberal, pro-Democratic Party, and you could have been totally on board with like the messaging, right? And that's part of the reason why you got money from this group. Like, that's fine. People do independently and organically believe these things as well. It's just like doesn't just exist in the ether. It's not, you don't always have to be paid to say these things. Not everyone is like a Richie Torres, right? Having said that, however, I think it's important for people to disclose their funding in general.
To teach creators how to grow their accounts, foster engagement, launch their own shows, and become profitable on their own. It's an incubator program to build the pro-democracy ecosystem. Influencers and creators have never been more important when it comes to how Americans are consuming their news. The right has been doing this for years, and the left needs to catch up. That's why we're doing this with Chorus. So let's talk about what Chorus is and what it's not. Chorus does not pay creators for content, does not tell them what to say, does not...
Open Presence, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. The only way for you to fund the Piker Broadcasting Service is PBS. Is by subscribing for $6 or for free. It's 30% off for September, which has started early.
Control who they talk to or work with, and there is absolutely nothing in the contract that could even be reasonably interpreted to say that we do. Period.
But I don't understand. If that's the case, where is Taylor Lorenz getting this information from? Right? Because look, the reality of the matter is, I have stood by Taylor's journalism and her reporting, and she's been consistent, right? You can't, either there is a massive fuck up here, like, and either she like didn't see the correct contract or something, or someone fed her misinformation, like one of her on background or off the record resources just either deliberately spread misinformation, just lied to her completely. And then not only did that person lie to her, but that person lied to a team of fact checkers, the editorial team. And at no stage did the legal team at Wired magazine look at this and go, this doesn't seem correct, right? Well, what the fuck was that? What is happening? I don't even know what just took place there. That was weird. I actually have no idea what's happening. That was weird. Those are peripheral disconnect noises? No, I know what those are. I just don't understand why that took place, and I don't know what got fucked up in the process. Like, my audio is still fine. I can hear it. Anyway, so, but people who didn't take the offer confirmed it was the case. Maybe something got updated. I don't know. Could be the Elgato or something. All right. So, as I was stating here, let's get back to the video, but she said she was approached by people who are under the contract and have concerns. Yeah, that was in the reporting as well. And there are some people who are in the article that did not actually... Okay, stop sending me this link. Okay, Jesus Christ. The report says that they looked at multiple contracts that had stipulations. Yeah, so So did they just like make up a bunch of fake contracts and then feed it to Wired magazine? If that's the case, why would they have done so? Like there are too many points of failure and too many lies on behalf of like, in order for me to arrive at this conclusion that like this reporting was untrue, there are a bunch of independent influencers that must have gotten together and like fed the same exact fake information to Taylor Lorenz, and it feels too incredulous. Okay.
Full stop. I don't know a single creator who would willfully sign up for a program that would tell them what they can or can't say. That's not what this program is. We pay people to show up to workshops and technical trainings to optimize their content online. For example,
but even this guy saying he got money is saying he just got money for fun, like his counterpoint to Taylor makes no sense. No, this is the person who owns Chorus, okay? So Chorus is an out and about like DNC affiliated influencer structure, right? So that's out in the open. That's not actually even a point of contention here. The reporting expanded on that, on who is backing Chorus, the 1630 fund, and who is actually funding the 1630 fund in general. Okay. And so when Brian talks about Chorus, that's his program. Like that's his actual thing. Like that's his personal nonprofit.
Got trainings on how to package content for YouTube, trainings on how to optimize audience retention for Instagram and TikTok, trainings on how to form an LLC. Again, there are zero restrictions on their content. And by the way, the program works. In just 2 months, our cohort has added a combined 6 million followers, that's not including me, and seen their views and engagement grow. That is the point of the program, to teach creators how to be effective with whatever messages they want to promote. And with regard to keeping it a secret, there is a standard confidentiality clause in the contract to protect the privacy of the creators. On the literal first day of the program, it was made clear to all of the creators in our kickoff session that they were absolutely free to talk about Chorus. And we immediately followed up to confirm that in writing. Creators have videos about Chorus. They've got donation links to Chorus in their bios. I myself have made videos that were posted all over the internet about Chorus that reached hundreds of thousands of people. It is not a secret, and it never was.
Yeah, I don't think that's the secretive part. I don't even think Taylor was saying that that's a secret. Wait, this doesn't make any sense. Unless, I don't think Brian is misunderstanding the reporting, right? Like, because the reporting does not make it seem as though Chorus is this secretive element here. Chorus has a website. And on that website, there are content creators, many of which actually work with Chorus, and some that do not actually work with Chorus that are even used in the pitch decks, for example. Even in the Wired article, if you guys remember, like Kat Abu-Ghazalek, who is now running for Congress, who used to work as an influencer and also used to work at Media Matters, was demanding that she no longer be presented in the pitch decks, for example. So they were like, so that kind of stuff is, this comes across like a little bit of a straw man. Like I think they should just be like, yeah, we're getting money from Democrats, and we're getting money from Democrat donors. And this is a normal part of the process on the Republican side. And we're trying to build a robust liberal media ecosystem. And I think the major issue here was that we did not disclose who we were getting paid from, and whether or not some of the content that we were putting out there was an actual ad or was a demand being made by either Chorus or Chorus as a middleman for 1630, which is the actual backer, right? Lying. Read the article. She says creators told Wired that the contract stipulated they'd be kicked out and essentially cut off financially if they even as so much acknowledged that they were a part of the program. That is absolutely in the article Taylor wrote. She clearly said the fellows were told not to say they're affiliated. No. I know. I know that they said that. I'm saying he is saying that that's not the case. So now it's his word against the people that, like Taylor's sources that told her that this was in the article. I know. Why are you saying lying? Read the article. I did read the article. I know what it says. Why are you saying I'm lying? Also, I'm being charitable to Brian as well. Like, these are not people that I have, these are people that I don't agree with on some issues, right? Specifically when it comes to silence on Gaza until it was like no longer the responsibility of the Democratic Party. Like, that's a major, I think that's a major flaw for every independent content creator. I wish they were actively issue first. You literally said that Taylor never insinuated that people weren't allowed to talk about Chorus. No. Taylor herself has written about Chorus. Chorus is a public group. Taylor in the article also even says that there are creators that are affiliated with Chorus on the website. There are some creators who aren't even affiliated with Chorus that are also featured on the website. Okay? But the contract stipulation is still real. You can be affiliated with Chorus on the website and then be told through the contract to never actually say when you are doing an ad or being funded by Chorus. There's a difference between, hey, this is a group, this is an influencer network that I'm affiliated with, versus this is an influencer network that I'm affiliated with that's paying me so that I can say, so that I say certain things. Do you understand? I think that's there's a fairly big difference between someone saying, I'm affiliated with this group versus I'm doing an ad for this group. I'll give you an example. There are numerous organizations, right? And this is literally illegal, and you will get in trouble for doing this. If you're a content creator that's a part of 100 Thieves and you say, I'm affiliated with 100 Thieves, you don't have to actually disclose what level of affiliation you have with 100 Thieves. But if 100 Thieves was like telling you, for example, to do an ad that they have sold inventory for off of your stream on, and you didn't disclose that that was an ad that you were doing for 100 Thieves, or that was an ad at all that you were doing, that would be illegal. The difference, of course, is that when it comes to political advocacy, unfortunately, the boundaries are a little bit different, which is really fucked up. This is something that I take issue with in general, right? God, you are such a fucking dumbass. You said, I don't even think Taylor said that it was a secret in reference to who's affiliated. No, you're misunderstanding my point, okay? You're misunderstanding my point. Yo, Bad Empanada just called you out again. I don't care. Oh my God. No disrespect. You just said that BTC was arguing against Chorus being a secretive group, which was a statement that Taylor made word for word in the article. Am I misunderstanding something? Because I remember reading the article. I can read it again if you guys want. And I can also literally go through, once again, the things that Taylor Lorenz said in the aftermath of the article as well, where she openly stated that she's reported on Chorus already. This article is not necessarily just about Chorus, but Chorus being a simple middleman for a shadow donor group. And I think you guys are either just like rehashing and repeating the talking points that you heard without actually reading the article yourselves. Also, you guys aren't political content creators that are getting paid by Chorus or any other shadowy group. You're watchers, you're political understanders, you're political enjoyers, and you have your favorite political content creators, right? And as a consumer of political commentary, okay, I would assume you would want your political content creators to openly tell you when they are being funded by a group, right? Or openly disclose if something that they're saying is financially tied back to either Chorus or also tied back to like a DNC donor. I don't understand why you would literally advocate. I don't understand how you could engage in advocacy as a person who is getting information from a independent political commentator who is actively arguing for less transparency. This doesn't make any sense to me at all, and it makes me feel like you are not actually invested in the truth. Who are you arguing against? Is anybody saying that? I mean, you are. You are doing that. You're saying that this article is fucking bullshit and that you're misunderstanding the purpose of the article itself, and you are also seemingly you literally said I'm lying. What is your point of contention here? I pointed out that you misunderstood the article. So Chorus is funding left-wing creators and is public about it, but Chorus isn't public about who's funding them. Is that right? Yes, that's part of the problem. But the other part of the problem is, according to the contract stipulates that, and we don't know, right? I haven't seen the contracts, but my expectation is not to see the contracts when I'm reading a news article about something like this. In most circumstances, the news article doesn't actually reveal the contracts, but they will show the contracts to the editorial team and to the fact checkers as well, and to the legal team as well, to make sure that the article that they're writing is fully it's fully correct and they don't get hit with like a countersuit or something like a libel suit. Anyway, this is the scoop. Powerful dark money group is secretly funding high-profile Democrat Party influencers. Big liberal content creators are being paid up to $8,000 a month to push party messaging. Democrats hope that the secretive course creator incubator program funded by a powerful liberal dark money group called the 1630 Fund might tip the scales in their favor after Kamala Harris's stunning loss to Trump last fall. The program kicked off last month, and over 90 influencers are allegedly taking part. Creators told Wired that the contract stipulated they'd be kicked out and cut off financially if they even so much as acknowledged that they were a part of the program. The contract itself says you are not allowed to say it, but the website, the Chorus website, as far as I understand, has like a bunch of content creators that are unaffiliated and also affiliated on it saying, this is our network, this is our pitch deck, these are the people that we're working with. Ultimately, if those contracts are falsified and they're shown to be, the contract stipulations are shown to be entirely different than the way Taylor reported on it, then that's on her. But when I read an article from like Wired magazine from a reporter like Taylor Lorenz, my initial expectation is not going to be, oh, this is slop or this is false. This is a falsehood. You can't just like lie in a piece of news coverage like this. That chatter you are arguing with is bad faith from my logs, from check logs. And the founder of the company unambiguously stated that there are no content restrictions. Okay. But the fucking contracts that they reviewed show otherwise. So it turns into a he said, she said. And considering that the owner of the company, the founder of the company, who, again, I'm going to repeat this one more time. I have disagreements with Brian Tyler. I have disagreements with Brian Tyler Cohen. So the honest thing to do is reserve judgment, not to defend your stands, my stands. Any journalist could have written this article and my assessment would be the exact same. My stands? Taylor Lorenz is not my fucking stand. She's an adult, okay? Again, I don't want to be uncharitable to you, chatter, but it kind of feels like you're coming at this from an incredibly parasocial lens. It seems like you're actually arguing at the behest of some other parasocial ambition that you have to make it seem like this person is actually a bad journalist because they're a stan of mine or something. And it's not only objectively incorrect, but feels like you're a little drama brain. I want to be as charitable as possible to you. Totally. You caught me. I mean, yeah, we're talking about the Democrat Party donors potentially trying to give independent liberal content creators contracts that are fairly rigid, that demand that they don't disclose their affiliations or their funding, and might even have some level of editorial control. And your argument is, my stan wrote this article and I shouldn't be defending it. I think you should stop being so childish. Seriously. Chatter is saying, trust these people faced with allegations, but not the reviewed contract by the publication. If you have a problem believing the publication, chatter, demand that they release a contract. Yeah, the other side of the story is that like you're kind of doing the same thing that like Republicans do. You're just saying like it's fake news. It's fake news because it makes me reconsider whether or not my favorite content creator is like being independent or not. I still think we should be charitable to Brian Tyler Cohen because the points he made in this video were transparent and direct and not in bad faith. I know, but he's not actually, he's just saying it's not true. Do you understand? Like, he's not presenting evidence. It's just his word against the journalism of the article. So, and I'm going to repeat this one more time. I don't have any issue with Brian Tyler Cohen. I have disagreements with Brian Tyler Cohen, but like, it's cordial, okay? Look at logs from 2014-08. What is this? Meowlix? 2024-08. She's not looking for Trumpers. She's looking for never Trumpers who might otherwise stay home. Oh my God. Why are these chatters like this, bro? This was the chatter unironically defending Kamala Harris's Liz Cheney coalition. Liberals have this like weird, Greta would be a better activist if she was streaming 8 hours a day. Liberals, why are liberals like this? Why are liberals so cynical? Why are they only just like angry at the left? It blows my mind. And they're just wrong. And it doesn't matter. Like I want the Republicans to lose. I want them to feel embarrassed. It's clear that you don't have that same smoke for the Republicans, or rather, you're simply misguided. But at a certain point, you have to realize, like, maybe this method hasn't been working. Let's try the other one. Okay? It doesn't make any sense that you would just sit there and demonstrate blind fealty, blind loyalty to a party that is failing, to a party that's failing you and me and everyone else. Why are you so fucking charitable to these lifeless husks that have shown time and time again that they do not care about you? They just only care about, like, sitting in a position of power and collecting donations. This makes no sense. It actually makes no sense why these people do it. And then they come here and they yell at me about this. It makes me so sad because, like, I understand that we need the numbers, okay? We need the numbers. We need as many people as possible who are like-minded to combat whatever the fuck the Trump administration is doing. And it always feels like the harm reduction liberals, like, instead of admitting that they might have been wrong, would rather continue waging this war against their left flank when their left flank is out in the fucking streets. You know what I mean? It makes no sense. Their left flank is out in the fucking streets. They're demanding that the Democrats do more. You want the Democrats to do more as well, but you would rather fucking fight against the left flank than to fight against the Trump administration. It makes sense for the liberals in positions of power to do this and to divide the base of the party, because the left flank actually, you know, presents a alternative and demands more from them. So it's understandable that they treat, like, the leftist base of support as the petulant children that want far too much, right? But it doesn't make sense for the regular people in my chat to be so active in also defending the failures of the Democratic Party. It just makes me sad. It does. It makes me real fucking sad. Anyway, according to copies of the contract viewed by Wired that creators signed, the influencers are not allowed to disclose their relationship with Coors or 1630 Fund or functionally that they're being paid at all. So that is the main point of contention here. Is that contract real or not? I have no reason to assume that this contract is not real. I have no reason to assume that a mainstream outlet like Wired Magazine, especially one that's done great work so far against the Trump administration, is going to sit there and put forward an article, a contract that's just, like, fake, okay? Legal Heretic tip $500 said, here's some dark money so you don't feel left out. Thanks. Thanks for the dark money, Legal Heretic. Legal_heretic. I no longer feel left out.
There's the implication in the article that this is some arm of the DNC, or the Democratic Party. We have literally nothing to do with the DNC. I spend 0 minutes of my day thinking about the DNC. The creators do not toe any party line. How could we? There isn't a party line. Creators are absolutely allowed to speak out against the Democrats, and in fact, plenty do. And frankly, Coors creators should and do criticize Democrats when they suck, and quite often, they do suck. I've seen posts saying that this is AIPAC funded, which couldn't be further from the truth. I'd venture to...
Yeah, I don't think that's the case. That's not an argument that was presented by Taylor at all either. I don't think, right? Simple take from just a person this content is aimed at. I want to see the Democratic Party be more responsive to the will of their base. What I see here is the Democratic Party using independent creators to tell me, no, your opinion is wrong. Here's the correct one. I'm not interested in being told what I should believe. This time they can come to us, not the other way around. Yes, what you're advocating for is the fundamentals of democracy, a representative democracy that creates individuals that are supposed to be public servants that represent the wishes of the masses, represent the wishes of their base at the very least. And that's the whole point, right? That's the whole point of democracy. Otherwise, we just don't have a democracy at all. We just have, like, team sports. And unfortunately, under our duopoly structure, it kind of does become team sports, where there are a lot of agreements on broader issues between the two parties within this duopoly structure, where there's bipartisan compromise on issues that we don't even think about, issues that Americans think about every day, the impact of issues that Americans think about every day, like healthcare and not having socialized medicine in this country that harms millions, tens of millions of Americans. And yet it's a given that it's going to be a private public structure, not even a public structure, but like an entirely privatized endeavor, and that the Democrats themselves barely ever make a dent in that conversation. There's no back and forth on this issue. And when there is any sort of momentum from the left flank that demands we get Medicare for all, Democrats do what? They launch an an unjustifiable battle against those who are actually presenting this alternative that many people actually would benefit from, regardless of whether they think it's good or not. This is the issue. And I don't like that a lot of the initiatives from the Dems have been to basically flood the market to the best of their ability with, no, you don't understand, harm reduction. Democrats are better than Republicans, which is not even false. Okay, that is true. Democrats are marginally better than Republicans on a lot of issues, and even majorly better than Republicans on a lot of issues. They just follow the Republicans, at least in the way that I've tracked it for the past, 10 years, 12 years at this point, over the course of multiple election cycles, midterms and general elections, where Democrats basically follow the Republicans' lead on a lot of these issues, and they play the role of normalizing the Overton window shifting further and further to the right as they take on and assume the positions of the Republican Party just 4 years after the fact. This obviously creates a lot of enmity. This creates a lot of anger and resentment in the base of support within the Democrat structure, which is precisely the reason why Democrats have lost support even at a time where they're supposed to be gaining momentum, gaining support, because the Republicans fucking suck. They're in power. Everything sucks. Everything is awful. The world is burning all around us. And yet people still say this is ass. Democrats are not presenting an alternative. They're not fighting back. They're not fighting back hard enough. That stems from the lack of interest demonstrated from the establishment in making changes within the party structure, making changes within their top line messaging on key issues. Okay? If you cannot be defined by major problems that persist in American society, and if you can't actively communicate that you are an earnest defender of people's rights, earnest defender of workers' rights, an earnest defender that is going to fight to fix the housing market, that you are going to fix the private healthcare structure that is so broken and so costly and so expensive and in killing people, then of course people are going to assume you are in favor of whatever the fuck the Republicans present you as. Oh, they're unserious. They only want to give bottom surgery to Guatemalan migrants in prison. That was a major issue. That was a major issue in this last election. It's not the transphobia that was so captivating for people. It was the lack of interest from the Dems in addressing any of these issues seriously and sincerely that the Republicans took advantage of.
Guess that most course creators, myself included on both YouTube and Substack, have spoken out against the atrocities in Gaza. Lorenz says that the 1630 Fund is, quote, a powerful liberal dark money group. 1630 Fund is our fiscal sponsor. One of the largest documented donors to 1630 Fund is the same person funding Meteor's Reporters in Residence program, which Taylor Lorenz herself is a part of. And guess what her monthly stipend is? $8,000 per month. So she's criticizing an entity that is funded by someone that she is currently taking money from. I guess it's okay when Taylor Lorenz gets paid, but no one else. The monthly stipend that we offer is so that creators can do this work full time. We've had numerous creators.
So, I don't know exactly how much money she gets from the Omidyar fund. Okay. And I don't know if Pierre Omidyar is a part of the donation structure for the 1630 fund. But the major difference here is the disclosures, okay? If it's publicly disclosed, if a grant is a public grant and it's publicly disclosed, it's entirely different than having a bunch of shadowy donors that fund an organization with contractual stipulations that demand that you do not disclose that you are being funded by this organization, okay? What's the point of Brian Taylor Cohen lying about Taylor here? It's not even, I guess technically it's not even a lie. I guess like the only thing that he's wrong about or lying about, or he might be misguided about is the funding, but you're attacking the messenger instead of the message. It's just it's a trick that a lot of people do. It's a very successful deflection mechanism to say, oh, well, no, you're also getting funded by this guy that we're also getting funded by. But in fact, from what I understand, seemingly Jessica Burbank is the one who started. I really like Jessica Burbank. I don't understand what the fuck's going on here, but is the one who started the complete lie that I'm somehow funded by 1630 Fund, or that Omidyar Network is reporting is, Omidyar Network has received zero funding from 1630. I have received zero funding from 1630. This is a disgusting thing to do to another reporter. Page 82 of financial disclosure in 2022. I just DM'd it to King Clip because I saw him retweeting Taylor. This screenshot is from a refund 1630 sent from a program that Omidyar funded years ago before the reporters in the residence program even began. The fact that Jessica Burbank nor they have ever received funding from the 1630 fund. I have never received a dollar from any dark money groups or political organizations. ChatGPT link at the, wait, what? Sourcechatgpt.com. Does this mean that like ChatGPT spat this out? I don't understand. If Taylor was funded meaningfully by the same entity, wouldn't she simply just not have an interest in writing the article? Yeah, that also kind of doesn't make sense. You being charitable to Brian Tyler Cohen is going to look so bad in a very short period of time. Play the rest of the video. He does not deserve the charitability. Okay, we're doing the same thing over and over again, which is, Hassan, you are being far too charitable to people. I'm always charitable to people, okay? That's it. If you hate it, then this is not for you. It takes a long time. It takes a lot of like publicly malicious behavior for me to write someone off. That's just how I am. That's just how I've always operated, and I will continue to operate that way. That's been your downfall several times, I know. And yet I still refuse to stray away from this. Okay? He's gonna come for Hasanabi in the video, isn't he? I don't care. I'm nice to people who are fucking actively daggering me too. Look at Bad Empanada. Like, it's fine, you know?
Creators in the cohort quit their jobs so that they can focus on creating content full time. That is what we want. I'm really proud that we can give creators that security for as long as they're in the program. We want people to create pro-democracy content full time, and we want to make sure that they can afford to pay their rent and their bills while doing it. If I could have cohorts with 1,000 people in it so that everybody could be part of the program, I would. For everybody saying that they would like to be part of the next cohort, we would love for you to apply. That's our whole goal. It's to build up an army of pro-democracy content creators who can speak authentically about the issues that they care about and be able to do it as effectively as possible. I should note that while I started this program, I have never and will never get paid. I do.
Okay. I think the major problem here is like, why do the contracts stipulate that there are no disclosures whatsoever, and what level of editorial control are baked into the contracts? Because now it's just the contracts that Taylor and the Wired team has reviewed versus, which is hard evidence, right? Hard evidence that is backed by the editorial control process that exists in mainstream outlets such as Wired, and the legal teams and the legal reviews that take place in the process, and the fact checking that takes place in the process of like putting out an article such as this one. It's not the same as like a Substack report, okay? But ultimately, it's just what he's saying is this is false versus the Wired reporting.
This 100%.
Like this isn't Brian Tyler Cohen against Taylor Lorenz. This is Brian Tyler Cohen saying Wired is putting out fake news. Okay. When I first started watching, I got mad at how tolerant of guys like Aiden you were, but over time, I see like for real, you give people a chance. If they prove they are not worth it, you move on. Very sensible, just trying to show support. You handle yourself very well, in my opinion, even though I used to not agree. I realize your method is correct. I will continue doing it because that's just who I am. That's what I believe. Okay. That's why I haven't strayed away from that charitability until someone shows me that there's like impossible. But yeah, look, he is angling this as like Taylor Lorenz being an internet troll, and I think it's because he doesn't want to come across as like shitting on Wired magazine, which does great reporting. So he's just directly tackling the messenger by smearing the messenger rather than address the message. It's a common tactic applied, a common tactic that's used that is unfortunately very effective. Donald Trump does it. A lot of people do this. I think the best possible way to go about this would have been to just be like, hey, we fucked up. We shouldn't have. What is this? What is the Chorus policy agenda exactly? One of your 75, 90 salaried influencers posted a screenshot of the contract trying to debunk something. Book engagements. Chorus will provide contracts with access to Chorus Newsroom, which coordinates booking and engagement opportunities for creators with government officials, policy, nonprofit experts, and others whose expertise and experiences are relevant to Chorus's progressive policy agenda. Contractor agrees to 1, utilize the Chorus Newsroom to book engagements. 2, disclose the Chorus Newsroom personnel any engagements with government officials or others on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda that contractor arranges through other means. If there's a policy agenda from this org and it's significant enough that your salaried influencers have to disclose their engagements relevant to it and agree to coordinate booking and engagement opportunities around it, then surely it can be defined, and by whom. Wait, so this person is a chorus influencer that was trying to debunk the narrative in the contract and then leak the contract? Is that what happened? The other side of this is like, if this reporting is factually inaccurate, there is a process through litigation that you would normally go through, right? So what's interesting about it is that they're not doing that. They're not like actually saying, they're not demanding a retraction from what I see from Wired. They're not trying to send a legal team after Wired to demand a retraction or to potentially sue them for libel. And instead, they're just making content that doesn't necessarily even address the major points of contention here, but simply just moves on past it, directly attacks the journalists who reported on it, and then says, well, the Republicans are doing it too. Now, that last part is not incorrect. Republicans do exactly this, okay? That's why we call them grifters. That's why we call them grifters.
As a volunteer, I have never earned a dime from Chorus, and I never will. I want every dollar that we raise to go to creators so that they can do this important work without spending 8 hours a day working at some different job. I've been saying for years that the left needs to build up its creator space. That has never been more true than it is right now. Influencers and creators have never been more important when it comes to how Americans are consuming their news. The left is a decade behind right now. We desperately need
This part is correct. He's right about this, right? But having said that, if you were to say it's really important that we also build a robust and transparent progressive media network, okay, to actively counter the misinformation that flows from the right, then that's fine. You say, hey, we fucked up. We shouldn't have had these contracts that are so ridiculous, and we should have disclosed donors, and we should have always been transparent, even if the law allows us to not be transparent. Okay? That's important. Like, I think that's the best possible way to go about this. And the worst possible way to go about it is that to do like almost Trump style, like this person sucks and is bad. Because like the thing that they're pointing to is the Omidyar disclosure filing from 2022 before Omidyar Network reporters and residency fellowship even existed. It's for $45K. Omidyar Network is a billionaire's own philanthropy org, and none of the residents failed to disclose that they're on the Omidyar Network fellowship program. But it's very telling that the reaction from this journalism about a cohort of influencers devolved into defensive lies and glorified botnet of influencers throwing misinformation against the wall to smear the reporter. Like, it's just making me, I feel a little bad about a lot of people that I actually do appreciate, whose voices I appreciate in this space, like Good Trouble especially. Like, he's not in any way, shape, or form quiet on Gaza at all, right? He's not one of these guys he's actively spoken about Israel's genocide, Israel's apartheid. So like for him to also join on the chorus, and Jessica Burbank as well, I think is great. So it's somewhat disappointing to see them immediately go after. It's somewhat disappointing to see them immediately go after like not even the actual article and the revelations in the article, but instead just like directly attacking the person who did the reporting.
Creators teaching and amplifying new content creators, and not just Chorus, by the way. There are other programs in this space doing the same thing. I want all of them to succeed. We need all of them to succeed. There are people like Taylor Lorenz who are desperate to tear the left apart, and in fact, it becomes clear who her efforts help when you hear stuff like this.
Genuinely, I kind of like Taylor Lorenz because I know that she actually believes what she says. Do you get what I'm saying?
So yeah, I generally don't align myself with friends of Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens.
I don't think Taylor Lorenz is friends with Tucker Carlson and Taylor. What? No, that's not. I think the reason a lot of people don't understand this, but like, even if you have disagreements, I said this yesterday, even if you have disagreements with the way like Taylor conducts herself or you know, some of the things that she believes or some of the things that she advocates for, ultimately her work speaks for itself. Okay. And she is the type of journalist that unfortunately no longer exists as much, where like people will be like, oh, she'll burn you for a story. And it's like, that's not wrong, but that's what journalists do. Like, journalists do that. That's what the job of a journalist is. That's what the job of an investigative reporter is. Okay? Like, this is how you, in many instances, a tenacious and maybe a little, maybe a little crazy is like something that is necessary with good reporters, good investigative reporters. Like, that's it. And I don't like I don't know. I mean, I guess I understand why people are directly attacking her, because I mean, she's been attacked endlessly from virtually every single different ideological background on the internet. And therefore there's a lot of things that you can pull from, smears or even like valid critiques or whatnot, but it's not about her reporting. And as a reporter, as a journalist, when you are criticizing someone's reporting, you have to criticize their reporting. You can't just like criticize who they are or what they've done or what other people think about this person. Okay? Even if you have disagreements with them. Sean the Black, the leaked contract corroborated the Wired reporting on certain things, so Brian is just lying / misrepresenting. Yeah. After ignoring my repeated requests for comment prior to publication, Chorus finally responded today. We have incorporated their comment into the piece, but have not issued any corrections on our reporting. The facts of the story remain unchanged. I'm going to look at this video as well. This is 10 minutes long. Jesus Christ. It's just, I do think, can you back up and explain what's even being talked about? Yes. Originally, Taylor Lorenz writes a investigative report on the Wired magazine about a powerful dark money group that's secretly funding high-profile Democratic Party aligned influencers. Big liberal content creators are being paid up to $8,000 per month to push party messaging. Okay? Democrats hope that the secretive Chorus Creator Incubator program, funded by a powerful liberal dark money group called 1630 Fund, might tip the scales in their favor after Kamala Harris' stunning loss to Trump last fall. The program kicked off last month, and over 90 influencers are allegedly taking part. Creators told Wired that the contract stipulated they'd be kicked out and cut off financially if they even so much as acknowledged that they were part of the program. According to copies of the contract viewed by Wired, so they did actually get these contracts, and they did view these contracts that creators signed. The influencers are not allowed to disclose their relationship with the Chorus or the 1630 Fund, or functionally that they're being paid at all. Creators in the program are not allowed to use any funds or resources that they receive as a part of the program to make any content that supports or opposes a political candidate or campaign without express permission from their funders. With this structure, it avoids a lot of public disclosure or public disclaimers, paid for by blah, 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 that you see on political ads. We don't need to deal with any of that. Your names aren't showing up on like reports filed with the FEC. So there's two different things here, okay? Normally, if you are paid for by a political activist, political advocacy fund, right? If you're paid for by like a political action a fund, right? Or any sort of campaign, you actually, a lot of people don't know this, you don't actually have to disclose that that's an ad. And the reason for why, I think it's really indecent that this exists to begin with, but the reason for why you don't have to is because technically it's all public. It's all public on the regulatory side, because if you go and like look at the Progressive Victory Fund, for example, you can find exactly who they have given money to for what purpose, right? We did that when I was covering the Wired magazine article as well. So because of that, because technically there is a legal disclosure that needs to take place on that end, you are not required to say this is a hashtag ad. It's a major loophole, and I don't like it, and I think it's fucked up, okay? Having said that, in this circumstance, there's an additional issue, because hold on, there's even more contractual stipulations. Like they're taking advantage of the fact that this is a political advocacy organization, but it doesn't even have the FEC disclosures. It doesn't even have the FEC disclosures that normally would show up, okay? The FEC and FTC declined to comment, but regulations in the influencer space are notoriously murky, and the intentional non-disclosures raise ethical questions about political advertising in the internet age. Don Heider, the chief executive of Marcola Center for Applied Ethics, says that the outlined restrictions violate ethical norms. We're living in an era where a lot of powerful people have taken the rule book and thrown it out the window, which is true. There's also the other side of the story, which is that the regulatory agencies that normally would look at this sort of thing, the FEC or the FTC, if it's a non-political ad, then it's the FTC technically. It's under the supervision of the FTC. If it's a political ad, it's under the supervision of the FEC. But both of these regulatory agencies have been completely gutted and undermined by the Trump administration. So who the fuck is supposed to even take notice of these sorts of things? Okay? So it's the fact that it's not illegal or in a legal gray area doesn't mean that it's good or appropriate. Do you understand? Or the fact that Republicans are doing this and taking advantage of the structure, which is part of the reason why it's already not illegal to begin with, does not make it good or appropriate, right? Liz Dubois, who has researched the ways influencers are reshaping the U.S. political system, says that we are seeing influencers being pulled into these dark campaigns or shadow campaigns where the legal aspect is murky at best. Sometimes it is actually clear that influencers are being used to, for example, evade spending limits. I think that we need to remember that for democracy to thrive, we do need transparency around who's paying for political messages, okay? Stephen Buckley, a digital media sociologist, says that these sorts of programs have been happening in the right wing for ages, but the structure of the deal raises the question: is it ethical to match the tactics of your opponents? What we need is for people to invest in independent media, and that doesn't necessarily mean investing in a consulting group that is going to become a middleman for independent media, says Spahar. So that was the article, and then in the aftermath of this article, people just basically decided to attack Taylor Lorenz. Taylor has good politics, but objectively a really bad journalist. Okay, you have to explain why you mean this, why you feel this way. Because I would go so far as to say that most people's criticisms are about her worldview or the way she presents herself online, but will openly admit that she is a good journalist, including what Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson were literally saying over there, which is like, she's not a grifter. She like truly believes the shit that she's saying, and her work speaks for itself. So I don't know why you have this opinion, and I need you to explain to me why you think that she's doing objectively really bad reporting. Because if you remember, she didn't actually leave the Washington Post because like she worked at the New York Times and she worked at the Washington Post, okay, as one of their best culture reporters, okay? And I know that like personal relationships and things like that obviously guide a lot of people's opinions on these journalists in general. It's networking just like every other fucking avenue, every other business. But what is it that you don't like about her reporting is the question. Because there is not really anything that I have seen from her reporting that leads me to believe that she is a bad reporter. She is not. She's a very good reporter, as a matter of fact. It's part of the reason why a lot of people actually fucking hate her. I mean, that, and also she dukes it out quite a bit online on Twitter. But again, that's irrelevant to the point of contention, okay? Her tweets about the DSA is utterly irrelevant to the point of contention when it comes to her reporting here. Do you understand what I mean? Like that's it. That's it. You can't just like bring that up and be like, she's a bad reporter because she said this about the DSA. It's like, okay, well, that's completely irrelevant to whether or not she actually put forth a credible trove of evidence-backed piece of news. You can't. Like later, we're going to look at Matthew Petty, writing for Reason. Reason is a libertarian think tank. Matthew Petty exposed a trove of emails between Ehud Barak, the former prime minister of Israel, and Jeffrey Epstein, in which they talk about surveillance programs that they should be funding, in which they talk about geopolitical incidents that are taking place all around the world and how they can make money off of it by using surveillance groups, specifically Peter Thiel's Palantir at the time. Does it matter what fucking publication reported on it if the article and the information in it is correct? So yeah, that chatter hasn't even described what their issue is, what issue they have with any kind of reporting. Because the reason why Taylor is no longer at the Washington Post is low-key not even because of the fucking reporting that she did, but instead due to a lot of fucking media reporters that just like don't really like her and things that she may or may not have said in her private account on Joe Biden being a war criminal, which is correct, by the way. So no, I didn't say Matthew Perry. I said Matthew Petty.
I continue to believe that the left needs massive investments into the independent media space. I'm really proud of the program that we've built. I'm really proud that we've allowed creators to do this work full time. I'm really proud of the independence that they have to say whatever they want to say in whatever way they want to say it. I'm really proud that our creators are seeing their channels and their pages grow. My goal is to see an army emerge from the left to take on what's happening on the right.
Okay, so then the rest of it is just like
Lorenz and Republicans don't want to see it, but we do.
Taylor Lorenz and Republicans don't want to see it. That's not even true. Okay, it's sad to see online leftists jump on this hate train, having no idea who she actually is or where she advocates for outside of she's a Twitter drama target. I know, but it's also because like a lot of beloved liberal content creators and maybe even leftist content creators that like they've seen online are also taking on this story and directly attacking Taylor Lorenz and not necessarily taking issue with her reporting, but simply saying that she's just bad and shitty. And the point here is not like drama or parasocial relationships. The point here, especially if you're just a consumer of this kind of content, you should just address the issue head on. You should just tackle the issue head on. Is this article filled to the brim with fucking fake bullshit or not? And I have yet to see anyone directly contradict the evidence that was presented in the article, in the reporting. That's it. I have no reason to believe that Wired Magazine and its editorial team actually allowed this to be reported on without literally looking through the contracts or at least corroborating the evidence presented by numerous on background, on the record, and off the record sources. That is how you normally write articles, okay? This is not a fucking Substack post. It's not a Medium post. This is not, you know, a call-out post on TikTok. This is an entirely different thing. And I think a lot of people have forgotten or don't know how mainstream outlets work. They don't think about like the numerous different the points and multiple different groups that like look through all of the information presented in the article to ensure that it's like to the best of their ability accurate. Okay, is anyone involved in the story deny Taylor Lorenz reporting on the group chat and their discussions about the contract? This appears to be what they're going with. Nothing but deflection and smearing Taylor as a biased reporter. Nothing about the reporting itself. What about the New York Times? It's the same. For the New York Times, it's also the same. I always say this. I say this all the time. Okay? There are obvious institutional biases when it comes to mainstream outlets, okay? There are. But even, what do I always tell you? Even when the New York Times writes an article, they don't directly lie, okay? They don't. They don't just like make shit up. They'll just go to a resource that lies with regular frequency, Israel, okay? And they will just say, this is what Israel said about the attack. That's not a lie. That is literally true. Israel did say that about the you know, baby annihilation that took place. That's the problem. New York Times is not going to fucking lie. They're going to bury the lead. They're going to use passive tone when they're talking about like Palestinians being slaughtered, and they're going to actively spike a story if it looks really bad for Israel, and they're going to do everything in their possible power to make it seem like Israel is actually simply forced to do something violent, but they're not going to just make shit up. They're not going to just fucking lie. They're not going to make up a resource. They're not going to, they will go to a source that is not credible at all, the Israeli envoys, the Israeli government, and they will say it as though it's they will report it as though it's like a reasonable narrator of events, when they have shown time and time again that they're not a fucking reasonable narrator of events. But that's still, like, a lie by omission is still a lie, but it's not a lie in the same way that like these contracts are real, okay? And if the New York Times was reporting on this story, they would also go through the process of like looking at the contracts. Do you see what I mean? If the New York Times was reporting on this and it's like Brian Tyler Cohen, wasn't Brian Tyler Cohen, but it was Israel, for example, they would just take what Brian Tyler Cohen is saying and put it in the article. That wouldn't be a lie. He did say that, right? They would request a quote from him, and then they would put that quote in the article. Even when someone is lying by omission or laundering or just whitewashing the reputation of a person, they're still in a mainstream resource, in a mainstream report. They're not going to just like make shit up, okay? And ironically enough, I try to explain that to you guys all the time, and sometimes I feel like I maybe have failed in describing this process to you. Huh? Nietzsche. Well said. And the way the New York Times lies and also informs how they occasionally put out excellent work. Yes. Yes, they don't make shit up, but they quote people who make shit up, and then their readers take that as truth. There's hardly a difference. I know, which is why I always explain that to you. But there's a difference between completely making shit up and going to a person you know makes shit up. Ultimately, there is still an editorial standard that they're abiding by. As a matter of fact, the New York Times' reporting on Screams Without Words was the October 7 mass rape directed by Hamas news report did not meet the editorial standard of the newspaper. That's why it was a massive fucking issue, because internally, New York Times reporters and even the editorial staff was actively yelling about putting out this piece of report that was filled to the brim with false information. That's why it was a huge fucking deal. It was a bigger deal than all of the other reports that they've conducted, where they just go to Israel and Israel says, no, the baby's crib was Hamas and there was a Hitlerian artifact inside of the baby's crib, and then they just slam that into the middle of an article where they're talking about how Israel lasered 50 children. Okay, that's the difference. The difference is you can't just go and make shit up.
It's for years I've been saying the left needs to organize independent media in the way that the right has been doing. The left needs to fund independent creators the way that the right does. The right has won even arguably presidential elections because they're...
Have you covered how some libbed up defenders of being ghouls and saying how Taylor Lorenz posted this article as a means to get you to pick her? I don't really understand that, because the people that are outed in this process are people that I have no issue with. Brian Tyler Cohen, I have disagreements with them. I think it's fucked up that they didn't talk about, or David Pakman. I have no issues with him, even though he is noticeably absent from the conversation when it comes to Israel. And I think that's fucked up. It's a major problem. But ultimately, I've never had a back and forth with David Pakman or have fought them at all. I think that we just have a cordial professional relationship in general. Okay. They stay in their own lane. They do this thing. I stay in mine. I do my thing. Okay. So this isn't this isn't some, this isn't people that I have active smoke with. Okay. As a matter of fact, she could have easily reported on the Progressive Victory Fund and its connections to Destiny, for example, or its connections to Brianna Wu, people I do have smoke with. And that would have probably been a better argument in that situation for people to be like, well, Taylor Lorenz did this for Hassan because she's going after Hassan's enemies or some shit, even though it still would be good reporting in that regard and would stand on its own, So that makes no sense. And I think what's really funny about this stuff is that they're not even, what's really funny about this stuff is that they're not even fucking shitting on Wired Magazine, which is what they should be shitting on. If they think that this is fake bullshit, they should be shitting on Wired Magazine, right? Why are they not doing that? Because they know that if they fucking attacked Wired Magazine, they would look like Donald Trump. But if they at least attack Taylor, who has a fuck ton of enemies online, then they don't have to say Wired Magazine is releasing fake news. That's it. They don't even bring up that this is not a random call out post, but instead a fully fleshed out news piece on Wired Magazine. Okay. I don't believe that Wired Magazine, and I might be wrong, but I don't believe that Wired Magazine would literally fucking report on fake bullshit without looking into it. David Pakman claimed that the report is completely debunked. After a recent Wired hit piece, now fully debunked, false claims started circulating, and sadly, some of the people chose to unsubscribe from my website membership Substack or unfollowed on YouTube. The outcome is exactly what the author was hoping for, that they put out a misleading and inaccurate article. If you want to support what I do, please consider subscribing. Are the influencers involved ever critical of the Democratic Party? I'm not entirely certain on that, but dude, that's crazy, man. They're just now moving on to say that it's just been completely debunked. And I didn't see any of the debunking at all. What is this? I never took a vow.
Hey, Gorgeous, no, actually, George Soros bought my car directly with his credit card.
What is this?
Was so nice of him. And
it's Suzanne Lambert. Who is this person? What is this? I have to pee.
abundantly clear right on the outset. This is not me apologizing. This is not me convincing. This is not me trying to persuade. These are the objective, irrefutable facts. And if you choose not to believe an entire group of widely respected, smart, credible people over a perpetually disgraced ex-journalist turned beggar for Substack subscriptions, then I think you are, and I need you to listen to this very carefully, profoundly stupid. And I don't want you following me anyway. Just so we're super clear. So first on Taylor Lorenz, I have never met a more widely hated, universally contemptible person beyond Taylor Lorenz except for Ted Cruz. I have never met another journalist who respects her. I have never met an interview subject who was not misquoted by her. And this is all widely documented. Taylor Lorenz cannot stand content creators, and she doesn't like content creators because she does not stand to benefit from that landscape, despite being a content creator herself. And frankly, I don't blame her. Honestly, if I had spent my entire career trying to be good and relevant and taken seriously at something, only for people to come in who I deem less qualified, do way better, and have way better engagement than me, I would also likely be pissed. And maybe that's why she's super weird towards me. She made a video about me in February that a few people messaged me about. I guess essentially saying that I was begging for media attention, which you wish, babe. My inbox stays full. I'm sorry yours doesn't, but that's not my problem. But then when I was like, wait, what video? She had deleted it, which to me is just not behavior characteristic of a serious journalist. She talked about me to people at a White House Correspondents' Dinner event, but then never came up to me or introduced herself. So she talks a huge game online and not in person, as with most of these people. And there is so much more here. You can Google it. I think that would benefit a lot of you actually, but that is your source for this article, just so we're starting on the same page. On to the article itself. I have never been paid to make content by Chorus. That has never happened, nor have I broken any guidelines as far as disclosures. Chorus is an incubator program, so think of Chorus as like...
Noticing none of these people that can actually refute what's in the article, this should tell you all you need to know about people shitting on Taylor's journalism amount. Yeah, it's always like personal relationships and like anger. It's disappointing. It's disappointing to see. You were saying 5 seconds ago that they didn't want to attack the outlets so as to not look like Trump, only to open a tweet in sequence with one of them saying that the report was totally debunked like Trump does when something bad comes about him. Yes, but even in that process, these guys are liberals, okay? They can't be out here fucking saying like Wired News is doing fake news. How dare they do fake news? So they have to say like, oh, the reporter actually sucks. And here's why. Instead of actually fucking, instead of actually tackling the veracity of the information that was presented in the article. If you actually have an issue with the article, under normal circumstances, you would demand a retraction. You would come in with the correct information and you would demand a retraction. If they refuse to do so, you sue them, okay? That's how it's supposed to go. And Wired Magazine and media outlets are not in the game, technically, theoretically, to smear people, okay? They're in the game to accurately report on the news, regardless of whatever political biases they may hold. So in that situation, because they have the utmost importance is to ensure that the information is correct, if there is wrong information, and this happens sometimes, okay? They get a bad source, or they don't do their proper due diligence, and they get wrong information, they put out wrong information, they issue a retraction, okay? They issue corrections, they issue retractions, or sometimes they might even take the entire article down. So the fact that they're not doing that, but instead directly attacking the journalists on some completely irrelevant bullshit is, I think, a way for them to maintain this posture where they are saying, well, some of the stuff they're reported on is correct, but we're just going to paper over that and then directly tackle the messenger and not the actual message. Not just the journalist, but her whole audience. I mean, it's the journalists. They're mostly going after Taylor and saying that she is a biased online troll. And it sucks because, like, no matter what people do, you just there's unfortunately not too much media literacy. There's not a lot of understanding of how news is reported on. And Taylor certainly doesn't have many allies in general as well. So like there isn't even that like same network of content creators that she could like rely on that would just be like that would actively go out and defend her. So that's it. That's the reason why this is like there's just they're doing overwhelming pushes on just like going after her directly. It's not her first rodeo. So I think ultimately she'll be fine. Because as long as she does good work, like obviously credible outlets will rely on her for doing decent reporting.
leftist that is known for being very critical of the Democratic Party, and I'm a member of a training program called Chorus that teaches political content creators on the left how to grow their platforms and make content creation into a full-time job. I have a slew of receipts to explain why a very fear-mongering article that came out yesterday about how this program works is just very inaccurate, and I think I'm a good person to talk about this because I've seen a lot of people afraid that this program is just a way for Democrats to pay people off to blindly defend Democrats on the internet, and I understand the fear because that would be diabolical if it was true. But this is a video of me yelling at the DNC literally yesterday over their refusal to endorse an arms embargo against Israel. I am not one to hold back on criticizing the Democratic establishment, so I think I'm useful proof that that's not what this program's about. I do feel there's people in this cohort who shill a little bit too hard for the Democrats, but that's a them problem, not a this program problem. Without further ado, let's get into the claims of the article versus my receipts. Okay, so the first main big scary thing that's written into this article is creators told Wired that the contract stipulated they'd be kicked out and essentially cut off financially if they even so much as acknowledged that they were part.
Wait. Oh, she says she criticized the Democrats yesterday. I mean, I don't know if she's criticized the Democrats before then. I don't know who this person is. I don't know what her background is. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Listen, never heard the word cohort used so much. Yeah. I know people who vouch for this person, but she obviously isn't indicative of the core base of Chorus creators. Life is so crazy. There's a lore master online for everybody. Anyway, let's see what she says.
The programmer that Chorus existed.
Stop punching left, please. Wait, I'm punching left. Is literally me. Hi.
Here's a video of someone named Heidi who's in the cohort explaining what Chorus is and that she's joining it on November 20th, 2024. Here is the Chorus website that is public facing. Anyone can see it with literal pictures.
This is what I meant. There's some content creators that are affiliated that are on the website.
The creators that are in the cohort. In the contract I signed, there is some language that says, hey, please, before you make a public statement about what Chorus is, just check with us. The reason for that is that, as the article states, there's over 90 influencers in the program, many of whom have very small accounts and joined the program to get mentorship and happen to be immigrants or trans in a red state, right? And already happen to be kind of in extra danger right now. And so the goal with the please check with us clause was to make sure that small creators who already had targets on their back weren't accidentally featured on a huge page and then suddenly had an onslaught of threats from the right. Chorus has never been kept some nefarious secret, right? People have been talking about it. It was more just, hey, this is already an unsafe job for some people. Check with us in advance so you don't accidentally add to someone's unsafety. Okay, number 2. According to copies of the contract viewed by Wired, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. No, again, I literally have the
I don't know these smaller creators, but I do know the large ones that have constantly attacked everyone directly for not supporting Joe Biden or Kamala Harris due to the genocide. Really fucking horrible people this program supports is what I have issues with. I mean, that's the problem, right? The problem is if you are setting up a pro-democratic party, if you're setting up a pro-democratic party influencer network, and the influencer you're working with are either somewhat silent on Israel or were silent on Israel when the Democrats were doing it, but are only now speaking out against it. But even then, it's not super aggressive as the tides are shifting, and spend a good deal of time shitting on the left flank for demanding that correctly demanding that Kamala Harris take a stance on this issue and separate herself from the Biden administration in order to win the election, or in order to just not come across an immoral bloodthirsty monster, any number of different good and valid reasons for why people might criticize their representatives that they are going to inevitably vote for or choose not to vote for, right? All of that stuff combined makes it seem like these groups are not there to build a robust network to combat the right and its misinformation, but also to whip the ranks to ensure that there is a steady flow of new people that are getting their information from TikTok and social media that are loyal fans of the Democrats, no matter how much Democrats fail the broader base, fail America, and don't actively fight back against the Republicans or even push for the appropriate policy solutions, even when it means losing the election. That's my issue. I think... What? LGBT propaganda is yes. What the fuck?
Contract right here. I'll talk through it in a minute, but first let me show you this. Here's an email of me directly reaching out to the Zoran campaign to try to interview him, because Chorus does not control who I interview or what I post. I also sometimes text the comms directors directly of Congress people that I want to interview, because usually the congressional offices will give out these little business cards. And this is not specific to content creators. This is just if you go to try to talk to your senator, their people will give you little business cards. I blurt out the name of the specific person because I feel awkward, but anybody can get these business cards and then you can just text them. Chorus does not control that. I've done lots of congressional interviews, and usually I just set them up myself. And here's the section of the contract, right, that confirms that. It says they want you to disclose to Chorus any engagement with government officials related to Chorus's policy agenda that contractor, that's me, I'm the contractor, arranges through other means, right? So if I just arrange it myself with a congressperson, I just let Chorus know so that they know that congressperson's open to booking and other people in Chorus can do it too. Accidentally,
So I don't get it. Isn't this literally just like her admitting that there is a contractual stipulation and you just kind of like either you cooperated with Chorus and you abided by the contract? I mean, that's like, this is not debunking the article. This is confirming the article. I'm confused by this. Is there something I'm not understanding? I think she's in chat. No, she's not. That other chatter was lying. She's obscuring clause 3, but it seems to be saying she has to collab fully with Chorus for such separate engagements from number 2. Yeah. Utilize the Chorus newsroom to book engagements. Disclose the Chorus newsroom personnel any engagements with government officials or others on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda that the contractor arranges through other means. This literally is a confirmation of the contract. Now we don't even need to see, at least for this issue, a piece of the contract because she revealed it. One of the rigid standards in the contract, one of the rigid provisions in the contract was that you have to collaborate fully with Chorus regarding all such separate...
I always forget to let Chorus know. Like, I don't think I've ever told them that before, but that's not what's important. What's important is that...
Where is it? There's like, there's got to be a screenshot that shows it, right? Yeah, this is disclose the Chorus newsroom personnel, any engagements with government officials or other on topics related to Chorus's policy agenda, the contractor arranges through other means. But then number 3, it doesn't... I want to see number 3 because it says... it's on my leash. It's on the leash. She's saying that it's stipulated, but in the practice, it was very open and more of a check-in process. Not sure if that's true. Just what I think she's saying here. No, I understand that, but that literally doesn't address. That actually only confirms that the article had access to the contract. The journalist had access to the contract. It's visible in the other tab. Does anyone have a better visibility for number 3? Collaborate fully with Chorus regarding all such separately arranged engagements. Contractors participate. Have they denied access to the contract? Wired is explicit about reading them. No, that's the point. The point is they're not actually saying that the contract is collaborate fully with Chorus regarding all such separately arranged engagements. Contractor further agrees to participate. God damn it. None of it shows it because her head's in the way. These similar statements creators are now putting out about our story after a recent Wired hit piece. Because of the recent Wired hit piece that has not been debunked, misinformation spread like wildfire, and several people decided to unsubscribe from my Substack. Wait, what the fuck? Why are they all saying the same thing? Whether it's like cohorts, that outcome is exactly what the author was hoping for. Because of a recent Wired hit piece that has not been debunked, misinformation spread like wildfire, and several people decided to unsubscribe from my Substack. That's what the author wanted, despite publishing a false article. Please consider subscribing to support my work today. After a recent Wired hit piece not fully debunked, false claims started circulating, and sadly, some of the people chose to unsubscribe from my website membership Substack or unfollowed on YouTube. That outcome is exactly what the author was hoping for when they put out a misleading and inaccurate article. If you want to support what I do, please consider subscribing. For your information, I absolutely have seen coordinated smear attacks from other journals against journals they don't like in group chats. If you're a real journo, you should be questioning / thinking critically instead of piling on. Yeah, I mean, that's true. I mean, yeah, like... journalists have the same networking problems and like petty disagreements and shit too, for sure. Was it actually debunked? No, they're just saying it was debunked. They didn't actually debunk it, and it seems like one of the people that released a piece of the contract in an effort to debunk the contract, unironically actually confirms that this was one of the standards. It confirms one of the standards that Chorus actually applied to their content creators in the own contract. Like, she's literally saying it right here. She's showing it. Yeah, she bunked it instead of debunking it.
You're literally acknowledging here that you can book it yourself. And the fact that the person who wrote this article claims to have read through the entire contract, but like, here it is clearly written.
Yeah, collaborate fully with Chorus regarding all separately arranged engagements. Contractor further agrees to participate in
that
newsroom
what
for the
you
booking
stated in your article was
opportunities.
categorically false. Like, that is quite concerning about your journalistic integrity. Like, I get that these contracts are long and confusing. That's why people have lawyers and managers to help them, but you don't write an article about it unless you understand what's going on. This whole article is just written like, you know, this group, they have money and so they control them. And it's just like, no, that's not what's happening. If there is someone in this cohort that you are like, they are too much of a shill doing whatever the Democratic Party says, it's not this program that's the reason for that. I don't know how to put this nicely. It's either a personal moral failing by those people, or it's a different contract they're under that says they can't criticize Dems, but it's not this one, because I'm under this contract and you can catch me on the daily making fun of Andrew Cuomo.
Her core claim here seems to be that they don't have discretionary power over bookings. I mean, yeah, they don't have to abide by it if they don't choose to, but that doesn't mean, like, it's up to the discretion of the company to void your contract if you are operating outside of the contractual boundaries. Yes, it's up to Chorus, but the very fact that that is a contractual stipulation is confirmed. And it's not only confirmed by the contract itself, but it's also corroborated by numerous influencers that thought that the contract itself was far too rigid. So, like, you might have had a different experience with Chorus in terms of like who you collaborate with and like getting proper clearance or whatever, or even in certain instances never getting proper clearance from Chorus and they just like never chose to void it. But that doesn't change the reality that it's like literally written into the contract that she's showing. So I guess like either I'm misunderstanding something
that we ever post.
Either I'm misunderstanding something. Bobby Lasers, thank you for the 80 gifted subs. Either I'm misunderstanding something that she's saying here. Is she going to show something else? She just a very naive presentation of the contract saying they wouldn't enforce it. Yeah, you can't, like, that doesn't debunk it. That's not what the contract says. It says that you have to let them know, not that they need approval. I'm pretty sure she's saying you must disclose, but not that there is discretionary power. But when I read contracts, I would interpret that as most power being granted to Chorus. Exactly. Ultimately, if you don't report to Chorus, they can just cut you, which is exactly what the article is saying. And that's legalese for saying you have to report it. It's mandatory. The fact that they don't actually follow through on this and like and void people's contracts over it doesn't change that dynamic at all. Yeah, it's not that you must disclose, but 3 clearly says you have to fully collaborate with them, which legally is gray, but gives them a lot of power. Yes, that vagueness is built into that vagueness is built into the contracts on purpose so that you're still at the company's discretion. You're still at the organization's discretion. They can like let you go, and they have financial power over you in that regard. That's it. So it's it just doesn't make sense to claim that this is like a big misunderstanding or something.
Because she is not supposed to publish an article unless it's been like very fact checked and contextualized, and this was like,
this is true. She's not supposed to, and neither is Wired. Wired is not supposed to release an article unless it's like been fact checked. So I suspect that did take place. I have no reason to believe that Wired has dropped its like editorial standards specifically for an article that tackles like one Democratic big donor funded group that's like using Chorus as a middleman to fund Dem operatives, to make Dem operatives out of like otherwise independent liberal content creators.
Like very misleading. And then I also highlighted this section. I accidentally talked about it already earlier in the video. Creators will not publicize the relationship with Chorus or tell others they're a member of the program without Chorus's prior express consent. This is the protecting small creators part, but also lots of things in contracts are written very strict in case of legal emergency. I've told plenty of people casually that I'm in Chorus, and Chorus does not care. They've expressly told us that that's fine. This is just for if someone does something like diabolically evil and then Chorus has to sue them, and they can just be like, girl, the contract. Like, it makes it easier in court. They don't really care about it otherwise. It's not top secret. If you want more.
Okay, so she then also, so she also confirmed the other piece of this as well. I love how they're trying to posit this as Taylor going rogue and reporting this and publishing it on her own without editors and lawyers doing due diligence. I know. That's what I mean. It's like, it's so silly. But also, so she admitted that part as well. Okay, so the point is, the debunking that is taking place here is just an admission of the veracity of the things reported. It's just that it's not that big of a deal because people don't actually follow through on it, or Chorus has never followed through on it. She's also not disproving because the contract clause applies to Democratic candidates. She'd be commenting on Zoran as a Democratic candidate. Cuomo is not. Yeah, I mean, that too, but still. She's literally confirming the article, but claiming it's not that bad because of what they were told by Chorus themselves, I guess. Yeah, especially in light of the way, I don't know. I don't like this. Like, the more I see people,
examples of people who,
the more I see people like attack the Wired reporting on this, because that's what they're doing without actually saying that they're doing that. They're actually attacking Wired, but they don't want to say that they're attacking Wired magazine, so they're like attacking Taylor Lorenz. But the less I like the lack of transparency coming from these guys who I have until this moment no reason to believe would be like behaving this way. It's disappointing. Logs, please. All right, let's see. The thing about this is that these are influencers, content creators getting paid. They identify themselves as such. They were likely paid to avoid talking about certain political subjects and may identify as liberals but are not political commentators. This is one of the many cases of people like Joe Rogan, but small TikTokers doing politics while being uninformed about liberalism and leftism and the political landscape themselves. I don't trust influencers. Yeah, I mean, look, it's kind of like this, right? Here, let's flip the script. It comes out that Joe Rogan is actually getting paid by a shadowy right-wing think tank, okay? Like a right-wing funding operation where, you know, right-wing billionaires are giving a fuck ton of money, okay? Right-wing billionaires are giving a fuck. This, by the way, very likely could be the case, okay? I suspect it probably is the case, right? Let's say the Wilkes brothers, who are famous for funding PragerU, Daily Wire, and numerous other Republican organizations, like Republican media outlets that are supposed to be independent, right, is also funding Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan doesn't bill himself as like a right-winger. He actually actively says he's not a right-winger, which is really funny because, I mean, he fucking endorsed Donald Trump and even endorsed Ron DeSantis back in the day. So what more do you need to know? But let's say a bunch of right-wing mega donors, okay, gave this exact same contract to Joe Rogan. Let's say that that took place. And then this contract was outed. Do these liberals behave the same exact way? That's the question. Do they behave the same exact way? I don't think they do. I think they celebrate this reporting. They say it's investigative journalism at its finest, and they use every opportunity to shit on Joe Rogan by presenting that article over and over again. Right? Same exact structure. There is let's say there's a middleman that is Turning Point USA or something, right? And Turning Point USA is giving a contract to Joe Rogan to that dictates like who he has as guests and all this stuff, but they don't enforce it. But they have it in the contractual. They have it in written, okay, in their obligations, in their contractual obligations, where like you have to check in with us, who your next guests are going to be, and you know, we have some level of like editorial control. We don't enforce it, but that doesn't matter, right? It still exists in the contract. And that was outed. If that was outed, people would celebrate this piece of reporting. But a lot of liberals are not looking at it in that same way. A lot of liberals right now are going, oh, this is an independent news network that's just like simply for no reason, with no stipulations whatsoever, just choosing to fund liberal influencers. Some of which are political commentators, some of which are not political commentators, but they're just like funding liberal influencers, and there's no contractual stipulations, even though there are, right? But they don't actually abide by it. It's up to their own discretion, and they don't actually follow through on these contractual obligations ever. And that's really fucked up that you're you know, covering this and talking about the lack of transparency in this process. Now, I'm no big city lawyer, but if the counter here coming from all of the content creators that were a part of this program is that they were just giving us money for no reason and no questions asked, and because they like our vibes, and the contractual obligations were actually not real, or even if they were real, as admitted by this person, they actually never held us to that standard. So this article should have never been written. Well, what's the reason why they're giving you the money? Or what's the reason why they gave you a contract then? They could have just given you the money, no questions asked, without a contract, right? It just doesn't make sense. The counters doesn't make sense. The counter narrative coming from a lot of people simply make no sense to me. I want to believe them, and I'm being as charitable as possible but it genuinely does not make sense. Will you ever be transparent about the fact that your broadcast is funded by us, the viewers? Always. The Parker Broadcasting Service is funded by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. And if PBS ever takes ads, there is no editorial control, and those ads abide by the FTC standards with the hashtag ad. What is this? You are load to both sides, everything. So I'm giving you a taste of your own medicine. Let's talk about Clarence Thomas and his wife Ginny. Wait, what? What's with all that send the vote PAC money to Rogan before the Trump interview? Wait, what? Chatter. Why do you think I'm against that? Why do you think I'm at odds with you? Yeah, that's fucked up. I just said there's a very high likelihood that Joe Rogan also did get dark money funding. It's so confusing. I'm saying that's bad. I'm saying that's bad across the board. Do you think I'm a Republican? What the fuck? No, I love you. Okay, thank you, Professor Twitchy. She said Chorus could end the contract if someone has nefarious intent, which means they're leftists and not pushing the Dem Party propaganda. I mean, we don't know. We don't know if that's the case. What we do know is that this is written in the contract. What they use this for, well, that remains to be seen. You played a part in creating the permission structure for leftist content and are missing out on the dark money bag, huge L. I'm good. Even when it's a group, even if it's a political advocacy group that I agree with entirely, that have wanted to give me money for marketing to promote them, I've said no very openly in the past. And the reason for why is because I think it's better for them to use those funds elsewhere, right?
Publicly talked about Chorus for a while. I'm happy to provide them. Feel free to comment. I just used Heidi's example because I think it's just very obvious. Okay, I have 2 more things to address in this video, and then feel free to comment if you have more things you want me to explain. But the first is, we've talked a lot about what Chorus is not, because that article led people to believe that it was this, a plot by the DNC to be able to just pay people off.
Hamni Kadoza, thank you for the 20 gifted subs.
Off to blindly obey them. Now that that's been debunked, let's talk about what Chorus actually is. I have my Google Calendar for the week here to explain. Every morning, we start off with a news update meeting. Okay, we meet for 15 minutes. I wake up and I'm immediately just told what the news of the day is, and we all get a chance to ask questions if we want to know how a specific lawsuit is developing or what is Trump expected to do next with the National Guard, right? We're just making sure we're all the most informed. These are very brief. Sometimes they're 5 minutes. Then 3 times a week in the...
Bro, this literally, I'm telling you right now, role reversal. If the American Enterprise Institute or the Heritage Foundation was doing this, which by the way, I have no reason to believe they're not doing this. They probably are doing this. And someone cracked that case, we'd be fucking popping champagne, talking about how fucking we did it. We found out. That's crazy. That's they're giving you talking points, girl. What the hell? That's like, I mean, I understand why this. Here, I'll give you an example from Congress. Everybody fucking hates lobbying, right? This is the exact same argument that congressional, long-term congresspersons make about lobbyists and why they're important. I can't read every piece of legislation. I'm not the most knowledgeable on every piece of legislation. So obviously lobbyists are good for that reason, because they make things easy to understand. They give me the talking points. They tell me all the good parts about this piece of legislation that they helped write. This is literally the argument. If you ever listen to congressional representatives that are constantly defending this unjustifiable structure that has caused America to turn into a direct oligarchy, they say that. They're like, well, they're giving me the talking points. I can't fucking go and look for the talking points myself, but it's your job. If you are an independent content creator, it should be your fucking job to learn the day's news. That's what I do. This doesn't make any sense. What she's doing to talk about how not nefarious this group is, unironically, from my perspective, looks a lot worse. The only reason why a lot of people don't see it as being bad is because they're like, well, the Republicans do it too. And this time it's being done in a good way for a liberal media infrastructure. That's it. That's what
afternoon we have a more specific training. On Mondays we have technical trainings. That's where we learn about a specific platform. So someone will come and explain how you start a Substack or how you start YouTube long form. On Wednesdays we have advocacy training, which is where we hear from an expert in a specific policy field. So recently it's been a lot of people who work in immigration explaining ICE or explaining the logistics of the National Guard, that kind of thing. And then Fridays are a little bit more flexible, and they're optional. I haven't gone to them, so I won't speak on it. And that is the weekly schedule. And the whole point of it is that you're developing growing your channel over the course of 6 months so that hopefully by the end of it, you can be your own self-sufficient full-time content creator. Because people who work in politics on social media often have a hard time getting funding. Like it's hard to make it your job, but the right does a really good job of making it people's jobs, such that the political right actually pushes out 500 times as much content as the political left. That's an actual statistic every single day. They are outperforming us in volume incredibly because they just make sure that people can do it as a job. That's what this program is trying to accomplish to counter like the manosphere. Last thing I want to talk about is my belief that
I don't think Fresh and Fit is getting their fucking notes from the Heritage Foundation. They're just organically fuckheads, okay? And they're churning out that kind of propaganda. This is more in line with like, and maybe even more hands-on than what you would see at like a Daily Wire, right? Because like the Daily Wire is obviously getting funded by the same people that fund the Republican Party, the same shadowy donors that are funding the Daily Wire, and they are getting their talking points from the American Enterprise Institute and the Heritage Foundation. That much is very clear. Obviously, there is like this horizontal collaborative effort and a vertical integration when it comes to independent all the way to mainstream outlets within the Republican ecosystem. No such ecosystem exists for the liberals. They're trying to design one. The problem is it's not being disclosed. And also on top of that, it's like, it seems like the standards are fairly rigid. I'm willing to bet, and this is pure speculation, but the lawyers that put these contracts probably just copy pasted a similar structure that like the Republican think tanks have and Republican dark money or Republican PACs have. I'm willing to bet that it's a verbatim identical fucking contract that Chorus is using, that Republicans are using. I don't have any evidence for this. I'm not a journalist, obviously. I'm not an investigative reporter, but I could totally see this being a Control-C, Control-V situation from the way that like the Republican operatives and the standards that they fucking abide by. Yeah. The left will never win a contest for who has more billionaires, and justice for working people will never come from a movement driven by the politics of billionaires. Yeah, exactly. That's it. Like, even Pierre Omidyar is not an exception to this rule, for the record, despite the fact that he is a billionaire that has funded like investigative reporting, very good investigative reporting in this country. But there's obviously still plenty of areas of his own personal interest where he will dictate the terms of investigative reporting happening. Okay? That's just the case. This is why I always say you can't grift to the actual left. Okay? This is why I always say you can't grift to the actual left. There is no like PAC money that you can get. You sound ridiculous. I'm sorry. What? Why? The Allied powers shouldn't have gone to war with the Nazis because they would be funded by billionaires. Wait, what? Yet this is another purity test that y'all force folks who are not fully ultra crazy left enough. Is part of the problem, in my opinion. The right will always win. Yet when this is all y'all's response to the Dems, good enough isn't perfect, so y'all reject it entirely. So why say it? Okay, chatter. This is not about being ultra crazy pro, Maoist revolutionary. This is just, I'll use a simple example for you, okay? I'll use a simple example for you. Something that I've said a million times over. Why do the Democrats keep losing? Because they are beholden to their corporate benefactors. And that causes them not to directly address many of the issues that all Americans are facing, where they could actually, if they were earnestly communicating, they could actually win tremendous victories over, right? Do you not want a Democratic Party that stands for a lot of Bernie Sanders' policies, for example? What's up? What are you? Oh, okay. Medicare for all, free college for all, like universal programs, protecting Social Security, expanding the welfare state, public housing. There's a reason why the Democrats don't do this. And the best example I can give you is Kamala Harris's campaign, how it started, and then how it finished. Kamala Harris's campaign started. There was a lot of momentum. A lot of people were excited about it. They were like, oh my God, finally, it's not the old man, the decrepit old man. Maybe this is a change of pace. This is a change of attitude. Kamala Harris actually came out and said, we're going to fix grocery prices, right? She literally said she's going to do a price capping scheme. Okay, Republicans attacked it relentlessly, said this is communism, this is Venezuela. It only became more popular in the process. But at some point, Kamala Harris talk to her brother-in-law. Kamala Harris's brother-in-law is on the corporate board of Uber. And Kamala Harris's brother-in-law literally turned around and said, cut it with this anti-billionaire populist shit. It's not going to work. You have to be pro-billionaire. You have to be pro-corporation. And Kamala Harris's campaign changed its attitude after that conversation took place. They brought on what's his name? The fucking former Dallas Cowboys guy, Mark Cuban. Mark Cuban started becoming a spokesperson for the campaign, went everywhere talking about how Kamala is actually better for billionaires, blah, 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 all this shit. And the reality of the matter is that was part of the reason why they were just bad at communicating to the rest of Americans that were looking for some kind of real radical change that would help them, right? That became a failure for the Democrats. They lost. They lost the election for a million different reasons. This is one of them, right? But the problem there is the same problem that persists here, which is that billionaires and millionaires and all these like advocacy groups are not funding these people so that they can undermine the position that they have in society. No billionaire is going to give money to a person who is saying billionaires should not exist. Okay? And unfortunately, a lot of people do not understand that like Democrats have to stand 10 toes down and present the super wealthy as enemies of the working class. This is not radical politics. This is what a lot of social democratic parties do, even if it's aesthetically something that they do. That's it. Do you see what I mean? And this is the issue. I don't even have a problem with like funding left media or liberal media or things of that nature. I still think that this process should be transparent. Simply presenting the opposing side as having a non-transparent vehicle to deliver this kind of messages to as broad of an audience as possible doesn't change that reality. I'm not defending Dems, but if you think that not funding folks on social media to counter the right, you're being really unrealistic. No, that's not the point. Okay. This is the same argument that Democrats make. We have to get backed by billionaires and corporations to win elections. That's what they say. Do you understand? Do you not realize that this is just an extension of that, but just on the TikTok side of things? That's what it is. We have to demonstrate our servitude to the wealthy, to the interests of the wealthy, or else they won't fund us. And if they don't fund us, we won't win elections. That's the argument. The solution here is to demand to take money out of politics, not to demand that some of that money come my way. You want all messaging to be one way and that's not going to work? Okay. Ultimately, this reads to me like people are demanding that the Democrats become more like Republicans. And there are certain ways in which the Democrats should become more like Republicans. They should fight hard. They should sometimes cast aside the way that they are utterly servile to preserving institutions, for example. They just like are institution defenders. It's not a good way to go about it. Republicans will break the institutions apart. Use the institutions to your advantage when you're not in power, and then break them if they become a hurdle in putting forth a radical agenda that will improve the lives of the working class. Having said that, this goes beyond that. When I say fight like the Republicans, I don't mean like literally get funded by corporate benefactors that have rigorous standards on what you can and can't say, that control your editorial independence this dramatically. Yeah, I mean, this is another thing. I always thought that Dem influencers hyping Biden felt like reassuring middle-aged people that Biden had young support rather than actually expand his appeal and outreach to young Dem voters. This was a failure for that reason. This is also, like, this is at the heart of everything that I stand against. This is the major problem. This is the major problem with like the way that the Democratic Party is trying to carve out a place for themselves in the independent media landscape. Okay, if you are not being transparent, if you're not actually abiding by if you're not actually trying to be as transparent as possible with what you are doing, and you're not revealing who your funders are, you're not revealing how much editorial control exists, then you inevitably are going to be defending the Democratic Party unconditionally and vociferously because you have a financial imperative to do so, and you're afraid that this will void your contract if you don't do so. And in that process, you're just creating this echo chamber where you're just spitting out the same fucking status quo politics that doesn't win elections, that loses elections. You just became another version of a Democrat Party consultant that goes on CNN and says, we can't talk about Israel because our voters don't want us to talk about Israel, which is a lie. Do you understand? Open Presence, thank you for the 25, get the subs. Yeah, the PBS, the Piker Broadcasting Service, is sponsored by Open Presence. That's my big oiler. In any case, we've moved beyond whether or not the Wired reporting that came from Taylor Lorenz is correct or not. I feel like there is enough evidence that even the debunkers have presented that shows that the reporting is actually solid. So I don't know why everyone is, I mean, I know why people are saying like this is debunked. They're saying that it's debunked because they don't want to address it, because it actually tackles one of the most important components of being a quote unquote independent content creator, an independent political commentator specifically, one that is different, one that is like not beholden to the Democrat Party, one that's simply enthusiastically supporting the Democrats because they agree with the Democrats because the Democrats are doing great things, right? Like when you are outed as being like being funded by Dem donors with like some fairly straightforward boundaries on what you can and can't say and what you can and can't do, then all of a sudden your audience is going to go, oh, are you just saying this, or are you just like reading a talking point that you got from a Democrat Party influencer media company that is like a middleman for big donors, shadowy donors? Here's the clause you couldn't see in the contract written out, fully based on the screenshots. Yeah, collaborate fully with Chorus regarding all such separately arranged engagements. Contractor further agrees to participate in newsroom events or booking opportunities in person or events at least twice per month. Like this is proof. This is a key component of the article that they're saying is not correct. And the only reason why we know about it is because this influencer wanted to debunk it as a person who is with Chorus. And the only debunking that came from her side was to simply say, oh, they don't actually like abide by this. It's just in the contract, but it doesn't mean anything. Okay, but if it's in the contract, and there are other influencers who have taken issue with this contract and tried to redline it, and they said, no, you can't redline it, that means they actually do care about this. They do care about it enough to keep it in the contract, and therefore, there will come a day when they will use that. And perhaps going back to the article itself, this proves that the article is not incorrect.
Part about that, specifically from like the influencer side of it, they were offering influencers like thousands of dollars in order to post only good things about the IRA. And if you were like, hey, I'm going to be a little bit critical in my video, and they'd be like, oh, you're critical, you don't get the money. And so if you see influencers that are like, this is why I always say, if you see influencers that are unable to be critical of Biden to any degree, there is a good chance that through some maybe proxies or organizations, they're getting paid to say the things that they are getting paid.
Yeah. And Sean is not the first person that is like talked about this, right? And now we just have receipts. Like I said, if this exact same thing was happening with the Republicans would behave in the exact same way, but the liberals on the other side of the equation would be celebrating this as great journalism. Okay? That's it. And if you are a consumer of political commentary online, I do not understand why you would defend the lack of transparency in this structure or the editorial control that exists within this structure. I just don't get it. You're not getting paid to do this. You are not getting paid to do this. I do not understand why you would ever defend it. I guess it's just parasocial shit, right? Which is so crazy. This reminds me of Politicon when you brought up Charlie Kirk's backer. He went ballistic and started attacking you. Oh, yeah, Foster Freeze. Yeah. Is Dean involved? No, not to my knowledge. Correct. I'm not defending it. I'm comparing it with the Trump corruption, the plane from Qatar, the Clarence Thomas money, the Washington Post not allowed to endorse Harris, Bezos owned. Oh, yeah. But I feel like I'd be a hypocrite if I fucking criticize all that, which I did every single time. and then didn't actually say anything about this, I would look like a fucking partisan hack. It's also something that I don't believe. I think this is a bad thing. It's a standard that I've tried to abide by on my own as well. It's the exact same issue. But yeah, Sockdown Michael says, I know the level of purity test this stuff, but David is right. Right-wing propaganda has dominated social media because they have billionaires funding those content creators. The left needs their own billionaires funding left-wing content creators. They can keep up backing the internet. Okay, this, again, the frustrating part about this is right-wing billionaires, and this is the fundamental problem with like left voices, okay? If the Democratic Party is still abiding by mega corporations and their interests, they're not going to fund people to do messages against those very same mega corporations and their interests. Literally, look at healthcare, okay? Let's say tomorrow healthcare is on the menu and it's a major point of contention. But because Democrats are funded by the same private healthcare mega donors, they're going to literally burn you if you say anything about this. They don't want you to be policy first. They want you to just defend the Democrat Party, no matter how little the Democrats care about these issues. And you have to care about policies more than simply being ever present, simply being in front of the camera and having a broader audience. That's the problem. And I don't know why so many people don't understand it. Like, I get why content creators themselves are saying this, because they feel like they're slighted. They feel like their independence is called into question for good reason in this circumstance. Okay. But I don't understand why their audiences are not more skeptical or more curious, more intellectually honest about this process, and instead are simply repeating whatever they're hearing from their favorite content creators and just going, dude, you don't understand. You have to fight fire with fire. It's like, okay, agreed. Okay. But transparency in that process would at the very least allow you to make a better decision as a consumer. Okay. Because ultimately all you're saying is billionaires win elections and we have to get them. We have to go back to daddy. And that's identical to what the Democrats have said in this last election cycle. They didn't want to actively go after the incredibly, immensely corrupt corporate structure that exists, that actually has played a formative role in undermining a lot of American civil liberties, their economic situation, because the financial interests of mega corporations is far more important to the Democrats, and the continued super profits is far more important to the Democrats than actually fixing some of these problems. Every single thing that you have an issue with, whether it be healthcare, whether it be housing, can literally be directed back to those who are profiting off of this unjust system. And if you are going to the same people who are profiting off of this unjust system and using the disposable income that they have on the side to fund you to do commentary, they're not going to fund you to do commentary against those people. No wealthy person is going to fund you to say, fuck the wealthy. It's that simple. Liberals think we're purity testing. We're upset about this because of the purity testing and the principle of it. I don't know about you, but I'm not most concerned about letting Republicans win. Spewing losing Democrat talking points doesn't stop that from happening. It's not the funding itself. It's that they're being discreetly paid to... Exactly. They're being discreetly paid to say loser shit. And if there was at least some semblance of transparency about who's funding and what the restrictions are, then at least you know if it's loser shit or not. You know Kalinsky's going to use this to plug his Patreon for 5 minutes. How come so many of these creators are pro-Palestine and pro-Zoran? I don't know how many of these creators are, but some of the top creators are not pro-Palestine. They might be pro-Zoran now, but they certainly, I would ask them if they were pro-Zoran before he actually won the D next to his name in the Democrat primary. This is functionally no different than shitting on Richie Torres for being a fucking AIPAC attack dog. This is functionally no different than shitting on Hakeem Jeffries when he discreetly went to Silicon Valley tech CEOs and said, hey, when we come back to power, we'll suck you off in the same exact way that the Republicans are right now. Don't worry. We won't actually disrupt your ambitions. We won't actually go against you. Important point, that Content O'Brien creator does have Gaza advocacy where she criticizes Dems for their votes, but there's nothing where she points a finger at Biden or Kamala for what it's worth. The question remains, is the problem that there aren't enough Pod Save Americas or there aren't enough David Pacmans out there? Or is the problem that the Democratic Party itself is not doing enough to address the issues that Americans are facing. I don't think that a million more Democrat mouthpieces are going to actually change the real anger that people experience on a daily basis because their material conditions are fucking eroding. Okay? I also personally think that a lot of these guys are loyal to the Democrat Party. So if the Democratic Party actively changed its messaging, they wouldn't just flip and become fucking Republicans either. They would just become social. If the Democratic Party tomorrow magically overnight got hit with a fucking reverse John Fetterman stroke gun and everyone became socialist, these guys would be socialists too. They would just reflect whatever the fucking party is saying. Okay? That's why the issue that I have is not even necessarily about the process here, or, you know, trying to fight fire with fire. It's the real issue here is that the Democrats clearly don't give a fuck about changing what they've been doing. Reverse Fetterman gun is just a second car crash. You don't know that. You don't know that. He might get worse. This is disgusting. David is pretending that he's secretly being bribed by the Democrat Party is the same as funding independent left media, suggesting that if you're against this corrupt bargain, you must be against left media. If you do believe in funding independent left media, then support an organization that does not have any party or corporate backing and is genuinely committed to telling the truth regardless of the party line. Why we talk about Gaza and he never does. By the way, I don't think David Pakman has stayed silent on Gaza because he's funded by the Democrat Party. It might be a chicken or the egg situation, but I think that's his genuine perspective. He doesn't want to talk about it because, you know, he's pro-Israel. That might give him better opportunities within the Democratic Party's like independent media ecosystem, but that is, I don't think that's like because he's getting paid to be silent. Like he's like secretly, he's like, oh man, I really want to talk about the injustice in Gaza, but I just simply can't because I'm getting paid to shut the fuck up. So anyway, Israel-Palestine is not a fucking purity test, no matter how much liberals try to make it seem as though it's just like one issue. Who gives a fuck? Why do you care so much? Okay? It's not. It's not a fucking purity test. It's not only a fundamental flaw, both exposing the immorality of Democrats and Democrat-aligned content creators who refuse to speak on this clear wrong that's taking place, but it's also, I will always go back to what Ta-Nehisi Coates said. If you cannot expect the Democrats to stop a genocide, what makes you think they will actually preserve democracy? What makes you think that they will fight to defend democracy? A party that does not want to stop a genocide and turn a blind eye to genocide is going to turn a blind eye to fascism overtaking American institutions. That's simple. And we're seeing it happen right now. Okay? And especially right now, especially in this day and age, I don't even understand because it's no longer an unpopular position, okay? Like on October 8th, it was an unpopular position to be pro-Palestine. Some people, knowing right from wrong, knowing the history of Israel, knowing the history of Zionism, took that position and got fucking destroyed for it for almost a year and still continue to get smeared and attacked unjustifiably. But that's ultimately nothing. It's inconsequential in the grand scheme of things because the issues that we spoke on at that moment were far, far, far worse, far more violent. Like I would rather take the 30% of my audience leaving and be able to say the truth to the remaining people in here, as long as I'm capable of at least moving the needle in the right direction and educate people on this matter. And that's precisely what I did for 23 months at this point, every single day, because it's ultimately nothing. It's ultimately nothing that, there's a financial disincentive or constant slander and constant smears. But at this stage, 23 months in, large majorities of the public understand it, specifically due to the courage of the Palestinians themselves, who have been shot at, who have been killed, who've watched their family members get slaughtered by our weapons that we are giving to Israel, who have been able to show their plight, who have been able to show the reality, in spite of Israel's best attempts to silence this, oftentimes through straight up murder. Okay? And now the public is completely aware of this reality. There's still room for growth, okay? There's still more people that must come to that conclusion as well. Half of U.S. voters believe Israel's committing a genocide, Gaza polls say. They focus on things that matter to most Americans. Gaza is bottom 30 on the list of things people care about despite the enormous moral propaganda. It's not the issue of the century some are making it out to be. The Holocaust is not that significant. Why the fuck are you talking about it? Is just a ridiculously immoral thing to say. It's a morally repugnant thing to openly communicate to people. Did you see this tweet? As a Jew, I feel very comfortable saying that I have absolutely no sympathy for Israel, free Palestine. Premiels, wow, I've been on game. I mean, it's not surprising. There are plenty of people who have had this opinion for a very long time. It's just a matter of, yeah, he said it in 2012. It's just a matter of whether you know the truth or not. It's that simple. It's that simple. Right now, people are more worried about the fascist disaster they live in, to be fair. No, I don't even think so, man. I don't actually think so. First of all, Israel is directly connected to the fascist overtake regardless in American society. Like, Israeli groups are are actively participating in the ICE kidnapping operations. So you're wrong on that front as well. Having said that, I don't even think people do care about the fucking fascist disaster that's taking place all around us. I say this as someone who is a political commentator who speaks on these issues every fucking day. DC is militarily occupied. Donald Trump is entertaining the notion of outing himself as a dictator, directly saying like, well, people want a dictator. He's talking about doing the same military occupation in Chicago. ICE is still doing black bagging, kidnapping operations, ripping families apart. We're still funding Israel's genocide. Children are being murdered every single day. Gaza City is going to look like Rafah by the time the final solution is finalized there. The Jeffrey Epstein stuff is like actively pushed aside. Nobody gives a shit. People are talking about Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. So unfortunately, we are actively sleepwalking towards direct fascism. We're already in it. We're in the waters. We're knee deep. The waters of fascism are about to reach our belly button, and we are just so oblivious to it. And I think a big part of that is unironically because there is no counterbalance to the growing fascist movement in this country, going international fascist movement, actually. There are no opposition parties that are actively putting up a fight. That's it. Anyway, this is the other side of this. I think it's part of the time. It's the part where the influencers question were often not upfront about this, sometimes lying about it. And they all, to the person, hand waved away, were silent on, or outright lied about Biden supporting an ongoing genocide, which is not a way to build credibility. This is, we need a Fox News for the left discourse over again. It fundamentally misunderstands the dynamics at work. With rare exception, rich liberal donors who will fund media want compliant partisans, anti-left media. The GOP fuels its fringe. Liberals discipline theirs. Thank you. Adam always has such a great way of communicating the anger and resentment that I feel, okay, in a much less wordy fashion. That's it. Genuine right-wing media does not threaten the wealthy donor class. Genuine left media does. This is something I talk about all the time. This is why I say, like, there's a fundamental problem with grifting to the left. You can't grift to the left because you need grassroots backing. There is no astroturfing the left. There are no billionaires that are going to fund initiatives that say, fuck billionaires. There are no healthcare executives that are going to fund initiatives that say, we want Medicare for all, which means the eradication of the profit incentive from the private healthcare structure. They're not going to do it. Whereas the Republicans, no matter how fringe, are unironically advocating for distractions, okay? Shifting the blame away from the corporate donor class back to like random Mexicans. And the more radical they are, the more they hate the Mexicans. It's not like the more radical a right-winger is, the more they want to fucking go after the corporate structure or the corporate hierarchy. That's precisely the reason why Republicans feel comfortable leaning into their fringes. Democrats, on the other hand, unless they actually become a real workers' party, are never going to do this. That's it. That's the problem. Genuine right-wing media does not threaten the wealthy donor class. Genuine left-wing media does. Thus, partisan left media is almost always dull and inauthentic. The issue is the dynamics of begging for crumbs from wealthy donors. This is the cause of the asymmetry and will always will be. Exactly. That's it. And that inauthenticity on the left, if you don't have an authentic way of communicating to an audience that like actually cares about this stuff, because on the independent media side, if you're silent on the issue of Israel, or if you're not willing to fucking criticize the Democrats on the issue of Israel, then most people are going to look at you and go, what the fuck are you saying? What the fuck are you doing? No one is going to take you seriously. And there's also a secondary fear that I have that I keep fucking yelling about, that given the void,
Hassan,
given the void that exists in this space for prominent liberal, prominent left content creators that speak on Gaza, the ones that take advantage of that void, that are getting institutional backing from the Republicans or have gotten institutional backing from the Republican Party in general, are the likes of Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and numerous other far-right figures. That's what happens when there aren't a fuck ton of prominent liberal and leftist content creators, some of which that are being funded by the party, for example, to have a more prominent space in the media landscape, in the media ecosystem. Then the ones who have gotten that funding and have gotten that legitimacy are the likes of Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson. Okay. They are the ones who then become the thought leaders, seemingly driving the discourse on Gaza. Stop yelling. It will not solve this problem. What is the, this
has a large audience. He's easily the top leftist streamer, with an average of approximately 29,000 daily viewers, with his peak audience being over 300,000 during the 2024 election. For anyone who's a leftist, you'll know this is a large number. In a world literally dominated by pro-capitalism, pro-neoliberalism, and anti-socialism sentiment, leftist politics has always been an uphill battle, especially in the United States. Whereas there's millions and millions of dollars funneled easily into both conservative and liberal causes, the same doesn't apply to leftist politics. It's the same reason you'll see public figures quickly pivot to conservatism after they find themselves in hot water. There's easy money in the right-wing grift economy. There's not so much money in the left-wing grift economy. But the further right you go, the easier it is to grift. I mean, the MAGA Trump dropshipping industrial complex kind of says everything, doesn't it? You'll find whole store spaces in many red states and towns that are wholly dedicated to Trump memorabilia. You won't exactly find, like, a Bernie Sanders memorabilia store scattered throughout blue states, will you? The political grift economy is absolutely dominated by right-wing politics. What I'm trying to say is, the fact that Hassan, or even other leftist content creators, have been able to carve out such a large and dedicated audience is a positive sign for the left. It means leftist politics are gaining ground and becoming more easily digestible, more sought after, and the Democrats know this, and their nerves show it. If you saw how Hassan was invited to the Democratic National Convention in 2024, it's very clear the Democratic Party was testing him to see if he would play ball, to see if he could, to some degree, be controlled.
What world are we living in?
After all, there's so many content creators who, once they get a taste of that DNC boost and support, quickly fall in line with the liberal agenda. So they invited him to the DNC. Why not? Maybe he'll fall in line too, and they can soak up that ever-growing audience of his. Well, it also became very clear that he wasn't going to play ball the way they wanted him to. So, as per usual, he was speaking out about the genocide in Gaza, but this time with the Democratic National Convention stage right behind him.
After all of the commitment that the Democratic Party has given to the Israeli government to just basically absolutely eviscerate entire Palestinian families with American-made bombs, that they can't even fucking have a Palestinian person, an individual with family members come and speak in this similar fashion, is disgusting to me.
Calling the Democratic Party genocide heirs directly to their face, under their own roof, pointing out the party's very obvious faults and shortcomings, his position changed in no way from before he was invited, and that clearly wasn't going to work for them. So they kindly and quickly removed him from the convention grounds.
I noticed that too. All the TikTok creators were so deferential and excited to be there, but you remain critical. Of course. I mean, that's my job. If you don't like it, then that sucks. Ironically enough, they should have fucking listened to me. You know, they should have listened to my goddamn criticisms, because clearly I was right. Not addressing this pivotal issue played a role in reinforcing the people's understanding that the Democrats were unable or disinterested in addressing any issue whatsoever. People are not that stupid, okay? They're not. They understand when someone is being an empty suit. They understand when someone's being an empty suit. You skipped the yacht party and I thought it was cool. I didn't skip the yacht party. I didn't go to the yacht party because I was going to the Gaza protest. That's what I was doing. I was outside the DNC protesting. Straight up though, like people like you say, you threw the election, but unironically the Dems had listened to you, they probably wouldn't. I don't know if they would have. It's a difficult It's a difficult endeavor. I'm not even saying that it's not difficult, but one of the major flaws within the Democrats and the way that they are, the way that people see the Democrats, like broadly, okay, not like the hyper libs, but the way that the Democrats are seen by the broader public is insincere, elitist, smug, entitled, disinterested in addressing the problems that people are experiencing. And it's not just Gaza, but Gaza is emblematic of that pivotal problem. That's it. We're getting booted. We're getting booted. Like we're permanently done here. Bro, that's so whack.
And for the DNC, that was that.
Where is this video from, by the way? I saw this TikTok, but I feel Hassan would become a puppet to the corporate media and the Democrats. I agree mostly with Hassan. I know he's knowledgeable and smart, but I fear he would start to toe down his message and self-censored. He focused too much on the Democrats. AOC, Bernie Sanders, politicians are not there to save us. Oh my God. It's mine. This was a good video. I remember seeing this on my timeline. I'm going to repost it again.
It has a large audience.
Is this from like a larger video, full slack? Is this like a piece from a larger video? Link inbound. I'll link it. You found it? Holy fuck, this is an hour long. God damn. Hour long. Hassan versus Harris, pod save absurdity and the Democrat doom. Capitulating to right-wing framing. The political headwinds were tough. The midterms. Democracy, demanding concessions for your vote. Why does the left push back against Democrats? RIP, they're weird. Democrat leaders don't care about their base. Democrats, the never Trump Republican Party. Damn, that's good. Gaza rolls every problem the Dems have into one emblematic issue. Lobbying power, military-industrial complex, total disconnect between base and representatives, showing how undemocratic foreign policy is, etc., etc. Yeah, let's link the video for the chatters who want to watch it. But yeah. All right, let's see the system update from Glenn Greenwald on this. I guess he interviewed Taylor Lorenz.
Is an American journalist who reports on internet culture mainly through her Substack right now, User Magazine, although she writes for many other media outlets. She also does reporting on her YouTube channel titled Taylor Lorenz. She has previously been a staff reporter for the Washington Post and the New York Times and has written and reported for numerous media outlets. She has a new exclusive story that she reported in Wired magazine today entitled, quote, "A dark money group is secretly funding high-profile Democratic influencers." We want to talk to her in depth about that, as well as the work she's been doing.
Is Glenn good again? The only issue that he's been consistently good on is Israel.
Warning of and reporting on the dangers to free speech by new online censorship provisions, such as the UK's Online Safety Act, and particularly the growing movement.
Like this is his ballpark. It's like free speech. It's Israel. Like this is the one area where he's uncompromising. The shit that really annoys me and has always annoyed me with Glenn, and I talk about this a lot, is that he's the type of guy. He's the type of guy that went from like understandably shitting on the Democrats to never applying that same sense of that same totally valid level of scrutiny to the Republicans. And if you don't do that, you kind of become a mouthpiece for the Republican Party. Like, I appreciate you not falling into that trap. It's not a trap. I think you fall into that trap if you are willingly falling into that trap. And many people have quote unquote fallen into that trap, like the Jimmy Dores of the world, right? Like people who just like fucking hate the Democrats so much that they are just like, I'm done with this shit. I fucking hate this shit. And then they never end up applying that same level of scrutiny to the Republicans. And in some instances, they just straight up defend the Republicans and advocate for the Republicans. I don't do that. I don't do that at all. Like, I have resentment for the Dems because of their closeness to the Republicans in policy, because of their capitulation to the Republicans in their policies, because of their lack of interest in fighting against the Republicans when the Republicans are ruining shit. But that doesn't mean I actually like the Republicans or take them at their word. Like, you will never catch me going, Josh Hawley's a real populist. You know what I mean? Like, or Marjorie Taylor Greene seems to be a real populist here. It's ironic because like all of my fucking centrist liberal haters will regularly point to all of those other people and will say Hassan is just like them, when I've never done that. But they have to do that. They have to say that because otherwise, God forbid, their centrist liberal audiences will recognize that they are actually not fully invested in undermining the Republican Party outside of just voting for the Dems, the not Republican Party. And that's not it. That's clearly not the end of the game here. Like when Glenn Greenwald treated the calls for free speech from Republicans as something genuine. Yeah, exactly. That's like, you will never catch me doing that. Okay? Let's be fucking real. Let's be real. You will not catch me defending the Republicans. That's why all my fucking stupid ass liberal, centrist liberal, establishment Democrat backed haters will only say Hassan actually shits on the Democrats so much because he secretly likes the Republicans. They'll even lie. They'll say, I love the Republicans. I want to vote for the Republicans or some shit. But it's just a fucking abject lie. Anyone that spent any time in here knows I got way more smoke for the Republicans than I do for the fucking Dems, okay?
To, under the guise of age verification and protecting children, requiring your identity be submitted before allowing you to participate in multiple platforms on the internet. Taylor, it is great to see you. Really appreciate your taking the time to talk to us tonight.
Glenn, I'm surprised you would say it's great to see me.
It is great to see.
Can I think of one good faith Republican on Israel? Massey. That's it. I wouldn't even put MTG on there. Thomas Massey is like one of the only good faith Republicans on the issue of Israel. I can't speak for other shit. He's still a Republican. He's still fucked up. But that's it.
You know, I have had that experience many times where you have arguments based on differences with somebody, and then I think when you talk personally, especially about reporting that I think is important, you know, you can have more constructive conversations. So I am glad to see you. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, I wish you had given me this benefit of the doubt years ago, because I've been covering these issues for years.
No,
I know. I mean, for years.
I know, and maybe I could say the same. You have your own show. You could have invited me on as well. But in any event, we'll get to some of that, I think.
You're welcome anytime, Glenn.
All right, I'll definitely invite myself on. But since you're here, and I do want to get into a couple of those kind of past differences in a very civil way, but only as they relate to the things we want to talk to you about tonight. So you have this article in Wired, and it basically narrates how this dark money group is paying Democratic Party influencers, content creators, podcasters who generally support the Democratic Party, money in secret, meaning requiring them to keep it secret. Explain what this group is, kind of who funds it, and how it's functioning.
Yeah, so the 1630 Fund is this massive, powerful, liberal, dark money group that sprung up in the wake of Citizens United. And this is when dark money really started to become a big thing in politics. Really, I mean, I think Citizens United was 2009, but it was really in the 2010s that these groups started to emerge and start doing funding. Now, they're mostly on the right. A lot of dark money is on the right, but this specific dark money group funds liberal causes. So they raised, I think, something like $400 million they distributed in, according to Politico, in 2022, I think it was. So they do a lot of work in this space. And what they're doing recently, which I uncovered in my story, is that they're running this influencer program. There's been all of this talk since the Democrats lost so spectacularly last fall about finding like the liberal Joe Rogan. They discovered the internet exists, and now they're trying to figure out what to do with it. And this is the strategy that they've come up with, is essentially funneling this dark money to influencers through Chorus, which is this content creator, you know, liberal content creator kind of network.
You know, one of the things that I don't understand about, and I never have understood about, and it is true, it's like Democrats had no interest in going on these massive podcasts during the 2024 election, or even before, in anyone paying attention to the internet understood the massive audience and reach that these podcasts had. I mean, much larger than the cable shows that or Face the Nation or Meet the Press that these Democratic office holders would love to grow on. It was kind of this massive thing growing under the nose of a lot of people in media who just don't pay attention to anything new. And I know you've been reporting on this kind of internet culture for a long time, but it strikes me that the way these shows that they're so worried about, like Joe Rogan, like Theo Vaughn, Andrew Schultz, a lot of these kind of biggest programs that became pro-Trump influencers, they really emerged organically. It's not like they had dark money funding them. These were people who went online, you know, started having just like normal conversations, often comedians. And in the course of that, they started attracting, you kind of call them normies who weren't that interested in politics. And then they became political to the extent it related to their specific concerns, things like censorship or woke suppression, things that they perceived were harming them. I don't understand how Democrats think that they're going to compete with that by taking either people who are already having an audience full of liberal and Democrats and just shuffling money to them, or trying to create it in some artificial way where they're kind of forced to just do political content? Like, what do they think is their goal here?
Yeah, well, I want to be clear. There is tons of money on the right in terms of dark money. The Republican ecosystem is flush with dark money. But the difference is that it's more bottom up in terms of their media strategy than top down. So you're right, especially the comedians that you mentioned. I've never heard of those people taking dark money at all. But there are a lot of conservative influencers, Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, others, that have taken dark money or have taken money where they don't exactly know 100% where it's coming from, who the funder is. And that's not great. But usually the way it works, and what I've seen from my reporting, is that these Republican groups will sort of notice someone online. They might not even have interaction with that person online, and they'll just sort of start pumping. They'll start boosting them in the feed. They'll start doing paid media for them, like just sort of organically like testing things and boosting things and trying a lot. The Democrats are obsessed with control. We know that they love this like top-down sort of structure of media because they're such institutionalists. And so with the influencer industry, not only did they sort of malign the influencer industry for years, but now they're sort of seeking to gatekeep it in various ways and sort of like, have this more top-down control over it, not some sort of organic thing. And I think it's very notable too that the content creators that they want to fund don't have any organic traction. Most of them are just these sort of centrist neoliberal, people that frankly will never call, a genocide a genocide. They'll never speak out against Israel. They'll never speak out against, all of the censorship stuff. They're not rocking the boat, basically. They're happy to toe the Democratic Party line. And I think that's a problem because those are not the people that have cultural currency online. If the Democrats want to win, they need to start working with people that frankly don't agree. Like they just need to change their policies and so many things. But yeah, it's a very different.
Yeah, they need to work that like. The reality of the matter is they need to suck it up and come to people like me. Okay. And that is not going to work unless they change their policies. And it's ironic because if they did change their policies, and I'm not even like placing a lot of emphasis on who I am and what kind of like motion I have. I don't think I have that much influence. Okay. But the reason why I have the audience that I do is because there are clearly a lot of fucking people that are seeing all of this awful shit happening and they're going, what the fuck? Why is nobody fixing it? That's it. That's it. That's it. People can say, oh, it's because you're hot or whatever the fuck. It's stupid. Okay. That's not the reason. They must go to Mr. Beast, the #1 influencer. No, see, they already did this. The Dems already did this with Taylor Swift. It failed. The reason why it failed is because simply getting big, influential backers to advocate to vote for the Dems is obviously not enough to carry the Democratic Party across the finish line. They need to literally do something else. I don't have as much influence as Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift is a mover and shaker. She can change the world, okay? And yet she couldn't salvage the reputation of the Dems. At the end of the day, we have to look at a fundamental problem that exists within the heart of the party. 50 bones. Ion Benny, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Because it's not about the messaging gap. It's just funny because like everything goes back to the same issues. Who's the next Joe Rogan to the left? People came up to me and said, you're the next Joe Rogan to the left. I told them the Democrats don't need a Joe Rogan to the left. The Democrats need to change their policies to reflect the anger that their base of support and Americans broadly feel. Okay. Yes, there is an infrastructure that is necessary as well to communicate those issues, to communicate those policy changes to as broad an audience as possible. But without that fundamental change, the Democrats are only going to, maybe if they're lucky, marginally secure a victory over the Democrats are going to marginally secure a victory over the Republicans, and then that's it. That's it. But they're so hyper obsessed with controlling their message. They're so obsessed with winning by their own, with their own metrics. It's not about winning at all. It's not about helping people at all. It's just maintaining control over the party. Are you still going to have a conversation with Dean? Probably, yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
More of a top-down strategy where the Republican, even though there's also a lot of dark money in the Republican world, it's more
liberal Spider-Man.
bottom up.
Totally. I mean,
The debate one.
and yet you can, kind of plant your flag either in like any faction or party. You can say, I'm a Democrat. I'm here to like, promote Democrats, defend Democrats, cheer for Democrats, and criticize Republicans. You can say, I'm in MAGA. I'm here to mock liberals and the Democratic Party and even like parts of the anti-Trump Republican establishment. And you can build a big audience that way, big in terms of the number of people watching, the amount of money you're making. But I really question how much influence you actually have, because the people who are going to gravitate toward those shows are people who already love the Democratic Party and want to hear validation, right? And the problem with the Democrats is not the people who love the Democratic Party. As you say, it's even younger people, people on the left who I think either stayed home or in some cases even voted for Trump because of their anger over the Biden-Harris support for the genocide in Gaza by arming and funding Israel. So what is the nature of these contracts in terms of the constraints that it imposes on the influencers who they're paying?
Yeah, there are some significant constraints, and certainly there are restrictions in these contracts that I myself as a journalist would never feel comfortable agreeing to. There are parts of the contract that talk about that you cannot speak, you cannot ever disclose the name of the funder who's funding you. You can't disclose that you're part of this program. You have to funnel your bookings. Like when you get a political booking, say I get to interview Zoran, one creator said, you have to then potentially funnel that through Chorus. So Chorus and the 1630 fund, like they're trying to act as these sort of like middlemen and kind of control access to certain politicians, control who gets a voice online. And yeah, that's a problem. I think that there's concerns about editorial independence. Also, there are restrictions on the type of content that can be created with using Chorus funds. So if you use Chorus funds, which some of these creators are getting $8,000 a month, it's pretty much probably most of their budget for that month. They can only they can't talk about specific candidates or causes without approval from Chorus. And I think that alone is enough of a restriction for anybody that considers themselves a journalist, I would say, to not do it.
Not true. Read the contract language. It is true. And the people that actually showed the contract language literally confirmed it while in the process of trying to debunk it. They just simply stated that it wasn't a big deal because Chorus never actually fulfilled. Like it was up to the Chorus's discretion. But obviously the reason why it's in the contract, which Chorus, according to the reports from Wired, wouldn't even allow people to redline, is because they want to maintain that editorial control. Nothing was actually debunked in this process. Why are so many long-term subscribers defending this? Because I think a lot of people are frustrated, okay? A lot of people are mad. They're mad, understandably. Republicans are fucking dominating every aspect of our lives, and every single day they just lie. They lie so viciously, and those lies are actually incredibly harmful because they directly put, you don't need to send each contact to them. Okay, once again, read the fucking fine print, okay? Just because they don't follow through on it does not mean that it's not in the fine print. Anyway, hold on. I'm explaining why people like yourself are most likely frustrated, unless you want to say why you're frustrated yourself. But the reason why people are fucking upset is because Republicans lie with vicious smears, and those vicious smears are oftentimes targeted at like individual marginalized groups like trans people, black people, brown people. And for that reason, they're desperate for any sort of momentum, any sort of active combating against this like dangerous misinformation funnel that has been created on the right-wing media ecosystem. So they think that the solution to that is like the same corporate-backed, Democrat Party-backed messaging structure that they're trying to design that is identical to, like, in its structure, identical to the way that like Republican dark money backed think tanks and organizations operate. Okay? That's why. So they think this is a spoiler. It's like, well, fight fire with fire, you say. Why aren't we fighting fire with fire? But the problem is that as long as the Democrats don't actually fucking change their attitude, change their strategy, change their policies, then they're going to keep losing. It doesn't matter. It's not like a messaging gap that's born out of a lack of proper funding for a left media ecosystem. That's part of the problem, but that's not the entire problem. The more significant issue here is still that Democrats are entertaining the same exact corporate donors who will stand in opposition when these supposedly independent content creators actually speak out of turn about issues that they're financially invested in. Okay, Medicare for All is a great example of this. If there are private healthcare, if there are donors, for example, there are plenty of them in the Democratic Party that are actively invested in private healthcare and the continuation of the private healthcare structure, then you come out and you're part of this process and you fucking speak out on Medicare for All, you're done. Your funding is cut. So you're going to think twice before you say anything. And you have a contractual obligation not to say anything. They haven't enforced it up until this moment, but what if they do? That's something in the back of your mind. You objectively cannot be independent, okay? You objectively cannot be independent if you are being funded by corporate donors. Do you understand? Like, I don't know. It's pretty basic stuff. Like David Pacman saying, I mean, this is a great way to put it, but like David Pacman issues a response saying the left needs to fund independent creators the way the right does. You are definitionally not an independent creator if you're being paid by undisclosed dark money donors. Come on, says Ed Ingermentum, which is correct. That's it. Dog, it's been 3 hours. Why are we still talking about this? Because it's a big fucking deal.
And the fact that they can't disclose it. Like, all these content creators are coming out now and they're like, well, what's the problem? We're getting paid. And it's like, well, the problem is that if my article didn't come out, you guys would have kept taking this dark money and no one knows where your money is coming from. That's the problem. There's no disclosure.
to me, you know, as journalists, that is by far like the most obviously ethically offensive provision. I don't think journalists are required to publish all their tax returns and say like every source of money. But if someone is paying you specifically to influence what you're reporting or what you're analyzing and what you're saying, and you don't disclose that to your audience, you keep that a secret, that's a
yeah, Russia did this. Russia did this to some right-wing creators through Tenet, like Beanie Boy and Benny Johnson. Yeah. And we all fucking laughed at them. We all made fun of them. We all criticized them. We all said like they should be punished for this. What the fuck is going on? Now, of course, that's also a foreign adversary, so it's a little bit different, right? But even then, like, this is the reason why I don't bring up that example, even though that's, you know, somewhat valid of an example, a counter narrative to bring up. But the reason why I bring up the example of like a hypothetical Joe Rogan scenario where he's getting funded by like in the exact same way, getting funded by like a Republican-backed think tank that's getting money from the same fucking billionaires in order to you know, push Trump, for example, then if that was exposed, we would all say, see, we told you so. Look at this.
Huge betrayal between yourself and the people who think that you're telling them the unvarnished truth.
And Glenn, these people had to attend daily messaging check-ins, according to, I can't remember if that was in the Zoom call or the contract. It was a Zoom call. They talked about the daily messaging check-ins.
Which, by the way, also was confirmed by that content creator that was like seemingly trying to debunk it.
You know,
yeah,
I
also
don't
Benjamin
think
Norton is not
should
wrong.
Have to go to
yes.
messaging check-ins.
Pierre Omidyar himself is not. Pierre Omidyar himself is not like an infallible guy either. Okay, that's why I said like he's also a weirdo himself. Even though he's one of the few people that have like funded, once again, he's one of the few people that like consistently has funded and will continue to fund independent media or investigative reporting. There are still a lot of areas where he has his own personal interests. Okay, I know this. That's why I said that Pierre Omidyar himself is also not a great dude either. Like in terms of like the Ukraine coverage and stuff too. Like there's some issues with Omidyar too, but it doesn't fucking matter because it's not impacting the reporting. This is a publicly funded grant that Taylor Lorenz was a part of and is a part of after the point of funding that they're talking about with Omidyar's own network from like 2022. She was like at the Washington Post at that point. It's like completely irrelevant to the point of contention for two different reasons. One, because it's a publicly funded grant. Okay. Two, and therefore it's disclosed. And two, that even if Taylor was straight up biased, okay, and was getting funding from Pierre Omidyar, and therefore that's the reason why, you know, she's not infallible either, right? that still doesn't fucking take away from the issue that she is addressing in her reporting. The Wired magazine reporting is still correct. Do you not understand? That's why the no you doesn't work here. Do you see what I'm saying?
Specific messaging. You know, I just, there's a lot of things in here that to me, you know, maybe are fine with a pro-Democrat influencer, but if you are presenting yourself as a journalist or presenting yourself as like fact-based sort of like news coverer person, which a lot of these creators are, I just think it's not ethical. And yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, of course, look, no one's asking every journalist to post every single tax receipt or, you know, every single thing, but this is a significant amount of funding. And this is an ongoing, you know, program that is frankly operating in a very like high, you know, high interest space. So I think that they should have disclosed it just the way that I disclose things. I'm in a, you know, reporting fellowship right now. I disclose that. Like, it's not that hard.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's a big controversy in Brazil over Rumble. Rumble is banned in Brazil, and I write about the free speech implications of that. And at the end of every article, you know, there's a note that says, I have a program on Rumble and have a relationship with Rumble. I would never dream of not disclosing that while talking about the very entity that is part of my income stream. You know, but the specific sentence you wrote in the article.
I would say that's a little different than, I mean, I don't know. I feel like that's a little different because like I had a contract with Twitch, right? But there was never any moment where like they ever controlled, they had any sort of like editorial independence or they never came after my editorial independence, right? But because when I did, I was also outed as one of the largest singular donors to the Amazon labor union, if you recall. So clearly that was not a major point of contention. That didn't stop me from doing whatever the fuck I was doing, okay? It's owned by Amazon. But having said that, I guess part of the reason why I don't always disclose what I'm doing is, you know, maybe I'm a little worried that they might find out and might get upset. But ultimately, I feel like Rumble's a little different because it's like a political live streaming service first and foremost, right? It's not more so than Twitch is, even though they're backed by Amazon.
About the content restriction, which is incredibly creepy. Quote, the creators who are part of this program join the incubator and who join the incubator are expected to attend regular advocacy trainings and daily messaging check-ins. Now, on the list of the people you've identified are some, I think, pretty recognizable names. David Pakman is a pretty widely watched YouTube host. There's Olivia Juliana that...
Aren't bands technically editorial control? Yes. But, guys, let's be fucking real, okay? I got banned in the stupidest ways possible for saying cracker, or I got banned for the America Deserve 9/11 thing. Like, that, those are... Come on. Like, either it's dumb because they succumb to public pressure, or somewhat valid, like in the America Deserve 9/11 moment. But like there is, that's not the same as like editorial control. If anything, like the closest that we've arrived at like editorial control is like one of the terms of service things that they have, which is that I can't look at direct resources from groups that are considered, you know, foreign adversaries or like terrorist organizations and things like that. So that is editorial control, and it's annoying, but you know, you sometimes have to play ball, and there are workarounds around it, which is what I use. Like I'll filter it through like the BBC or something. So I guess it's editorial control if I just, you know, don't cover certain things at all when I still do, right? Like there are restrictions that have come along that I have abided by, like Zionist being a filtered speech now. It's like protected speech, and you just have to kind of play ball with that because you don't want to get fucking banned, you know? But I would see that as like yeah, can't read manifestos is another one. You feel me? Like it's just, it's annoying because it creates a hurdle, and it probably stops people from participating in that altogether. And but for someone like myself, like I'm still gonna do it. It's just there are workarounds around it. It just makes it more difficult for me to engage with the subject matter. Also, I'm allowed to tell you about these restrictions, and I have actually actively complained about these restrictions, you know?
Young abortion activist who got a lot of notoriety for speaking out about abortion. I think has attended, has been to the White House several times when Biden was president. And then I think Brian Taylor Greene, is that his name? Brian
Brian Tyler Cohen.
Tyler Cohen is one of the, I guess, co-founders of this. I presume he's making money from it as well. And I saw the response of some of these people today, and nobody justified the fact that they were actually getting money and then duty-bound not to disclose it. They basically, in responding to you quite angrily, acting as though they've been defamed, simply fabricated accusations that you didn't make and then proceeded to denounce those or reject those as untrue. So I think we have a clip from David Pakman responding to you that I just want to show, a short clip, and then ask you to respond.
And this kind of support for creators is exactly what I've been advocating for. Now, the article is riddled with inaccuracies, and they're not minor inaccuracies. First and foremost, this group has nothing to do with the DNC. People writing saying, the Democratic Party is telling people what to say. At its base, the group has nothing to do with the DNC, period. Number two, I do not get clearance for anything I say. I do not run interview questions by anyone at Chorus.
Now, Taylor, I read your article this morning when it came out, and then I read it again in preparing to speak to you about it. And a lot of people on my staff did as well. And we're all like, where in the article did you say this was the DNC funding it? Where in the article do you say that they have to submit what they want to say every day first and get approval? Like, he's denying things that you didn't say and ignoring the things that you actually did. But what, I mean, this thing, like, this is not a DNC arm. Like, right, technically it's not an arm of the DNC, but these are people who are active in Democratic Party and liberal politics. That's who they're funding.
And also, Chorus.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
It drives me insane, Glenn, because Chorus was funded. Go read the great New York Times, I think Ken Bensinger wrote it, piece on Chorus after they launched after their election. That Brian Tyler Cohen is talking specifically about solving the Democrats' messaging problem. Their pitch decks have all this stuff about how the Democrats' messaging problem is broken and they're here to fix it and all this stuff. So yes, they are not the DNC, but they serve the Democratic establishment, and that is what they exist to do. And to sort of act like they don't, or there's some like neutral party, is just absurd.
Yeah, I didn't check, so I can't say definitively, but I will bet any amount of money that when those disclosures came out about Tenet Media, which was linked to Russians in some sketchy way, paying people like Tim Pool and Dave Rubin and Benny Johnson, I'll bet any amount of money that David Pakman and probably some of the other people on the list were expressing all kinds of outrage and indignation at the ethical transgressions of not having disclosed this and not knowing where their sources came from. What can you tell us, though, about who is providing the funding? Like, is this
It's really interesting. If you want to know my consistency on this issue, go back and watch my commentary on the Tenet Media stuff, because I quite literally presented this as if I'm not mistaken, I literally presented this as a hypothetical for the liberals and how I would be against that, and then talked about my own personal experiences working with like advocacy groups and organizations that wanted to give me marketing dollars, and I said I don't want that, and told them no. This is unironically something that I brought up as a hypothetical. It turns out it's also was happening, right? Some version of this was already happening, but like I talked about this with like the Tenet stuff when the Tenet controversy came out, dunking on Tim Pool and all these other people.
Grassroots funding, or are there big donors particularly behind it?
This is the opposite of grassroots funding. Right. You cannot get more opposite. Like the 1630 Fund, again, is this powerful dark money group that allocates hundreds of millions of dollars. I think it was 2023 or 2024, their largest donor gave $50 million, one donor. Second largest donor, I believe, was 30 million or 40 million. It sort of went down from there, down to like 13 million. Like, these are people with massive amounts of money and massive amounts of influence. You cannot give $50 million to a dark money organization and not expect something, or not expect to have your policy agenda realized. And I put all of these questions to the 1630 Fund and to Chorus. I asked them, who is this? Like, do you know, does it make you nervous? Also, what role did 1630 have in picking the specific influencers? For all we know, the person that gave $50 million to 1630 could have had some sort of input on the ideology expressed, the creators were allowed, ideology of the creators allowed in this program. So it's just shocking to me. And I just think that we need a lot more transparency. And then you see the liberals double down and say, oh no, well, this is what the Republicans do. Again, as you mentioned, they criticize the Republicans for that constantly. And
who cares? Trump fully normalized corruption. We can do whatever the fuck we want. End of story. Oh, God. The problem here is not simply that this is like corruption. Okay. That's one of the problems for sure. Well, the problem is that if the messaging that's coming out is the same exact like institutional defense and defense of the Democratic Party and not like an issue specific approach, then you've basically cut out a fuck ton of the momentum that could come from independent liberals in demanding more from the Democrats. Like, these guys have audiences, and combined they have a relatively sizable audience of liberal diehards, right? Those are the guys who should be actually fucking saying, you know, we need more Chris Van Hollens. We need more people to go out to El Salvador. We need more people to push back against Gaza. Like, to push back against the Trump administration's policies on Gaza. We need the Democrats to go and fucking push back against Trump administration's policies on Gaza. Their silence their silence and complicity in this process, in this genocide, is abhorrent. But if they're getting paid by the fucking party-backed big donors, shadow donors, they're not going to do that. So then you just have a massive messaging gap on the liberal ecosystem, and then that void is filled by cynical grifters on the fucking right who become the leaders on this issue. Okay? That's the problem. You say we, but you ain't speaking French. We're not a part of the team.
As they should, rightfully so. I criticized Tim Pool. I criticized all those people that took that dark money. You should never take significant amount of money from people that you don't know where it's coming from, especially a shady group like that. So I can't remember the original question. I'm on a tangent, but it's very hypocritical.
But the question is, like, who are these big donors? But precisely because it's a dark money group, we don't know, right? That's what it means to have big dark money. Exactly.
No. And that's the problem. If you give $50 million, we should know who you are.
All right, let me ask you this, Taylor, because I want to ask this question in a delicate way because I don't want to be misunderstood. $8,000 a month is, to most people, it's a lot of money. I mean, it's a $96,000 a year salary for basically just being an influencer. Most people would love to have that, either as their main job or as supplemental income. But I understand pretty well the economics of online content creating because it's something I do and have done for a few years now. And just let's stick with David Pakman for a second. I'd be willing to also bet an enormous amount of money that he's making well over 7 figures, like for sure $1 million a year between his income from YouTube, between his sponsors on his show, and between his patrons paying money into that Patreon account every month. I would say it's well over $1 million, probably over 2. I don't want to speculate any further, but it's a lot of money. Why would somebody be willing to jeopardize their integrity for, in the context of what he's making, I don't mean for most people, but in the context of what he's making, kind of a relatively small amount of money?
Absolutely. I know. This is something that I was curious about too, and I asked these questions of the creators that I tried to get in touch with, like the higher profile ones. I sort of tried to ask even the creators that were lower profile, like the creators that I did ultimately speak to in the program. I was like, this is not the vast amount of money in the grand scheme of things. But I think it's this desire to be close to the establishment. I think it's access. Chorus, again, provides access to lawmakers and the Democratic establishment. And I don't know. I mean, I think they just want to be part of a group. And I empathize with that. Like, listen, not everything, sometimes you do want to be part of a cohort. These creators are clearly some sort of a clique where they're all defending each other, in the comment section and stuff. But I don't know. I think it's kind of shocking that they are willing to make such compromises for such a low amount of money in their sort of world. Because you're right, 96,000, I mean, look, that's a huge amount of money for journalists even, but like in their world, these are people that have these giant revenue streams. And it is revealing that they're willing to sell out for so little.
Right. I'm not saying I'd be more empathetic if they were getting huge amounts of money to like do something as unethical as this, but just from like their own self-interest, I don't understand why they'd risk its disclosure for what for them is a relatively small amount of money. All right.
Okay. We're gonna move on from this. We got Turkey on the table. Not sure how fucking serious this is. I'll take a look into it a little bit later. There's also some updates coming from the
Democrats,
Hamas side of things as well, potentially. Oh my God, Valuetainment covered it. My goat. Okay, I'm not gonna watch that. All right,
We're gonna.
so we're going to what? You're also giving the assumption to the larger content creators are getting the same deal. Yeah, there is a potentially Hamas might have conducted a military operation. Here's Al Jazeera breaking news. Al Jazeera Arabic says, Israeli media, the army's fear is growing that at least 4 soldiers have fallen into the hands of Hamas with extensive search operations for them. You've been consistent. Oh, here is one. Here's last. But beyond that, why the are you taking ads from any political operatives whatsoever? Why are you taking ads to be pro a certain political position? Isn't that exactly what you're supposed to be against? Not even if it's like, it doesn't matter that this is like pro Russia. Even if it was like pro gun laws or you know, pro guns, you shouldn't be taking that ad at all. The is wrong with you? You're supposed to be independent media. I am. So I don't do this shit. Aren't you supposed to have your own independent opinion on subject matters? Why are you taking money from a group, even if they're not pro-Russia, even if it was just a regular, homegrown American political group? Told you. Fucking told you. Always consistent. If you find any clip that even remotely looks like it's inconsistent, if you find anything that comes across as like something that just seems weird, seems like something I wouldn't advocate for, you are most likely being duped. Okay? 12 years doing this shit. 12 years of fucking consistency. That's why motherfuckers, when they come in and they're like, oh, you've changed or whatever, I'm like, I didn't change, brother. I think you might have changed. The issues that I speak on are still the same. Okay? That's it. That's it. Your stance on gay people seem to change when you hang out with Austin. Okay, well, can you blame me? No jokes. People clip my jokes out of context and then they fucking act like it's a policy position I sincerely hold or some shit. Okay. Anyway, so where the fuck were we? Let's continue. We'll talk about the security incident. Here is Barry with the NED. Bonzer Barry. There are early reports of a difficult security incident in Gaza. Israeli platforms claim there are fierce clashes underway and the evacuation aircraft was targeted with machine gun fire. Early indication of a possible dead occupation soldier among the wounded. Occupation media, difficult security incident in the Gaza Strip and evacuation of wounded by helicopters under fire, Al-Aqsa TV. Reports of the killing of a Zionist soldier and injuries to others in a difficult security incident in the Gaza Strip, says Al-Aqsa TV. Also seen that the occupation soldiers may have belonged to the Nahal Brigade. The situation in Gaza is difficult and the army is calling for more evacuation helicopters, Palestinian platforms citing Israeli media. This is reportedly evidence of the clashes. Machine gun fire can be heard throughout the video. Okay. A strong ambush targeted a battalion. Occupation media reports of a second security incident in the Gaza Strip from Al-Aqsa TV. A number of occupation soldiers were killed in a double ambush in the northern sector, Palestinian platforms say, possibly Zaytun again. Hebrew sources say 3 difficult security incidents in the Gaza Strip. That was from an hour ago. Now seeing a lot of reports with 3 possible security incidents occurring in Gaza. For the first time in a while, it's become very difficult to discern what is happening and where. I will update as I learn more. Abu Ubaidah said this a few hours ago. Our Mujahideen are on high alert, fully prepared, and in high spirits. They will present outstanding examples of heroism and steadfastness, and with God's help, will teach the invaders harsh lessons. This is from Abu Ubaidah, spokesman for Hamas. I think, was he the general secretary? Anyway, both Palestinian and Israeli platforms say that 1 or 2 of the incidents are still ongoing an hour later, which means the clashes are ongoing, which means the clashes are still happening. What is a security incident? A security incident means like the occupation forces actually were on the ground and are getting, they're getting targeted. They're getting possibly killed or at least wounded, possibly gravely. The diaper brigade is getting their diapers removed. That could be one interpretation of the events. I'm seeing reports that there are currently 4 missing genocide soldiers. Then they think that the resistance forces, the Palestinian resistance forces, might have actually captured either dead or alive, for Israeli occupation forces as a mechanism of having additional leverage over prisoners of war, basically, as a mechanism of leverage over the Israeli government in the ongoing back and forth, where the Israeli government clearly does not want to abide by the standards set forth that are totally reasonable by the resistance forces. Israeli media: Hamas fighters spotted our forces with night scopes, and the army is deploying more troops amid violent clashes. The death toll is rising. Many of the injuries are described as serious/critical. Confirmation that one of the rescue forces was targeted by the Al-Qassam Brigade fighters. Occupational media: several Zionist soldiers killed in a large ambush in the Al Zaytun neighborhood east of Gaza City. The first event occurred in Al Zaytun neighborhood, the second in Al Sabra neighborhood, the third in east of Hamad in Khan Yunis. Lots of reports indicating that the Al-Qassam brigades attempted to capture prisoners, and Israel is still implementing Hannibal. Additionally, some people claim a search operation is still ongoing. Oh, shit. So they fucking... Oh, damn. So Israel is full tilt, blowing up their own soldiers, as opposed to allowing them to become prisoners of war in the hands of Hamas. Okay. Platform for settlers. The army is searching for 4 soldiers who went missing in the Zaytun neighborhood south of Gaza City. This is from Quds. Loss of 4 soldiers in Gaza, says Al-Aqsa TV. Hebrew sources say an extremely severe incident, one of the most significant since October 7th, says Quds. This is from Mint Press. Breaking: a third ambush on Israeli forces in northern Gaza. Israeli soldiers dead and wounded. Hebrew media is talking about the triggering of the Hannibal Directive, meaning attempts to capture the soldiers. They have, for the last couple of weeks, Al-Qassam brigades and Palestinian resistance forces, specifically their special forces, because they have a command structure, they have special forces, have actually targeted occupational forces and their positions all around the Strip, specifically in North Gaza and central Gaza, where they are not only targeting them to try and, kill the occupational forces, but targeting them specifically with the goal of extraction. They want to take more prisoners of war. If you recall, I showed you guys a video a while back, like maybe from a couple of weeks prior, where they straight up had stretchers, where they were like going to take prisoners of war that they had wounded, and they failed to do so. So they are still very much alive and kicking and resisting against Israel's genocidal occupational force. It is pretty crazy that, like, you sign up for the Israeli military and you're like, my government will fucking kill me if I am caught. And you're like, I still want to kill so many Palestinians. Like, I want to kill them so bad. I want to kill Palestinian children so bad that I'm going to sign up to a military force that will actively shoot and kill me if I'm caught. This morning, Major General Raul Biran, commander of the Special Forces Brigade 401, fell in an ambush in northern Gaza. The leadership continues to send soldiers into dangerous areas. Yeah, I don't know how the fuck. I don't know what this is. I don't know if this is valid or not. I don't know if this is, I mean, I guess it must be. It's from this morning. Major General Raul Biran, commander of the Special Forces Brigade 401, fell in an ambush in northern Gaza. The leadership continues to send soldiers into dangerous areas. Germany tells nationals to leave Iran. Wait, what the fuck? That's weird. But I don't understand how these guys even remotely are entertaining the notion of a permanent military occupation over the Gaza Strip. It is very clear that 23 months of genocide have actually not taken away from the ambition for emancipation that Palestinian resistance forces have. They're still fighting. They're literally still fucking fighting. Getting captured by Hamas is worse than death? No, I don't think so, actually. I mean, it is for the Israeli government's objectives, because they know that when there is an IDF soldier that gets captured as a prisoner of war, then Hamas and the Palestinian Resistance Forces have a better leverage. It creates more stress. Additional families get involved in the ceasefire demands, and also on top of that, it is a direct blow to the confidence that the Israeli government has tried to present, which is that they're actually very successfully destroying the militancy. Yeah. I don't understand that thought process. Won't this just embolden the talking heads? Wait, what? Who will amp up more genocide in Gaza? First of all, if there are, I mean, there are plenty of people who are doing that regardless of whether there's resistance or not. And secondly, no, there's nothing more wrong than this. Israel has shown time and time again that the only thing that they respond to is retaliation. Only thing that Israel responds to, the only way that Israel ever stands down is retaliation. And also, it's a genocide nonetheless. Whether people support it, whether people don't support it, it doesn't really matter. It's a fucking genocide. These people have a legal right to resist the occupational forces and the genocidal ambitions that they have. They have every legal responsibility to do so, and they have every moral right to do so as well. It is not only a matter of international human rights, okay? This is totally above board on that front. But it's also perfectly moral as well. You rarely ever get that situation. You know, it's legal, it's moral. There is nothing you can say or do about it, regardless of whether you are pro-genocide or anti-genocide. It doesn't fucking matter. So, you know, it is their right. Can you imagine telling like people who are being genocided, hey man, you shouldn't pick up that gun and fight back to defend yourself, defend your family. It's really fucked up. It's making it a lot harder for me to defend your humanity. It's making it really hard for me. Kind of leaning into Israel here. Anyway, but let's get back to the Minneapolis shooting and the lies that are being spread everywhere and the dangerous lies that are all over this news story, because a lot of people are actively propagandizing against trans people.
I'm going to begin with this terrible story, the deadly mass shooting in Minneapolis and the families of the two children who were killed. 8-year-old Fletcher Merkel, we now know their names, 10-year-old Harper Moisky. Fletcher's father said this about his son, that he loved fishing, cooking, and any sport that he was allowed to play. Harper's family said in a statement that she was bright, she was joyful, and she was deeply loved. Police say that the shooter fired repeatedly into a church where children and adults were celebrating morning mass. They were in the middle of prayers. 18 other people were wounded. We'll have more on those victims in just a moment, but first we're going to go to Usher Qureshi. He's in Minneapolis. He's been following this investigation. Usher, the story is heartbreaking to all of us. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Gail. Well, law enforcement of sources tell CBS News the shooter was in the church here at Annunciation Catholic School just a few weeks ago. The shooter told an employee the visit was to reconnect with faith. Investigators now believe the shooter used that visit to conduct surveillance ahead of the deadly attack.
Yeah, major motivation here is, or the reason why the shooter targeted this church was because he was a part of this school, this part of the congregation as well. So like that's at least according to law enforcement, the latest updates is that. One thing that I find particularly strange, by the way, is that they're saying that there was no discernible motive, which I find very odd. And I think the reason why they're saying that is because like the shooter's politics, if you're not tapped into the fucking brain rot in a lot of these like super radical, edgy, meme adjacent, esoteric, white supremacist, neo-Nazi circles, is like impossible to contend with. You're like, I don't understand. It's brain breaking for someone like myself, and I'm fucking brain rotted, right? I know all this shit, and it's still brain rotting when we dive into the underbelly of the Order of Nine Angles and all of those other like subsidiary decentralized terror cells that operate on Telegram, also known as broadly Terrorgram, right? So it's difficult to have, you know, boomer vision on this kind of thing and then try to make sense of this, because it just comes across as so senseless, even if you are knowledgeable about like where this comes from, right? So I do still think that this is inappropriate for the law enforcement authorities to say that there's no like decipherable motive here beyond like wanting to kill children. That's what they said, because it is a part of the radicalization funnel, if not at the direct edge of the radicalization funnel. Like this is the complete edge. Like this is even beyond like the Nick Fuentes groypers and shit like that you see on Instagram, on Twitter, and all over these places. Like these guys are even crazier than they are, where their goals are to just basically do these kinds of mass shootings. So, you know, this is unfortunately not something that passes the bus driver test, and therefore a lot of people are failing to cover this in the correct way. Having said that, there's also obviously the charlatans, mostly on the right, that have used this as an opportunity to hit back at trans people and shit like that, and claim that this is an issue born out of transness, when the shooter, by his own admission, is a detransitioner, most likely, okay, and was clearly right-wing. Like, demonstrably right-wing. They're saying this is like a lib trans person that wanted to kill Donald Trump and was woke or whatever, and that's why he targeted Christians. All of that is bullshit, okay? All of that is fucking complete bullshit, because the shooter was a detransitioner, very clearly in like the firmly committed to like the far right space of politics. What is the evidence that she was detrans? What do you mean she? Bro, you are so wrong on this. People are so funny because you see motherfuckers who actively and deliberately try to misgender people, turning around and like accidentally correctly gendering people in the process because they think they're trans. And then this is, I guess, the other side of it. The reason why I'm saying that the shooter was most likely a detransitioner, as in someone who, in most circumstances, due to social pressure, goes back to the sex that they were assigned at birth, after going through at least the beginning stages of gender confirmation. No evidence? What do you mean no evidence? It's in the fucking manifesto. What are we talking about? Most likely law? Bitch, even fucking Fox News. Read why you are wrong rather than assuming. Dude, he had killed Donald Trump on the magazine. What are you talking about? He also had fucking 6 million Jews weren't enough and the N-word on the magazine. And you know what else he had on his fucking gun and all over his gear? Far-right white nationalist mass shooters. What the fuck? And I read the manifesto, or at least piece of the fucking manifesto. You clearly didn't. Stupid of these motherfuckers to be like, well, the shooter said kill Trump, so obviously woke libtard. Oh man, how nice. How wonderful to exist in the confines of this fucking idiocy. A perfectly wrapped up bow for you to just be like, nah, you don't understand. The shooter is actually a woke gay libtard. You don't know anything. Instead of fucking saying, read why you're wrong, how about you fucking send me some source that isn't like, so a woke trans that is conservative? Okay. Dog, we live in a universe where two failed Trump assassins were either people that had voted for Donald Trump or people that literally were registered Republicans. What the fuck are you talking about? It's clear that even when motherfuckers are shooting at Trump, more often than not, they might have either been a Trump supporter in the past or are still probably a fucking Trump voter before they get their shit blown off. What do you mean? Saying that someone wants to kill Donald Trump doesn't mean anything. The synagogue shooter under Trump 1 was a Trump voter. Okay? The synagogue shooter under Trump 1 was a literal Trump voter and Trump supporter. But he had outgrown Trump. He had actually been more further radicalized than Trump because Trump wasn't doing enough, by his own admission on Gab, about the Jewish problem. He voted for Trump. He loved Trump. And he thought that Jews were doing unfiltered, unrestricted third world migration into the United States of America, doing the Great Replacement, something that Tucker Carlson and Trump has also said. What about a mole for the Democratic Party? Can you think for yourself? Wait, what? A mole for the Democratic Party? What are you talking? Wait, what? A mole for the Democratic Party? What does that even mean? I mean, you're calling into question whether I'm capable of independent thought, but I don't even think you're capable of any thought.
The shooter wanted to kill children, defenseless children.
Police say the shooter couldn't see the hundreds of students and staff inside Annunciation Catholic School as bullets shattered the stained glass church windows Wednesday. The first 911 calls came at 8:27 a.m.
A Minneapolis police officer ran into the church and was met by a parishioner who directed him towards where the gunman had been.
The shooter, identified as 23-year-old Robin Westman, died from a self-inflicted gunshot.
It's so funny that even fucking Ben Shapiro admits he's a detransitioner. The shooter was a transgender regret case. And chatters in here are like, nah, dude. Nah, still trans to me, brother. Okay.
Investigators are pouring through hundreds of journal pages left behind, filled with disturbing messages.
The shooter's heart was full of hate.
Approximately 116 rifle rounds, 3 shotgun shells, and a live handgun round that police believe jammed in the chamber were found at the...
It's also crazy because, like, what's crazy about it is that there's already been a black white supremacist school shooter and a white female school shooter, also from the same terrogram. So even if they were trans, they're still a fucking Nazi. Yeah, trans people can be Nazis too. But it turns out they're not even trans. They're a detransitioner. Fascism has evolved. Most loyal servants are no longer reflective of the core white supremacist identity. They're still white supremacists in their ideology, but they can be Hispanic, for example. I mean, the most famous neo-Nazi in the country is literally a Hispanic dude, brother. His name is Nicolas Fuentes. And motherfuckers in here are like, dude, what are you talking about? Another incredibly famous open neo-Nazi is Kanye fucking West. He's black. What are we doing?
Scene along with 3 legally purchased weapons.
The solutions are very clear.
Congresswoman Ilhan Omar represents Annunciation's district. She's pushing for stricter gun laws.
We can't legislate the intent that people have, but we can make sure that they do not have the resources to be able to carry out their monstrous intent.
It's a deep hurt. There's anger. There's questioning.
Principal Matthew DeBoer spoke to CBS Evening News co-anchor Maurice Dubois about meeting with the victims' families.
What'd you tell them? I told them that I was there, and I held their kids' hands. And I told them that their parents loved them, that I loved them, and I gave them a kiss. It was hard. But they deserved to know that someone was with their kids, and that time when their lives were stolen from them.
Those stolen lives belong to 10-year-old Harper Moisky and 8-year-old Fletcher Merkel.
We will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
Jesse Merkel honored his son Thursday.
Please remember Fletcher for the person he was and not the act that ended his life.
Ross said, do you ever cover anything that's not sad so I can come on stream? And I said, no, because the world is sad, brother. Sorry. It's just everything sucks.
Give your kids an extra hug and kiss today. We love you, Fletcher. You'll always be with us.
Just an incredibly powerful statement. Jesse Merkel also shared a message of hope that we want you to hear. Remember, this is just one day after his son was killed.
I'm hopeful that all the wounded are able to make a full recovery and return home to their families. And finally, all the people, and especially the children, impacted by this horrific event are able to recover mentally and find strength to live loving, happy, and full lives.
Sure, thank you. What a powerful thing for him to say, considering the pain he's feeling. Anger and hurt is what a lot of us are feeling at this moment. Thank you so much.
The FBI has released new details on the Minnesota school shooting as a memorial continues to grow outside the Annunciation Catholic School. 2 children, an 8 and a 10-year-old, were murdered in the tragedy, and in total, 15 children were injured, with at least 9 still in the hospital and 1 that remains in critical condition. The parents of these victims continue to look for some form of answers, but police say one close family member to the shooter is leaving everyone in the dark. Hello, everyone. This is Outnumbered. I'm Emily Campagno, and also joining us today, Molly Line, Fox News correspondent, Tommy Lahren, Fox News contributor and host of Tommy Lahren is Fearless on Outkick and FoxNews.com. And joining us on the couch for the very first time is Tiffany Smiley, founder of the Endeavor PAC and former U.S. Senate candidate, and Guy Benson, Fox News contributor and the host of The Guy Benson Show on Fox News Radio. Now, Minneapolis police say the shooter was obsessed with killing children and carried out the massacre to gain notoriety. Police say he fired 116 rounds with a rifle and 3 with a shotgun. Fox News confirms the shooter's mother, who previously worked at the school where the shooter attacked, has hired a criminal defense attorney. Now, police say they have not been able to interview her. Watch.
We do know that the shooter did attend Mass there previously. The shooter did attend school, and the shooter's mother was an employee of the parish previously for some time. So obviously there is a connection between that shooter and this particular parish. I know we have not been successful in talking to the shooter's mother yet at this time, but there continue to be efforts made to get that done.
The mother's attorney gave Fox News Digital this statement, quote, "She is completely distraught about the situation and has no culpability, but is seeking an attorney to deal with calls like this." And now FBI Director Kash Patel says investigators have collected enough evidence that points directly to an act of domestic terrorism motivated by a hate-filled ideology. An absolutely tragic situation, Tiffany. As we learn more, it appears we won't be learning more from the mother of the shooter.
Yeah, well, I mean, first, this senseless act of violence is absolutely gut-wrenching. It just hits you hard. I'm a mom of 3 boys who just started Catholic school, and my whole heart and prayers goes out.
I'm just realizing
to the
now.
community,
So this administration, first of all, of course, Fox is not going to say that this was a fucking far-right neo-Nazi, even though it clearly is, right? But considering that this admin is entertaining, tackling whatever like personal pet projects that they have to advance the culture war, which includes, of course, like targeting and identifying and actively harming marginalized identities, trans people being one of them. I can totally see them trying to present this as like, oh, the mother was a woke libtard who transified their son, and like that's the reason why she's responsible for this anti-Catholic hate crime. I really hope that that's not the direction that they go towards, but I can totally see them doing that and then try to create a legal precedent to actively go after parents. Stop giving them ideas. Come on, man. Come on. This is not me giving them ideas. This is just like something that I'm seeing the administration has within the realm of possibility, something that they could use. There's already a legal precedent for like prosecuting shooters' family members for good reason, by the way, especially when the shooter is underage. But I can totally see them doing this for something that has never been done before, which is the idea that like if you're trans, you automatically are more likely, like with the claim that like if you're trans, you're automatically more likely to be violent, which is of course false, but it doesn't matter. They won't stop themselves from advancing this fucking statement, and then say that like there will be criminal prosecution for any parent anywhere in the country that allows their children to engage in like gender confirmation or hormone blockers. That legislation already exists. This would like additionally criminalize it.
the parents, to the kids, to the teachers, and even to the shooter's mom. I can't imagine the weight of the world that is on her shoulders, the responsibility. I don't think any of us can fathom what perhaps she is feeling in this moment. While I would like to see her cooperating with law enforcement, I would like to see her put out a statement to her lawyer, I think it's going to take time. And I just can't imagine the place that she is in. But as we go along, she's going to have to communicate and work with law enforcement to get to the bottom of this. And I would hope that she could put something out sooner than later, just for everyone in the community.
Yeah, your compassion is so generous. And we should, again, remind viewers, she was part of the community too, the Annunciation community.
Yeah, so you think about this as a parent, and you've lost your kid, which is unimaginable and horrendous. And then with that, compounding the grief and the confusion and perhaps the anger is the fact that your kid also murdered other kids in the process of this horrific atrocity. So there is some sense of empathy that I feel. That being said, if there were signs that were missed, I'm sure she's probably thinking about this all the time. If she should have known something or did know something, we need to know that. And I do think it's important for her to cooperate with law enforcement. She doesn't have to talk to us in the media. I understand that. But law enforcement, she should cooperate with, because if she's distraught, which I'm sure she is, I think she owes this to herself and especially to the families of the victims of her son to help law enforcement to the greatest extent possible. And if she's not doing that, especially a few days from now, I think that's a problem.
And Molly, perhaps is there some type of fear of legal retribution that is obfuscating her willingness to cooperate so that everyone in our collective grief over this can, yes, learn something to prevent it from ever happening again.
There have been a number of parents in the course of these similar tragedies, mass shootings, that have been prosecuted in the wake of them. There was most notably the Crumbleys, Jennifer and James Crumbly. They were the first parents to be prosecuted. Their son was a minor when he committed his acts, killing 4 students. That was at the Oxford High School. But there have also been parents who've been charged after their sons, in these cases, committed mass killings, that when they were adults. There were several examples. The father of the Nashville Waffle House shooter, that individual that committed the shooting was 29 years old at the time of the shooting at the Waffle House. The father of a man who killed 7 people that happened at a 4th of July parade in 2022 in Illinois, the Highland Park shooting. That shooter at the time of the shooting was an adult as well. In the case of that particular father, he signed his son's application for an Illinois firearms identification card 3 years before the massacre. He was ultimately pleading guilty to 7 counts of misdemeanor reckless conduct. So parents have faced culpability when similar actions have occurred. And perhaps she might be thinking a little bit about this. But if you have a lawyer, you could also use that lawyer perhaps to express some empathy for the victims.
Right. And it's surprising, frankly, just as a bystander here, Tommy, that there haven't been communication directly with law enforcement, considering that on the day of that tragedy, within minutes after that person was identified, then she would have been brought in, to Guy's point too. It was part of the
right.
Yeah.
This feels odd. And it's hard not to feel like it's odd to not even have an interview. I understand getting yourself an attorney because you want to protect yourself, to your point, and I think that that's understandable. What's not is not cooperating, especially with law enforcement. To your point, Guy, she doesn't necessarily owe us, the public, anything, but you owe law enforcement something and you owe these families something. I can't help but think, going back to the Gabby Petito case in Brian Laundrie's family, I can't help but think that when they were not cooperating with police, but they immediately got a criminal defense attorney, they said, you can talk to him. We're not saying anything. We're not going to talk about it. This feels to me eerily similar. I'm not saying that she has any culpability. I'm sure she doesn't. She was living in another state. However, if you do feel like you need a defense attorney, you still need to cooperate with police. You owe the community that much. And by her not doing that, I think a lot of the empathy that all of you feel for her, that's going to dissipate in the public eye pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's such a good point, the public perception versus legal culpability, and the reality that I think that the public understands, you know, there's a level of support that one has for their children that is not to be confused with the culpability of their nefarious intentions. And it seems like there hasn't been a judgmental approach to this horrific situation that we know of at this point.
Right. Well, and you got to think, as a mother, you take that responsibility on. And I'm sure she is feeling that. But like I said, and to your point, Tommy, she should put out a statement through her lawyer to the community, to the victims, and show that she is sympathetic and that she cares. I think that would go a long way.
Yeah. Guy, final thoughts?
Well, I think in some respects she sort of did in that lawyer statement where she said she's distraught, okay,
yes,
and that bears no culpability. That's an assertion of innocence. I'm more open to that assertion if I know that she's cooperating with law enforcement versus not, personally.
Right.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-host Harris Faulkner and
ABC News has learned President Trump is revoking Secret Service protection for former Vice President Kamala Harris, a former...
Hell yeah. Trump is King Petty. I do think it's a little strange. I mean, I think of her lawyering up, totally valid. It's totally her legal right to do so. It's obvious that there is going to be a criminal investigation into fucking her wrongdoing as well. What do you mean? Like, everyone has a right to legal counsel in a situation like this. So I don't take issue with that on principle. Even though the child is not a child, like 23 years old at the time of this incident, there have been, as the Fox News team correctly pointed to, many circumstances where like an adult has been also found legally culpable with the crimes of their next of kin. I don't know. I don't know what level of involvement she had in her child's development, especially after a certain point. I don't know, but I think it's worthy to investigate. So I totally understand why law enforcement would fucking look into it. Everyone is just acting out in the way that they normally would for either self-preservation in the case of the mom or a totally honest and reasonable inquiry in the case of the law enforcement. No, he wasn't a minor. He was not a minor. He was 23. But it doesn't even matter. So yeah, no, it's perfectly reasonable for her to get an attorney. What I think is really interesting, though, is like what her political background is, because I think like Fox News and everyone else will investigate this shit and they'll find out if she's like not woke, then this shit's like the teacher in Weapons. I know, I was thinking the exact same thing, but I didn't want to fucking do that. I didn't want to say that because I feel like people are going to yell at me, but for spoiler alert or whatever. But so I suspect Fox News will do a preliminary investigation into the ideological background of this person. And if they're actually woke, they'll hammer her. Okay. Like they'll say, she's woke. She actually signed the petition to change his son's name when he was like transitioning or doing gender confirmation. So she's woke. She's not exonerated. She's culpable. She transed her own son, right? Like that, I can see that being the spin here. But if they fucking find out that she's just like a regular Catholic kind of conservative person, then they'll defend her. It's sad that this has no bearing. Like the conversation that we're having is not rooted within reality. It's not rooted within like what the active attempts that this parent made, and simply how people are going to frame the issue that suits their ideological purpose. Unfortunately, truth no longer matters. It is a useless endeavor to arrive at the fucking truth. It literally does not matter at all. What matters is how certain parties will frame issues at the behest of their own ideological framework. This is why I have to tackle this from that perspective as well when I'm talking about it. Anyway, Trump has revoked Kamala Harris' Secret Service detail extended by Biden, which is, some real petty shit
President
from Trump,
Biden
I guess.
extended.
I don't know how long the VP Secret Service is supposed to go on for. I know like presidents get a lifetime. I don't think that VPs get lifetime. I think there's a limit to it.
Harris's protective detail for an additional year on top of the 6 months she's required to have by law. Now the president's saying they can terminate that effective September 1st. How significant is that?
Yeah, it is significant. The vice president, former.
It's so funny that this government is like hemorrhaging money in all of the dumbest sides, but then we'll turn around and be like, we have to cut corners here. That's why we're doing this. And it's like, that's not the reason why you're doing this. You're doing this because you want to be petty. And I don't necessarily care one way or another. Like, this isn't something that I'm going to, this is not going to be the thing that I finally criticize Trump on, right? Like, I don't fucking care that much, but it's just typical Trump. Petty ass motherfucker.
Vice President is about to do a very big book tour in just a couple of weeks that has her traveling around the country. This is very highly publicized. A spokesperson for the former vice president says simply that Harris is grateful to the U.S. Secret Service for their professionalism, dedication, and unwavering commitment to safety. Now, we do know that former President Biden had extended Harris's protection for an additional 12 months. That's on top of the 6 months that she was given by law because she is a former vice president. So that would have been a year and a half. That will now be cut short. That ends on September 1st, based on this memo that President Trump has sent to the Secretary of Homeland Security, saying that they are now authorized to end any security-related procedures as it comes to former Vice President Harris. And Diane, just have to mention that this is the latest in a list of people that the president has now canceled security protections for. It was a couple months ago that he did this for the Biden children, for former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, and John Bolton, his one-time national security advisor.
Outside the U.S. Centers for Disease Control, more than a clapping out for departing colleagues, a very public show of solidarity against the Trump administration. Senior leaders resigning in protest at the dismissal of their boss on what they say are political grounds.
And what makes us great at CDC is following the science. And so let's get the politics out of public health.
Look at the devastation that's happening to our staff, our campus, the programs. We won't forget you. We're just now going to really advocate for the great work you all do.
Susan Menares was only weeks into her job as CDC director when she was fired on Wednesday, the White House saying she was not aligned with President Donald Trump's mission to make America healthy again. But it was a clash with Trump's Secretary for Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., that sealed her fate. A former colleague who spoke to Menares on Wednesday said she claimed Kennedy had asked her to act illegally by firing officials without cause and unscientifically by endorsing recommendations on vaccines that she didn't believe were based on evidence. Kennedy says he won't talk about individual personnel matters.
There's a lot of trouble at CDC, and it's going to require getting rid of some people over the long term in order for us to change the institutional culture and bring back pride and self-esteem and make that agency the stellar agency that it's always been. I'm very confident in the political staff that we have down there now that they're going to be able to accomplish that.
But it is the political element that worries senior health professionals, among them one of Menares' predecessors in the job.
This is unprecedented. There has never been a CDC director fired. And it appears that she was fired for standing up for saying things that are true and refusing to rubber stamp things that are putting ideology into the recommendations of what vaccines our kids should get.
Kennedy has long been a critic of widespread vaccination. This week, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, now headed by a Kennedy ally, issued revised guidelines targeting the latest COVID-19 vaccines, now recommended only for those over 65 or with certain pre-existing medical conditions, instead of the previous yearly jab for children as young as 6 months and up. Over the summer, Kennedy also dismissed the serving members of the ACIP, the body that advises on vaccination practices, replacing them with a more vaccine-skeptic panel, due to meet for the first time next month. Menares was quizzed about the move at her Senate confirmation hearing in June.
The members of the ACIP do need to go through a thorough ethics review before they are allowed to participate in those critical meetings.
What will you do if the committee votes to remove vaccines from the vaccine schedule or to not approve new ones in opposition to clear established science?
I will be looking at how the ACIP members are able to evaluate this complex scientific information.
This week, Kennedy gave a window into his own scientific method for discerning childhood health.
I'm looking at kids as I walk through the airports today, as I walk down the street, and I see these kids that are just overburdened with mitochondrial challenges, with inflammation. You can tell from their faces, from their body movements, and from their lack of social connection. And I know that that's...
We watched this yesterday. This man is such a freak. And it's like, it's the most says you moment I've ever fucking encountered. Dog, what do you mean? They look like husks. They look abnormal. They look like they're not real humans. Like, they don't look the way humans are supposed to. Human children are supposed to look. You don't look like a human. You look like a Fallout ghoul, man. It's just mind-boggling to me. The motherfuckers looked at this guy and were like, that's a beacon of health. Okay? God, we are such a stupid country. I swear to fucking God. I know that Americans don't, technically have that much of a say in who gets to be the HHS secretary. But, they were still advocating for this guy. They were looking at this guy who is like a walking corpse. And they were like, this guy who is a fucking walking corpse, he actually is a beacon of health. And also, obviously, the aesthetics of the shit don't matter, right? Because they love presenting I forget, there was the trans lady that was like the head of the CDC or something, I forget. And everyone's like, oh, you think she's healthy? And it's like, dude, this is her specific field. It don't matter that she's trans. So what's crazy is RFK Jr. doesn't even fucking fit the mold of health, and also simultaneously has no active, reliable experience in the field at all. And his only experience is the exact opposite of what the scientific studies are saying. So crazy. He don't look the part, he don't sound the part, he just sucks. Yeah, and now the guy that they have at the CDC is like Peter Thiel's guy, for the record, which is crazy. And this motherfucker, Jim O'Neill, I was listening to this morning, has advocated for some of the most insane shit. He wants to sell organs, chat. The current head of the CDC has in the past said we should actually do a pay per organ scheme so that we can, we can have more organs. We can have more organs in circulation. No, not the fucking instrument, dude. Organs. Like, you should be able to donate organs for money, is what he's saying. That's just cyberpunk, dude. That right there is unironically shit that you see bad guys push for in dystopias in movies. The tech bro takeover of the U.S. continues while the CDC employees clap out their principal leaders who resigned. Trump swears in a 2-decade Peter Thiel advisor to lead the CDC, says Capitol Hunters. Thiel's Palantir already has all your data. He controls your vice president. Now he controls your public health, too. No one is even trying to hide the Thiel takeover anymore. Jim O'Neill's been a key Thiel lieutenant for nearly 20 years. He ran the Thiel Foundation, Thiel's Clarium Capital, and Mithril Capital, the one that employed J.D. Vance, by the way, Mithril Capital. Jim O'Neill is not just a Thiel lieutenant. He's a true acolyte, pushing all Peter's fruitcake ideas, building government-free floating cities, achieving eternal life, getting kids to drop out of college. And he says drug safety testing is for wimps. The new head of the CDC is not a doctor or scientist. He is a humanities major who caught Peter Thiel's eye and spent 2 decades fluffing his Mad King dreams. O'Neill ran Clarium Capital into the ground. It lost 90% of his value, but Peter kept him on. Nothing in Jim O'Neill's history prepares him to safeguard our public health. What he's prepared to do is impose Peter Thiel's visions. And if Trump fades and Thiel's protege, J.D. Vance, takes the presidency, Thiel will own the government bottom to top. Why does this account cover Peter Thiel? Because Thiel had groomed the alt-right influencers who brought the crowds to the Capitol on January 6, 2021. He wanted power then and didn't get it. Now he's taking it. People need to see the danger and fight back. It is so nutty, dude. It is so nutty. Give me some more background on this guy if you have some. Okay? Public citizen writes, Jim O'Neill, unfit to be the #2 healthcare leader in America. This is before he became the #1 healthcare leader in America. Okay? This is from back when he was unfit to be #2. Or wait, is this from, or is this recent? Why doesn't it have a fucking date on it? God damn it. Donald Trump's nomination of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to lead the Department of Health and Human Services has rightly drawn widespread attention and concern, but it is important that Trump's dangerous choice to serve in the second highest HHS seat as Deputy Secretary not to be overshadowed, Jim O'Neill. Okay? O'Neill served in the HHS in the George W. Bush administration, eventually becoming Principal Associate Deputy Secretary. Since then, O'Neill has primarily spent his career running investment funds with and for Peter Thiel. From 2012 to 2019, he served as Managing Director of Mithril Capital Management, once again, co-founded by Peter Thiel, and also where J.D. Vance worked. A venture capital co-founded by Peter Thiel that funds businesses like Palantir and Helion Energy. Before that, he was Managing Director of Clarium Capital, another Thiel-led hedge fund. Oh, is this the one? I think this is it, yeah.
For me, the most potent and vivid. Should organ transplantation be encouraged or discouraged? In a free market, recipients of...
This is at the Seasteading Institute. These guys are fucking psychos, okay? Like, these are the people we laughed at. Like, haha, look at these stupid fucking billionaires. They want to build, like, fake mini nations that don't have to abide by rules and regulation, like BioShock, okay? These guys used to fantasize about BioShock. Now they run the country, bro. Like, directly. Not even indirectly, in the way that they used to indirectly run the country is by fucking lobbying and getting, like, closed-door meetings with people in positions of power, writing legislation, blah, 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 blah. Now they're just, like, straight up put their tentacles directly into the asshole of the fucking Capitol.
Life-saving organ transplants, or their insurers or other benefactors, would be allowed to compensate their donors, creating incentive for more people to save more lives.
Libertarians are so terrifying, especially when they, like, get some kind of power. They are shockingly inhumane. Like, he is unironically advocating for the Rothbardian nightmare of a marketplace for organs, okay? I don't think we need to try to figure out why that doesn't exist right now, right? And by the way, it doesn't stop there. These guys want to do marketplace of children. That's not a joke. That is a real thing that Rothbard, one of these fucking anarcho-capitalist libertarian thinkers, actively advocated for. Child marketplace. Okay? That's not a joke. Parents should be able to sell their children to the highest donor because the highest donor is going to be the best caretaker, is unironically an argument that people have made.
In a cartelized system, people continue to die far too early and needlessly. In America's cartelized system, 11 people every day.
Cartelized system, there's a monopoly on organ donations. Ironically enough, the monopoly on organ donations is just the regulatory control so that there isn't a marketplace for the highest bidder. And instead, it's dished out by who needs it the fastest. And even then, there are ways around that, obviously, that rich people consistently engage with. And the extraction of organs come from voluntary organ donations when people pass away. Instead of people literally getting a financial incentive to donate their organs and maybe even fucking die in the process. What are we doing? Oh my God. This is capitalist eugenics through and through. Well, the working poor have reliable body parts that we could take. Amazing. Amazing that the Republicans don't realize that these are the people that are backing the party right now, by the way. These people who kept saying, like, the World Economic Forum wants me to be a homosexual, I will not do it, went and voted for the guy who is telling them, you're going to eat the bugs, you're going to like it, you will own nothing, we will do mass surveillance around the clock with AI, like, you know, with Israeli, with Israeli-backed AI. And if you, God forbid, say something that the administration doesn't like, you're going to fucking jail. Maybe we'll actually pay you for the organs that we take from your body after. Amazing. Are you ready for the New World Order types? Unironically, are pushing for the New World Order.
Die while waiting for a kidney that could save their life. And there are plenty of healthy spare kidneys walking around, unused.
I'm sorry. Like, that's the head of the CDC now. Wait, we got to run it back. You have to hear it again.
Life. And there are plenty of healthy spare kidneys walking around, unused.
Yeah. Plenty of healthy people with a spare kidney walking around unused. They should be able to sell it. Not only is our new acting director of the CDC not a scientist, but he also has deep ties to Peter Thiel and Silicon Valley's techno-utopia movement. One epidemiologist compared Jim O'Neill's appointment to making Elon Musk the head of the FAA. During Trump's first administration, O'Neill was rumored to be under consideration for the lead of the FDA. This set off warning bells among healthcare watchdogs, as O'Neill had given a talk in 2014 in which he advocated for pushing drugs onto the market without assessing whether or not they work. Let people start using them at their own risk, he argued. Let's prove efficacy after they've been legalized. What I never understand about these guys is that that's how it used to be. There is a reason why that's not how it is now. And the reason is because people fucking died, bro. That's the whole point. There is a reason why we set these rules, man. What the fuck are we doing? Like, dude, this shit is so dumb. Like, being a libertarian must be awesome, okay? Because you just run around being like, every rule that was written with blood, okay, is actually bad and wrong, and we should revert back to a time when those rules didn't exist that made those rules an inevitability because people fucking died. That's why, like, the anti-OSHA advocates are so stupid. Like, all of that regulation exists not so that people can be fucking annoying. It exists because it was a necessity. Oh my God. At the time, Public Citizen compared O'Neill's proposal to the 19th century snake oil salesman who fooled people into purchasing ineffective products. The idea of regulating medicines based only on safety is even worse than it sounds. It's common sense that big pharma should not be permitted to sell drugs and devices that don't work. But when it comes to drugs, there's no such thing as a safe product divorced from efficacy. Drug products all have side effects, and the relevant issue is their risk profile. Do the benefits justify the risks? What does it mean to talk about a safe chemotherapy, for example? Whether it should be granted marketing approval and the scope of that approval can only be understood in the context of both its dangers and benefits to others. In his previous stint at HHS, fucking awesome, amazing. During the George W. Bush administration, O'Neill proposed FDA regulation of companies that use algorithms to perform laboratory tests such as 23andMe DNA testing. A decade after he made this remark, it's clear how dangerous such a concept is. With the development and proliferation of artificial intelligence, algorithms are omnipresent in the practice of medicine, including in diagnostic tools, medical devices, AI assistants to doctors, and personalized medicine. This is a major part of their advocacy, bro. They want to, they literally just want to replace every part of the labor force, including highly specialized fields like fucking healthcare, like doctors, with AI. O'Neill is a longevity guy and is buddies with Brian Johnson, and he has supported the libertarian idea of creating a new geographic zone, possibly a C, the Seasteading Institute, in which residents can live by their own rules, including notably permissive regulatory regimes for new drugs and therapies. The healthiest societies in 2030 will most likely be on the sea, O'Neill told an audience at the Seasteading Institute conference in 2009. He talked up the benefits of a free market for health, saying that seasteads could offer improved healthcare and serve as medical tourism hubs. The last best hope for freedom is on the sea. This is where he also talked about the marketplace of organs. Plenty of people walking around with organs connected to their bodies without, getting paid for that organ to be extracted out of their bodies, unused. How dare you walk around with an organ unused? A wealthy person could use it. Oh my God. Not only is our new acting, it's so bad. O'Neill is also, AI. This is not to mention AI's use throughout the healthcare system, including potentially pernicious use by private insurers to make medical authorization decisions. In the FDA and other parts of the HHS do not regulate AI and algorithms, or do so with a light touch. Rampant consumer abuses and preventable injuries, death, and suffering are certain to follow. Remember, they already love United Healthcare utilizing AI to deny people coverage, okay? So get used to more of that. Fantastic. It's plausible deniability. It's cheaper than a doctor. Awesome. Who cares? You can pay off some medical malpractice suits in the process, but ultimately, it's good for profits. O'Neill has also indicated that people should be free to sell their organs, an exploitative and unethical practice. Just come on, man. Overall, O'Neill has indicated that healthcare should be run as a free market. That's right. That's great. That's good. That's a good thing. It should be run as a free market. Okay. That's certainly not the already existing problems with our current healthcare structure. It's just not free enough. Put the kidney in the bag, big bro. Yep. Believing that less regulatory protection would not harm patients, but rather allow innovation. He has blamed suffering under the current healthcare system not on corporate greed and a lack of proper access, but on a lack of sufficiently free market. Yeah, the freer the markets, the freer the people, baby. For one thing, God damn it. For one thing, it suggests healthcare is a commodity and that people should get what they can pay for, and for only what they can pay for. It rejects the moral common sense of widely held view that healthcare is a right. Second, it ignores the fact that most healthcare decisions are not, or at least should not be, discretionary. When people have a medical emergency, they need care, whatever the price. It is an inelastic demand good. This is precisely the reason why there has to be heavy government intervention or directly an eradication of the profit incentive. Because once again, if you don't have healthcare, you fucking die. And therefore, there's no amount of money you won't pay for that process. And of course, the healthcare industry knows this. And that's why in a place like the United States of America, that's already a fucking late stage capitalist dystopia, they have farmed out this process and paywalled it to the best of their fucking ability. Amazing. But hey, guess what? If you're poor and are going to die because you can't pay for your health care, then at least you can buy a PlayStation 5 before you go out by selling a bunch of your fucking organs. What do you think this is for? Who do you think this will benefit? Not you. Okay? Definitely not you. I've had 2 instances in California. I've been looking for mental health care. Both places have been trying to get me to sign a consent form. This is ridiculous. They want to use AI for mental health therapy. The whole thing felt coercive and scummy. Ay, ay, ay. In the absence of regulatory controls, third, it ignores the fact that the government is the largest payer of medical care by far, or worse, may imply that the government should stop paying for medical care through Medicare, the Veterans Administration, and Medicaid, among other programs. Of course, there's conflicts of interest. Many of O'Neill's investments, boards, positions, and career choices have resulted in ties to healthcare-related companies that could pose conflicts of interest if he joins the HHS. Well, he's not even joining the HHS. He's already putting his fucking fingers directly in the asshole of the CDC. So that's fantastic. Oh no, guys. It's fine. It's okay. We're saved. Susan Collins is extremely alarmed. Thank God. I was worried. At this point, she must be joking, right? Like when she says this, she knows it's a meme, right? There's 0% chance that she hasn't seen the jokes at the, like, this is the meta. When all else fails, just know that Susan Collins is going to say that she is extremely alarmed or severely concerned or troubled by whatever the Trump administration is doing. Now, will she vote against it? Fuck no. What are you, stupid? She already said the thing. Say the line, Bart. I'm extremely alarmed at the Trump administration. Insert new thing that they did. That's it. That's what you can always expect Susan Collins to reveal how concerned she is about insert new fresh hell the Trump administration has brought about. Hey, fucking amazing. He joined the board of directors of Advantage Therapeutics in 2023, a pharmaceutical company developing treatments for neurodegenerative conditions. His former firm, Mithril Capital, invests in various healthcare ventures. Other alarming and extremist projects. O'Neill has served on the board of an organization that seeks to set up floating cities. I shouldn't be laughing because, like, these guys literally don't need a floating city anymore. They just have America. O'Neill once introduced... Friedman has said... Seasteading Institute is a Thiel-backed organization founded by Milton Friedman's grandson, Patry Friedman. Friedman has said the Institute's goal, I envision tens of millions of people in an Apple or Google country where the people would not vote, but rather companies would govern in what Friedman called a successful dictatorship. O'Neill once introduced Patry Friedman at the Thiel Foundation event, saying, if I want to predict what I will be thinking a year from now, I just ask Patry what he's thinking today. O'Neill appears to share the Thiel's obsession with anti-aging and potentially even achieving immortality. Thiel himself has advocated for injecting blood from younger persons as a part of the anti-aging process. This is real. Blood boys. J.D. Vance may or may not have been one of his blood boys. O'Neill's public comments have not gone so far, but he has strongly advocated for medicines and technologies that purport to reverse aging and spent time as the CEO of anti-aging nonprofit SENS Research Foundation. Senators should decline to confirm Jim O'Neill as Deputy Secretary of HHS. Of course, Susan Collins is concerned, but it's cool. That's all you need to know. Oh, O'Neill voiced during the COVID pandemic, O'Neill voiced public support for unproven treatments that were not supported by scientific evidence, including ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, as well as vitamin D as a supposed prophylaxis. Amazing. Here are some of the former CDC leaders that resigned after the head of the CDC was fired.
I think that, well, first I want to say one thing in response to something Dan said. So I think that an important thing to ask the secretary is, has he been ever briefed by a CDC expert on anything, specifically measles, COVID-19, flu? I think that people should ask him that in that hearing.
What would the answer
that's
to
number
that
one.
be?
The answer is no. So no one from my center has ever briefed him on any of those topics.
Really?
So I don't know where he's getting his, really.
No one has ever briefed him
But back to
on any of those issues that you just mentioned there, including...
Bro, while all this is happening, if Trump fucking dies this weekend and then motherfucking J.D. Vance becomes president and the Peter Thiel dictatorship is imminent, I will lose my goddamn mind. Here's Laura Rosen. Trump has no public events scheduled all weekend. Don't believe he was seen today either. J.D. Vance says he's ready to take over as president if, God forbid, there's a terrible tragedy with Trump. I jokingly talked about this yesterday, or I tweeted about this yesterday as a joke. I said, well, he did kill the Pope after all. And, turns out, who knows? Are you taking the weekend off? I am going to Michigan over the weekend. Because, like, on the one hand, you're like, oh, sweet. It'll be so sweet. It'll be so glorious. On the other hand, the alternative is J.D. fucking Vance, which means that the freak Peter Thiel has succeeded in the hostile takeover of the entire American government. Oh my God. Holy moly. J.D. Vance is a wet blanket, zero charisma. It don't matter, brother. It don't matter. That only matters during the election cycle. That don't matter if there is a fucking, if there's a takeover like a constitutionally approved second in command takeover of the administration. Yeah, he's a wet blanket. He most likely can't fucking drum up support from the same Trump forces when he's running for president, but maybe he doesn't have to run for president. That's the worst outcome. Because, like, J.D. Vance is one of the only people in the admin that knows how fucking stupid Trump is, okay? Like, he's smart enough to recognize how dumb Trump is, but he's just such a massive brown noser that he wants power more than anything else. And he is Peter Thiel's blood boy. Straight up. Fucking hell.
Measles given the outbreak in the United States right now?
He's getting information from somewhere. Yeah, he's getting information from somewhere, but that information is not coming from CDC experts who really are the world's experts in this area. Like, folks from around the world call us with questions around these infections. And we are seen as the expert. CDC is seen as the expert in these areas. CDC is the preeminent public health organization, I'm going to say, in the world. And he's not taking us up on several offers to brief him on these very important topics.
Why do you think that is?
On the issue, I don't know the answer. Perhaps he has alternate experts that he may trust more than the experts at CDC that the rest of the world regards as the best scientists in the areas.
Oh, I'm not sharing this to scare people, though it's fucking terrifying. I'm sharing it because we all need to be on guard. We won't be getting reliable data from the CDC anymore. Worse, the guidance could be harmful. RFK Jr. has no medical training, no scientific background. What he does have is a track record of pushing conspiracy theories rooted in eugenics. Dr. Demente Daskalakis, who ran the CDC's immunization and respiratory division, is out.
I'm seeing CDC being transformed into a weapon where people are not allowed to share scientific data, and that scientific data is potentially going to be contaminated more and more with ideology. Secretary Kennedy put out a directive that changed the childhood immunization schedule and also the adult immunization schedule for COVID-19, making it more restrictive for children. That means limiting access, by the way.
Yeah.
So making it more restrictive for children and also for pregnant women. And I'm never going to forget how I learned about it, which was on Twitter. So I was sitting in a senior leader meeting. I am, one of the COVID experts, one of the vaccine experts, and at a senior leader meeting at CDC, my phone blew up, and it was people saying, "We didn't know that you changed the vaccine schedule."
So many people will unironically look at this and be like, "Good, you're a fucking baby killer anyway. You made my son gay." Oh, we're so cooked. We're so fucking cooked. Bro. This is so unimaginably cooked. Holy shit. Oh my God. Okay, that's cool. That's, what are you going to do? What are you going to do about it? Nah, nothing.
And then they said, there's this video online that you can see. And that's how we learned about it. And then we had to ask for, can we get some paper? Can we get something in writing so we can figure out how to implement this directive, since all we had was the video? We eventually got the paper. And, my job as a scientist is to say, can we also see the data? Mm-hmm. That led to that decision, and that data was never provided to CDC. Measles, obviously, is something that he has said a lot about. I have no idea where he's getting that information, but it's not from CDC experts.
You say eugenics plays prominently in the rhetoric being generated. I think anybody who's been paying attention would agree with you, but from your perspective, tell us more about what you mean by that.
Yeah, I think that the whole rhetoric behind the movement that Secretary Kennedy thinks that he's launched is really that only the strong survive. So whether it's cutting social programs that are important to children, whether it's cutting access to food, so making America healthy means good food. So cutting things like food benefits for children seems like it's not a really good idea to be able to achieve that end. He has this belief that sometimes infection is better than vaccine because, it creates, I think, the people who survive are the people who should continue to propagate the species. I'm never going to forget, there was an interview that he did at a restaurant talking about the importance of using beef tallow in French fries. And in that interview, he was talking about his desire to have avian flu burn through chickens. And the chickens that survive, they're the ones that should be bred.
Dude, I can't begin to explain to you how dangerous this stuff is because it's invisible. Okay? This is the last remaining aspect of the government that is always supposed to work because you're supposed to take for granted the government working behind the scenes to ensure that your food is not poisoning you, okay? What I talk about all the time is like you don't know that these things are constantly on, okay? These regulatory agencies are constantly at work. And yes, there are significant failures even in that process. But the only time when you do actually remember that they are supposed to exist is when they're not working, when they fail, okay? But their failure oftentimes is invisible, okay? Their failure is invisible until it's not, until it's impossible to avoid that reality. What I mean by this is like, you don't know when you go to the store and the food that you are eating has not been properly examined or is contaminated, okay? And you don't know that until a fuck ton of people do eat that food and then people start falling, okay? People start dying, people start getting super sick. And if the proper warning mechanisms are also diminished because they're run by these deregulatory Peter Thiel-backed psychopaths, then no one knows about it. And then more people keep consuming the same shit. That's where we're at.
And those are the words that he said. They're available to watch. And he said, because those chickens have the superior genetics. And then 1 minute later, he said that the president also has superior genetics.
CDC cuts back on the foodborne illnesses surveillance program. CDC's FoodNet program has requires surveillance from 8 foodborne pathogens to 2. A move some experts warn could leave the country more vulnerable to outbreaks. What do you say? What do you say to this? What can you say to this? It's nothing. It's cooked. It's all fucking cooked. It's smoked. It's done. It's over.
Not how our children are supposed to look.
Concerns are spreading beyond the US as well, given the CDC's global role in vaccination guidance. Today, the government here is announcing that a chickenpox vaccine will be added to the measles, mumps and rubella jab from January next year. But already, only 83.7% of 5-year-olds have been given both doses of the MMR, well short of the 95% global standard.
Never forget that the major reason why there was so much like anti-vaccine conspiracies against the MMR vaccine was because Andrew Wakefield literally wanted to sell his own vaccine. So he just lied about the MMR giving children autism. Okay? Like that motherfucker had his own vaccine. He had a competing product and he wanted to sell the competing product. And that's the reason why he just made up a bunch of falsified data riddled fake evidence to suggest that MMR would actually give people autism. And that's where that comes from. A guy who just wanted to sell his own fucking vaccine, who was just mad that the MMR was effective. So if you hear someone say like, oh, vaccines do autism though, right? Like, which is something that RFK is saying, something that Trump has said in the past as well and continues to say, that's where that comes from.
So what effect might a shift in US policy have on public sentiment here?
It's gone full circle because it came from one of our doctors who was struck off, who's now very prominent in America.
Yeah, Andrew Wakefield. She's literally, British doctor Andrew Wakefield, who had his medical license taken away from him because of the thing that I just described to you. Of course, he came to the United States of America and has a wonderful career as an anti-vaxxer, an anti-vaccine skeptic, a vaccine skeptic, and you know, lives in like a fucking mega mansion and shit.
And very influential, and naturally across both sides of the Atlantic, you know, lots of conversations happen. And I think we are influenced by American culture as much as many other countries are in the world. So yeah, I think lots of the misinformation has stemmed from there.
This month has already seen reported real-life consequences of vaccine skeptic messaging. A gunman firing hundreds of rounds at the CDC building in Atlanta, Georgia, killing a policeman, then himself. All of it contributing to what is reported to be a bleak, even tearful mood inside the agency. Its incoming acting head has been named as Jim O'Neill, Kennedy's deputy at the health department, seen as likely to bolster his boss's moves on vaccine reform.
All right, here we are in the bowels of the Pentagon for the Pete and Bobby Challenge.
Earlier this month, Kennedy, a proponent of testosterone as well as blue jeans when it comes to workouts, took part in a fitness challenge with the defense secretary, 100 push-ups, 50 pull-ups. If so far his tenure has been characterized by this sort of bluster and eccentricity, in the coming weeks, the consequences of his decisions on public health may start to hit home.
To the Middle East, where Israel has begun its operation to occupy Gaza City.
Yeah, it'll be complicated, all right, as I covered earlier. Very complicated.
Israeli military has designated the whole area, in their words, a dangerous combat zone, and have suspended temporary pauses in fighting to allow people to get aid. It comes as Israel confirmed today that the body of one hostage and the remains of another have been recovered and returned to Israel. Our Middle East correspondent Adam Parsons joins me now from Jerusalem. This operation will ramp up, Adam, and could take many, many weeks.
Yes, I think this is going to be a huge, sprawling, complicated and long operation. And that is when it gets going in earnest, because what we have seen today is effectively preliminary operations. That is what the Israeli military are seeing this as. So even though we've seen significant explosions, we've seen a lot of military hardware being put into place, in their minds, this hasn't really got going yet. I think that will be a matter of, it could be a couple of weeks from now, it could be sooner than that. But they are still in a position where they are trying to get themselves ready, but also to get as many people out of that zone as possible. So they have opened what they would say is a humanitarian corridor to allow people to go south. They have dropped leaflets. They've made social media announcements. They're trying to get as many people from Gaza City to leave before they start this big offensive. A problem because there are over 1 million people in Gaza City, and they are officially facing a state of famine. So these are people who are exhausted, in some cases emaciated. They have no homes in many cases. I was in touch with somebody today who has a large family and said that his house is simply a pile of rubble. And these are people who have been shunted around the Gaza Strip already, and in a state of sometimes enfeeblement. They don't want to move again. So the IDF, the Israeli military, say that they will be going to Gaza. They think that is the last stronghold of Hamas, and they're expecting a tough fight. They think they will be having to go into tunnels, and one source has told me that it will be weeks, not months, unless, of course, there is a ceasefire. And at the moment, that seems unlikely. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu insisting that one of the preconditions for that would be the return of all the hostages, living and dead. Up until today, that number was 50, 20 alive, 30 who are dead. But now we know that an operation carried out by the IDF and Shin Bet has recovered one body. That is Ilan Weiss. He was killed on October the 7th, the day when his daughter Noga and his wife Sherry were taken by Hamas. They were released in November 23. He had two other daughters who actually escaped being taken. But Ilan Weiss...
It's crazy that they've only gotten one successful extraction, and it's not even of a prisoner of war that's alive. That's crazy. Further evidence that the most effective method is through ceasefire negotiations. Also, Hebrew source, a gag order has been imposed on the case of the 4 missing soldiers, effective until further notice from the Israeli military censor. Oh boy, big news. Explain. I already did. Palestinian resistance forces, specifically the Al-Qassam brigades, actually successfully crafted a counterattack against occupational terrorists in numerous parts of the Gaza Strip a couple hours ago. We don't know the total casualty numbers yet, but many extractions took place, medical evacs from helicopters that were shot at too. We don't know the total number, but the Israeli government was potentially employing the Hannibal Directive against their own soldiers. As you know, the Hannibal Directive is when Israeli occupational force soldiers are captured as prisoners of war, the Israeli government will just kill them in an effort not to give a leverage position to the Palestinian resistance forces. Now, they don't know what the deal is with the 4 Israeli soldiers. There was a search and rescue operation for them. Who knows? Because remember, if they simply kill them and don't take the bodies, then they don't have leverage. But what? Okay. But if they kill them and also maintain the bodies, or if they take them alive as prisoner, that's the best possible leverage point. All of a sudden, you have a lot more anger and resentment from Israeli society, a lot more pressure from Israeli society. Oh. Yeah. Hannibal Directive is activated. Urgent. The Israeli army activates Hannibal Protocol to prevent the capture of prisoners during the attacks on the Olive neighborhood, by the way. The Goon Platoon comes after. The Goon Platoon is deployed after they kill the Israeli soldiers themselves. Then they send in the Come Extraction Squad. What is the Hannibal Directive? The Hannibal Directive is the process in which the Israeli military would rather kill an Israeli soldier or an Israeli civilian, like on October 7, instead of letting them become a point of leverage, a bargaining chip in the hands of Hamas and the Palestinian resistance forces broadly. It's a real part of their military doctrine. I know I joke around a lot, but no matter how insane something sounds when I'm talking about it with respect to Israel, it's usually not even a joke. So, as of an hour ago, a fourth security incident is being reported on in Israeli media. Settler platforms, a fourth site in the Al Zaytun neighborhood witnessed a difficult security event. I'm pretty certain that this night has been unprecedented in scale thus far. The Al Qassam brigades have sent a very loud message to the occupation army. An occupation soldier reported hearing sounds of Al Qassam brigade fighters from communication devices. They were in possession of the missing soldiers in Al Zaytun neighborhood. The IOF has reportedly withdrawn from Al Zaytun after sustaining hours of gunfire. So they pushed back in Al Zaytun, and they most likely kidnapped, well, not kidnapped, but extracted as prisoners of war 4 Israeli occupational force soldiers. Remember, this comes after months and months of man-made famine. Turns out that you can shut off access to food into the Strip, but people still have a will to fight. Much to consider here. Yeah, the resistance is still strong and steadfast.
Died on that day, and his body has now been taken by that operation. They also recovered what was initially described as another body, but I am told it is effectively body parts. Those are now being examined, but it is considered that that is not a full body, which is why the Israelis say that they are still awaiting the return of 49 hostages. So now that count would now be 20 who are alive and 29 bodies. And we are, I think, at an important inflection point. There is still a huge groundswell in Israel pushing Mr. Netanyahu to try to negotiate a deal, to try to bring this war to a quick end. But there are also those, particularly in his cabinet, who are adamant that Israel needs to see this through, and that will mean taking Gaza City, an operation that will involve, well, tens of thousands of reservists have been called out, and could involve protracted, difficult, dangerous fighting and the displacement of a huge number of people.
Sabrina Carpenter didn't just blow up overnight. This wasn't some lucky break or random viral moment. This was a...
What the fuck is this? Anyway, I got whiplash from Israel to Sabrina Carpenter. Okay, so did you see this? Scum tactics. An Israeli drone drops grenades on Palestinians in one of the neighbors. Yes, I did. I did see that. So we don't know what the latest is with the 4 Israeli soldiers. But if Hamas, specifically the Al Qassam brigades, were able to successfully extract 4 alive, probably wounded, but still alive, Israeli occupational force soldiers, holy fuck, dude. That is a major blow to the confidence. It is a direct response, a direct blow to all of Benjamin Netanyahu's genocidal ambitions, because you can't even fucking make it seem like you have any sort of success here in extracting hostages. You quite literally are giving more hostages to Hamas. God damn, dude. The IDF is so ass. thank God, even though their cruelty knows no bounds, like at least they're just like horrible at fucking conducting any sort of military operation that doesn't require just like lobbing missiles from the sky against children in their baby cribs. Yeah, it's giving me flashbacks to Kidnap from a Tank. What was his name? Nimrod Cohen? Former child Nimrod Cohen, kidnapped from a tank by Hamas barbarians. It's like, bro, if you're in a tank, you're not being kidnapped, okay? You're being extracted as a prisoner of war. Protesters who are already accusing Netanyahu of sacrificing the hostages to continue the war before this are going to lose their minds. Netanyahu, who was already hell-bent on destroying Gaza before this, is going to lose his mind. This whole country is going to explode. I don't think so. Breaking. Netanyahu and his ministers have decided to cut the number of living hostages by half, says Qassam Brigade's Abu Ubaidah, warning against Israel's Gaza City invasion. In a new statement Friday evening, the spokesman of Hamas's armed wing accused Israel's leadership of deliberately endangering its captives through military escalation. Ubaidah said Netanyahu and his ministers had decided to cut the number of living captives by half and to ensure that most of the bodies and their dead disappear forever. He said Qassam will keep the captives alongside its fighters in the same combat zones and under the same risks and conditions, meaning they will remain inside of Gaza City as Israel advances. He pledged that any captive killed by Israeli strikes will be announced with name, photo, and proof. He also warned that Israel's planned invasion of Gaza City will be disastrous for its political and military leadership, with the army paying a heavy price in the blood of its soldiers and facing a greater risk of new soldiers being captured. This was before they literally did do that shit, by the way, for the record. Abu Ubaidah said, hey, man, you come in here, you're not going to come out. Okay? As Hezbollah used to say, they come in vertical and they leave horizontally. That T, also known as the Shaq Stop the Hate T, this is a sign for Hezbollah. They say you come in vertical and you leave horizontal in a fucking body bag. Anyway, paying a heavy price for the blood of his soldiers. He added that Qassam fighters are on high alert, ready, and in high spirits, prepared to show extraordinary models of heroism and bravery and deliver harsh lessons to the invading forces. And apparently they fucking did, it seems. So, yeah, free Palestine. What more to say? Don't underestimate how much Israelis love to see dead Palestinians. They only respond badly to their own dead or POW. No, I know that. I know that. That's why I'm saying for especially alive hostages, for especially alive prisoners of war is incredible. It is the most effective blow to all of the imagery that this fascist government relies on. The notion of like the Israeli occupational forces infallibility, how good they are. They're war fighters, you know what I mean? This is unimaginably embarrassing, a massive blow, a critical hit. There's no way around it. They have to kill these guys. And I suspect they're trying to. So we shall see. At least 4 more weapons for Hamas. I mean, that doesn't even matter. These guys have so many guns from already previous military incursions, like literally. Breaking, the Israeli military says another 4th difficult security incident just hit its troops in Al Zaytun neighborhood. The ambush has likely caused more casualties. Apache helicopters are increasing in the sky. Unbelievable heroism, truly. Oh, speaking of which, did you guys see Jake Tapper literally fucking honor a goddamn Israeli occupational force terrorist who died? Oh my God. Chatter says Hamas are fascists too. Okay, bro. Yeah, you might be different, but you see me, when I see a fucking nuclear armed nation state with unlimited weapons from the most powerful country on the planet, the United States of America, doing a fucking unlimited genocide on children, I'm not going to fucking look at the only guys in town that have arms and are willing to fight to defend everybody else to the best of their ability and make this fucking genocide as costly as possible, to die standing up on their feet rather than on their hands and knees begging for the Israelis to fucking end their pain. I'm not going to call them fascists. I think it's pretty obvious who the fucking fascists are in this equation. All right? That's it. Oh, here. Look at this fucking dipshit. Jake Tapper says at the end of this clip, may his memory be a blessing, in reference to an Israeli soldier killed in Gaza, but as mass murder and bomb civilians.
Ends when Hamas ends. We need to see this war end where Hamas is disarmed, where Gaza is demilitarized, and all of our hostages are out. None of this, as the president has said repeatedly, none of this drip-drab kind of thing, a few hostages now, a few hostages later. If we are not careful, what's going to happen is we're going to get a few hostages out now, and we're never going to see the rest of the hostages again. Look, you got to ask yourself a question. A country that's capable of taking out the control of all of Iranian airspace in 72 hours, allowing for the B-2s of the United States to come in and obliterate the nuclear weapons operations in Iran, is not capable of ending this war sooner? Of course we are, but it's because we're taking precautions that no other country has ever taken. No other.
He's saying we because he's the Israeli ambassador to the U.S., bro. Come on. I know it sounds confusing because the motherfucker sounds like he's just from Long Island, but
Other countries had to face a situation of 450 miles of terror tunnels under an area that's 24 miles long. We're dealing with a ghoulish, fiendish organization that's not only hiding behind civilians, but is using civilians as cannon fodder. They enjoy this. This is a death cult. They say this. You have to read their stuff. We do everything we possibly can. My own son was killed because we do not kill innocent civilians. He went in on foot into Gaza and led the troops at the beginning of the war.
Oh, no, dude. What? Oh, shit, dude. So your son was participating in a baby murder scheme and got fucking owned in the process? Fuck, bro. God damn, that's so sad. That's so sad, dude. Hey, I have a fucking suggestion if you didn't want to hold that L, right? The L of having a dead son who died in the process of doing baby murder, doing genocide, okay? It's called Don't Fucking Do Genocide. I know, it sounds fucking crazy. It sounds crazy. I know. But like, don't fucking do genocide, dude. It's so simple. It's so crazy how simple this is. Oh, man. Oh, brother. Let's see what fucking Jake Tapper had to say.
Or was killed when he went into a Hamas booby trap. If we were doing what we're being accused of doing, okay, maybe he'd be alive today. And so many of our soldiers that have died.
Yeah, I can think of a different way that he could be alive today. Like, for example, this motherfucker's from like Ohio, okay? If you and your son were still living in Ohio and, I don't know, didn't participate in the genocidal army's genocidal occupation in the apartheid state doing a genocide, probably would have been alive. Just saying. Just saying. I have no fucking sympathy, by the way, for this dude who is using his dead son on television to continue advocating for a genocide. Just saying, I'm being super clear. I know he sounds so American. He's like, what do you mean? You're so ruthless, Hassan. You might be thinking in your mind. Okay? I just don't. This is no different to me than like a fucking neo-Nazi being like, yeah, we joined the neo-Nazi brigades to do fucking genocide, to do the Holocaust, and then my son died in the process. It's like, okay, well, you're a fucking piece of shit, and so was your son. And, sucks to suck. Hold this fucking L forever.
Being alive today. And the demonstrations you showed are only half of the demonstrations. The other half of the demonstrations are families of soldiers who are saying to the prime minister, you have to end this war with a defeat of Hamas because otherwise we're going back to October 6th.
Before you go, Mr. Ambassador, the name of your fallen son?
Moshe.
Moshe. May his memory be a blessing.
Oh, suck my dick, Jake. You didn't even have to ask that. You could have just let him fucking chirp. You already let him chirp. You don't have to like literally be like, oh, may his memory be a blessing. That's a Nazi, bro. What are we talking about? Yeah, all his son did is volunteer to engage in a genocide. Don't be mean, guys. Oh my God. Close enough. Guess what? Yaichel Leiter was born on the 1st of October, 1959 in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Oh my God. Turns out close enough. Not Ohio, but motherfucking Scranton, Pennsylvania. Same as Biden, by the way. You just gained a new op. Brother, the Israeli government broadly is my op. What do you mean? This guy works for the Israeli government. He is the Israel's ambassador to the United States. He was with the JDL. He was a JDL member. He is a Jewish Klansman, okay? The JDL is the Jewish KKK, okay? I don't give a fuck about him. Fuck him. He should not be on television. What are we talking about? He should be in prison. Fuck this guy. Ay, 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 dude. Ay, ay, ay. It's so fucking annoying that we have to like play this song and dance. Like this motherfucker's not like, I am a Jewish Nazi and my son was a Jewish Nazi who died doing the Holocaust. And you got to sit there and be like, oh, fuck, man. I'm so sorry to hear that.
Thank you for being here.
I appreciate that,
today.
Jake. Thank you so much.
And I hope that the war ends soon.
Like, I get it. You don't want to say that to his face. I don't know if I'd be able to muster up that statement myself either, but you don't have to have him on the broadcast, number one, and you certainly don't have to say thoughts and prayers to your fucking son. You're saying I would, but like, it's just rude. You know what I mean? It's a rude thing to do to someone. It's just like, even though you're not morally incorrect to do so, it just always feels a little weird. Okay? That's it. I'm just being very transparent with you. I'm being very honest. Like, it's hard for me to be that rude to a person directly to their face. Why does Jake Tapper keep doing this? Wait, this is from January 12th, 2024. Yeah. Great and breaking news. This morning, the U.S. Parole Commission ordered the full parole and immediate release of no supervision of Navy Lieutenant Rich Alknoise. Here he is, pictured with the family, reunited. Yeah, he killed 2 Japanese civilians in a car crash. He fell asleep with a wheel, by the way. And then the American government was like, bring him back. He did nothing wrong. He didn't kill humans. He killed Japanese. They're not human. We're American. He's American. Yeah, and he's a free man now. Yehuda says Yechiel lives in the West Bank as well. Not shocking, not confusing. Fantastic stuff overall. But I guess a little bit of good news in terms of the resistance. Updates from the resistance. All right. Is there like a video that we could watch with the Jeffrey Epstein, Ehud Barak shit that's not from like a psycho? The New York Times recently had an explainer on why there's a famine in Gaza. It concluded that it was because the Israeli government had planned poorly. Listening to Israeli ministers, it's clear that Israel planned precisely. Breaking. Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich. Water, electricity, and food must be cut off on the Gaza Strip, and those who don't die by bullets will die of hunger. Wow. I wonder what he could mean by this. I wonder. TrueAnon new ep or Chris Kunzler? Give me the Chris Kunzler one. Loki does a perfect edit that explains the petty story. What is this? Is there TOS here? That's Ehud Barak right there. Oh my God. Former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak. Here.
Epstein's emails with former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak are being made public for the first time, and they're generally just about how the two of them wanted to start surveillance companies together, how Epstein was organizing meetings between Barak and people like Peter Thiel, the owner of Palantir, a surveillance company that is increasingly involving itself with American and other Western governments. And you also have some really crazy ones like this, where Epstein says, with civil unrest exploding in Ukraine, Syria, Somalia, Libya, and the desperation of those in power, isn't this perfect for you? And there's also this one where Epstein says, Weathy Chines looking for to start personal protection company in Beijing.
I think he meant like wealthy Chinese. Kidnapping has begun. Wow, it turns out maybe he is a Chinese spy after all. Just
Kidnapping
kidding.
has begun. These were released to the public by hackers. They are confirmed to be 100% real. And if you want to read a full article about it, check out Matthew Petty's article. But you can also check out TrueAnon on Twitter, who are about to do an episode about this. And I think many people thought that this was going to be about how Epstein was blackmailing Israelis. But in many ways, it's more horrifying, because what it actually is about how Epstein, after being convicted of heinous crimes, was basically using his position and his social connections to invest in mass surveillance companies that are increasingly going to dominate Western society.
Yeah. Here's more information, and we'll get to Matthew Petty's
Israeli
article.
Prime Minister Ehud Barak sent an email to Jeffrey Epstein, which was called Re-Island Visit, and in the email, he talks about how he was trying to arrange so that
Dude, I'm not going to watch the TrueAnon episode that's 2 hours long with no visuals. Like, what are you, crazy? Obviously, that's not happening.
Security people did not come to Epstein's island. And then Epstein is talking about how he wants their NYPD contact information so he can probably clear it with them that they can't go to the island. I mean, a lot of questions here. What was going on? Why did Ehud Barak not want his security to come? If the women there were over the age of 18, something funny going on there. This was just made public by the people's hero, Brace Belden of TrueAnon, on Twitter, because journalists now have access to a huge trove of hacked, verified documents about Epstein's relationship with Ehud Barak, and there are many other things in there. So likely, over the coming days, we're going to finally find out some more about Jeffrey Epstein. Maybe we'll finally find out what Trump was doing with him.
No, I don't care about fucking Ian Carroll, chatters. Shut up. Jeffrey Epstein connecting Sultan bin Sulayem to Ehud Barak while the latter two are in Russia in 2013. Can I send you his email, Sultan bin Sulayem? Any idea how to create the actual contact? My friend Sultan bin Sulayman is in St. Pete. I think you should meet. He is the right hand of Maktoum. Did you turn on ads? No. The Piker Broadcasting Service is funded by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. There is no ads in the Piker Broadcasting Service. It's so funny that, like, the TrueAnon account, in between Brace's, like, insane AI posting and in between his, like, incessant reply guy behavior as a bit, will post absolute bangers, like profoundly important pieces of journalism. And you just got all of it in the same, you know, we got it all, baby. Here's a leak to Ehud Barak's emails, 100,000 emails where you can see him and Jeffrey Epstein talking about meeting Peter Thiel, who owns Palantir. You can download the whole thing on DDO Secrets via our Telegram. Here's an additional 25,000 leaked emails from Deputy Minister Benny Gantz, an additional 50,000 leaked emails from Gabby Ashkenazi. Ian Carroll showed you some clever tech and discovered that Jeffrey Epstein and Ehud Barak were conducting surveillance on a number of powerful U.S. politicians and businesses. Yeah, I don't care about fucking Ian Carroll. I'm sorry. I don't think he's credible. Anyway, busy day in June of 2014 as Jeffrey Epstein and Ehud Barak jiggle meetings with Victor Vekselberg and Peter Thiel. Both Vekselberg and Thiel would later invest in separate Israeli spyware companies. Peter is Monday at 8 p.m. Victor. And before 6 p.m., is Peter coming around 7 p.m.? Yes, definitely after 3 best. Jeff, I'll meet VV in some 2 hours time. He's probably stays in New York. He's probably stays on New York till Monday. Bro, this guy couldn't write for shit. Does it make sense to have a cup of coffee with him on Sunday? EB. I'm returning to New York Sunday morning now, so have time Sunday if you want. In a separate email to billionaire Gary Fiegel, Ehud Barak says he's actually met Thiel once at Davos, but Thiel likely doesn't remember as he was, I guess, under some drug impact. It's so strange. What was Ehud Barak, former Prime Minister of Israel, doing with Jeffrey Epstein? Why were they consistently talking to one another? Why were they emailing one another about linking up with Palantir's very own Peter Thiel? Why does the Israeli state utilize Peter Thiel's surveillance technology? Why does the Israeli state utilize why does the American state utilize Peter Thiel's surveillance technology, Palantir? How very strange. How could this have happened? Interesting. Certainly not a Mossad operative, certainly not connected deeply to the Israeli state. That would be crazy. Don't you say that. Oh, no, no, no. I wonder how this happened. Anyway, them billionaires really do got a lot of things together. Yeah, they're just chilling. They're hanging out. They are certainly not connected, though. It's so funny that this came right after Ghislaine Maxwell was like, yeah, I think they might have met Ehud Barak. I think she might have met Ehud Barak, but she doesn't know. Has she ever been in contact with a Mossad operative? Oh, not voluntarily, not knowingly. How could I know? These connections, I mean, you're just making stuff up. Please don't. Anyway, let's look at the article on Reason now. Wait, what the fuck? Yeah, this is from Matthew Petty, who had access to the treasure trove of hacked emails and wrote about it. Inside Jeffrey Epstein's spy industry connections, leaked emails show Epstein's attempt to dabble in security tech across borders. Is there anything I'm missing? Because I feel like that was the gist of it. Epstein having consistent back and forth communication with Ehud Barak. This guy's also sorting through the files. So this is Ian Carroll. Oh my God, it's fucking Ian Carroll. This is the problem with having dipshits like Ian Carroll be like the leading voice in this process. I do not trust him. Please stop sending me Ian Carroll videos, please. I don't trust him. At worst, he is a straight up fucking dog whistling neo-Nazi. And at best, in the most charitable interpretation, he doesn't understand the things that he is like summarizing. Okay. Like even at best, he is not a reliable narrator. Oh, wait, hold on. Murat! By the way, one thing that these files do is push back against Tucker Carlson's theory that Ehud Barak was Epstein's intelligence handler. Whatever Epstein was up to before his emails with Barak, read line from someone on the outside of that world trying to get back in. What if we like got you a Patreon subscription to listen to this show on it? Because no one, dude, just watch it on your own time. God damn it. You're not something that is incredibly entertaining that you can consume on your own is not going to work well in front of 25,000 people on a fucking visually stimulating live broadcast, bro. Fuck me. Holy shit. It's not, Subway server's not going to make up for that. Just watch it on your own. What the fuck? I will. It doesn't make any fucking sense. He said my food outside, chat. No, I said his food is outside, but he hasn't even made the active attempt to go and extract it. So it's going to get stolen. And he's going to be like, what happened to my food? Motherfuckers are like, watch the audio only podcast on your stream. That's crazy. Yes. Matthew Petty's assessment is that Jeffrey Epstein, at least with these conversations, with this back and forth, seemingly was not in the know at that point. Or maybe like Ehud Barak wasn't his handler, but clearly had a close relationship with the Israeli state. So he could have been an asset for a while and wasn't active, or he could have been an asset for a different division, and he was trying to elevate his importance in the Israeli state, in the eyes of the Israeli state, by directly talking to Ehud Barak, by setting up additional things for Ehud Barak. This doesn't mean that he wasn't an Israeli asset. It very clearly is an Israeli asset. I don't think a member of the Mossad would also be directly emailing Ehud Barak on a private email server. You know, I suspect that they have better OPSEC than that. Maybe they don't. I don't know. Maybe they're that fucking stupid. But it feels to me like that's not a thing that they would do. But of course, a simple financial advisor is not doing this kind of shit, I don't think. He talks with the Israeli email consistently about Putin invading Ukraine in 2014 and 2015. What did he know? Anyway, reportedly, a startup focused on overhauling 9/11 emergency dispatch technology could bring Epstein into that world. One of his co-founders and directors was Pinchas Bucharest, a former director of Unit 8200. Bucharest told Haaretz, the Israeli newspaper that broke news of Epstein's involvement in 2019, that the investment was structured to conceal Epstein's role. Barak brought the money, and as far as I'm concerned, it's his. I don't know Epstein, and I haven't met him. Yet the emails show that Barak scheduled a virtual meeting with Epstein and Bucharest together in December 2014 and told his lawyers to alter the terms of the investment based on Bucharest's input. After Epstein's rearrest in July 2019, Barak announced that he was dissolving the investment partnership with Epstein. Neither Barak nor Bucharest are still on the board of the company. In April 2016, Barak asked Epstein to invest in Levitation, an electromagnetic imaging startup. Couldn't see a product. They don't have it yet, but they're leading experts on advanced radars. Made sci-fi-like achievements in military products, Barak wrote, adding that Levitation staff were all veterans of the Israeli weapons company Rafael Advanced Defense Systems. Levitation received part of the $1.5 million contract with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security in 2020 for developing electromagnetic imaging and artificial intelligence to detect threats and concealed items in wide open areas. The company went out of business in 2022. Gideon Levita, a former Iron Dome missile defense engineer, is now running a similar startup called Scanary. His promise is to perform mass airport security style scans of crowds using miniaturized radar. Barak offered use of the same construct we use in Reporty with Levitation. Oh my God, these names are so fucking stupid. And Epstein agreed to have Barak's lawyer negotiate terms. Levita tells Reason via a colleague that Ehud Barak has never been an investor in Levitation and added, Jeffrey Epstein was never mentioned in any context related to the company. The emails also contain some tantalizing hints at Epstein's other international endeavors. Epstein told Barak about a business prospect he heard about from Britain's Prince Andrew, who has recently come under fire for his ties to an alleged Chinese spy. Wealthy Chines looking forward to start Personnel Protection Co. in Beijing. Kidnapping has begun. Barak did not respond to multiple requests for comment sent to his personal email, to his wife, to the lawyer who represented him in these business negotiations, and to the American Speakers Agency that represents him now. Neither to McCormick, Vexelberg, Belyakov, Bucharest, Carbon, British Royal Court, I saw a business opportunity, Barak told Haaretz in 2019 in a later interview with the Wall Street Journal. At the time, seemed to be an intelligent person, socially well-connected, and of a wide areas of interest from science to geopolitics, and said he did not participate or know about any of Epstein's parties with women or girls. Thiel acknowledged the Wall Street Journal in 2023 that he had met with Epstein more than once in 2014 for unnamed networking opportunities. The report did not mention Barak's involvement. I think enough about what Epstein's agenda might have been, Thiel told the paper. Interesting. This is all popping off as my 2019 report on Peter Thiel Epstein and Ehud Barak's Carbine 9/11 was just ultra vindicated by new release emails. Report on this yesterday, and this is the 2019 report. How the CIA, Mossad, and the Epstein network are exploiting mass shootings to create an Orwellian nightmare. Part of the reason why I don't like Ian Carroll is because he, from what I've seen so far, has like kind of bastardized Whitney Webb's work. Like exploiting mass shootings as in like to create an environment of mass surveillance. It directly ties back to the fucking guy that we just saw on Fox News the other day say we're we're launching an Israeli-grade surveillance apparatus to ensure that mass shootings don't happen ever again. This is it. Israeli-grade ontology. Yeah. But don't worry, it's already begun. I mean, Peter Thiel has access to all of that, so it's great. You should watch Ben Jordan's last video on mass surveillance cameras in the U.S. You guys love fucking sending this video. Here, I'll watch it. IDF sources confirmed to me that the Army has lost contact with an unknown number of soldiers, probably fewer than 10. IDF protocol to prevent hostage taking is being undertaken right now. Rescue attempts have come under extreme fire. The IDF has put gag order on this operation, so do not expect to see it in Israeli media until morning there. Yeah. Conservatives in 1999 and 2024 until 2024. Enough of this emotional blackmail about school shootings to take away our rights. Conservatives in 2025. We need a joint Palantir Mossad OpenAI surveillance system immediately. And it's crazy because like it really does work. Like you can just be Republican and be like, we are going to do the exact same things that you've been warning that the Democrats were going to do for years. And we're just going to do it openly, but we're going to do it as Republicans and you will like it. And many people don't even fucking bat an eye. They're like, oh, that's awesome. I love that. I think that's the best thing that we could have done. Why haven't I thought of that before? Amazing. I guess it owns the libs now, you know? It's fucking super owns the libs. The libs are super owned. Do you have the Ben Jordan video or not? Chatters have been linking it to me before. Chatters have linked it to me 1,000 times over, and now when I'm asking for it, you motherfuckers don't have it.
If you're an American, you've been probably seeing a whole bunch of these things. And in some places, they're so common that you don't even notice them. They just blend into the background like they're trees or streetlights. And you've probably correctly assumed that they're recording traffic. They're also recording and logging license plates and using AI image recognition. But what if I told you that they are in fact not owned by your local police department or your local government, but are licensed to them by a third-party startup? And all of your vehicle's whereabouts are being tracked by a third-party data broker. What if I also told you that major retail chains are also using them, and they're combining your vehicle's whereabouts with your personal information, your shopping habits, and even your in-store behavior. And some of them are giving that information to law enforcement. And what if I told you that I just possibly may have come up with a way to break it?
I love this shit.
This Colorado family was being driven to a shopping center in a stolen vehicle, and they would have gotten away with it without cutting-edge technology alerting police of their crime.
Nah, that was actually an OCR error.
Well, this New Mexico woman and her 12-year-old sister were driving to the park with a stolen license plate when AI-enhanced technology allowed police to...
That one was another computer vision error.
Well, yet another car-thieving woman of color caught red-handed.
Nope, just a glitch. This situation keeps happening all over the country. Your tax dollars pay startups to rent AI superpowers to law enforcement. And then the following year, your tax dollars pay the lawsuit settlements when it doesn't work.
By the way, this is what OG libertarians were all about. I mean, they had a litany of weird-ass opinions about a whole bunch of different shit. But, like, this was an area of agreement, you know? This is it. This was, like, the thing that they cared about, like a police state, a heavily militarized surveillance state that was at any moment just using unlimited power and the monopoly of violence against you for no real fucking reason whatsoever. Post-Trump, all these motherfuckers are pro this. They love it. They want more of it. I don't know what the fuck happened.
Flock Safety is a startup that was founded in 2017 that specializes in developing and leasing security cameras that have AI capabilities such as license plate recognition and vehicle identification. And these security cameras feed into databases that law enforcement, private companies, and even private citizens can access and utilize. And if you own a car in the United States, you have unquestionably been logged within one of these databases. It works like this. You drive past a Flock Safety camera and it records an image or video. An image segmentation model or something similar looks for the license plate itself, or a rectangle with some key identifiers like tail lights or a rear window. Once it is confident enough that it found a license plate, it sends a portion of the image to an OCR model, or optical character recognition, which is probably the most widely used type of AI for consumers. For example, it's used in PDFs or any type of automatic data entry, like scanning and cashing checks on your phone with your bank's app. AI like this typically uses a confidence level threshold, so if the OCR OCR model is above, say, 90% sure that your license plate was read accurately, then the information is saved with a location and timestamp on it. It can also classify the make and model of your vehicle and note if there are any bumper stickers or add-ons or cosmetic damage on the vehicle. And this information as well gets stored to that database. A law enforcement officer can then run your license plate and see every single time that your vehicle has been tagged in the database. So if you're in a city that has a lot of these cameras, it pretty much has the same effect as secretly sticking a GPS device on your car. Flock Safety is also happy to provide service to businesses and homeowners associations, and those private clients often allow law enforcement to access the data from their cameras. Then there's the hot list. If law enforcement puts you on the hot list, they are notified every single time that Flock detects you. So it's kind of like having a police tail all day, every day, but without the pesky annoyances of requiring a judicial.
By the way, this is also part of the reason why, like, I will never understand why cops even do car chases at all. Like, why the fuck do we have police chases or even police helicopters? There is quite literally round the clock 24/7 surveillance. And it also is even dumber that cops still can't solve fucking crimes, bro. 24/7 surveillance state. Crime should be at a 0. Like, clearance rate should be 100%. Okay? Nope. With all of that in mind, remember that the police clearance rates in this goddamn country are still so fucking low. It is crazy.
A warrant to target and track a citizen who may not even be suspected of any sort of crime. So now you might be asking, what is there to stop, I don't know, Texas law enforcement tracking women out of state who are suspected of getting illegal abortions? Or how would you prevent a jealous, abusive person who also happens to be a law enforcement officer from using the system to constantly track his ex-girlfriend and her new partner? Well, unfortunately, you wouldn't prevent it, because these are just 2 of the many examples of things that have actually already happened. Flock Safety has exhibited the usual hyper-aggressive startup behavior that we've all grown accustomed to. Near Orlando, Florida, for example, they installed nearly 100 cameras on public roadways without even notifying the county. And this entire industry sales pitches police departments with their cherry-picked success stories. If we didn't live in a surveillance state, this old lady with dementia would have never been found, or if it weren't for all these cameras, this homicide suspect would have never been taken off the streets and would still be murdering people right now. Had this license plate reader error not led to a mother and her young children being held at gunpoint, that family would have never received a $1.9 million settlement from Aurora, Colorado taxpayers. Weirdly, I couldn't find that example in any of their sales decks. From every single agreement that I've looked up and seen, the police department or local government do not own the camera but pays for their installation, then rents them for an annual subscription fee. And usually this is between $2,000 and $3,000 per camera per year, but apparently there's been a recent price hike that has strained the budgets of some police departments. In all of these agreements, Flock Safety's liability policy is extremely tight and protects them against virtually all claims should something go wrong or an equipment or data error mislead an investigation. And one of the most amusing parts of this agreement is this section that is telling the police department to call 911 and not rely on Flock Safety services in the event of an emergency. Yikes. Civil communities, police departments, private businesses, and individuals are not allowed to sell, lease, lend, give away, auction, or otherwise transfer ownership of any of Flock's IP or hardware. At no given time are you allowed to decompile, disassemble, reverse engineer, modify, alter, tamper with, or even repair any of it. Later in this video, I'll be disassembling and somewhat reverse engineering some ALPR cameras, but not Flock. If I did have access to some of Flock's hardware sitting in a box right over there, my attorney advises me that showing you any of it would jeopardize the existence of this video as a whole. A big reason for this aggressive scaling is because the business model of companies like this is actually quite brilliant. They market themselves as public safety services licensing cutting-edge technology, but license plate readers and security cameras have existed for decades. Flock Safety and their competitors are data brokers. A city, police department, business, or homeowners association pays to borrow their cameras. Amazing. And then they retain the right to make some of that data accessible behind the same licensing paywall scheme for other clients or customers. Andreessen Horowitz, who is the VC of choice for data brokers and big data startups like Databricks, Fivetran, Scale AI, and Golden, just to name a few, they've invested nearly $500 million into Flock Safety, adding another $275 million just a few months ago. These are data broker numbers. For example, ADT, the largest and most recognizable home security company and brand in the world, went public in 1969 and has a market cap of $6.8 billion. And that market cap is eclipsed by Flock Safety's recent F-Series valuation of nearly $8 billion. And it needs to be pointed out that Flock Safety and Andreessen Horowitz have spent a combined $92,680,000 in lobbying, and the vast majority of that lobbying was in the last year. Maybe you are a law enforcement officer and Flock.
How is it not illegal or goes against our rights? Dude, you're an American. Do you not understand? You're nothing. We're nothing. We are fucking peasants who have been deluded into thinking that we have any kind of self-importance whatsoever. We're literally fucking lab rats, brother. This is what I keep repeating over and over again, and people seemingly do not understand. We do not have rights. You know who has rights? Corporations have rights. They have the right to do whatever the fuck they want, okay? They have a right to get the bag, acquire it by any means necessary. That's it. We're just running around thinking like, oh, we got autonomy. We have free will. We can do it. We can do whatever we want. Yeah, good luck, dude. Can't. Every single aspect of your life, whether you are aware of it or not, is being commoditized and also being used. All of your movements are being used. They're being monetized by these AI-backed tech companies. Like, this is quite literally just like mass surveillance operation, and it's been openly sold, openly traded on the market. Like, there's just every single American is being surveilled at every single moment of the day. Okay, all your movements are tracked, and they're sold to data brokers. They're sold to companies that want to surveil you for one reason or another to sell you more shit. Law enforcement has access to this. Your landlord has access to it. That's it.
Safety has helped you solve cases. Or maybe you think that a poorly substantiated...
Yeah, but fear not. Can't pay for your expensive surgery after a cop beat the fuck out of you because this Flock AI process accidentally triggered your license plate, and now you can't pay for your surgery at all. Well, you can sell your kidney. After all, you're walking around having your organs sit inside of your body unused, according to our next director of the CDC. They're cutting you up anyway. They might as well just chop the kidney off while you're under.
Claim about a drop in crime is worth the constant monitoring and tracking of hundreds of millions of tax-paying citizens who are not criminals. And those small little glitches that result in young children being held at gunpoint face first on the hot asphalt in a parking lot are just some cracked eggs in the overall omelet that society is trying to make. And if you agree with that, and that's your perspective, fair enough. I strongly disagree with you, but this is a conversation that's not even worth having because all of this is about to get a whole lot worse for everyone, except for the billionaires extracting wealth from taxpayers, of course.
Hey guys, I'm still in the studio. We just finished our Q1 product launch. Fingers are still a little bit shaky. Flock Nova is going to change the game for criminal investigations. I've heard from so many chiefs that they have this system and that system and that system. They know they have the data, but it's taking their analysts hours and hours to build a case. And now with Flock Nova, it's one click to one case solved.
Flock Nova is a brand new product that is in beta at the time of me recording this, and it combines computer-aided dispatch, criminal records, video surveillance, automated license plate reader data, and here's the kicker, third-party data acquired by Flock Safety. What third-party data, you ask? They haven't exactly been transparent, but 404 Media asked the same question and found out that Flock Nova was using data leaked and sold from large-scale hacks and security breaches. And since that story broke, Flock made an announcement claiming to no longer be using illegally stolen personal data. Most of us at face value don't really seem to mind, or at least don't think it's a big deal that our data is being farmed from us. Like, is it really that big of a deal that your activity on Pinterest under a mostly anonymized account is being stored and analyzed and sold? Well, it becomes a very big deal when it's combined with other data and stops being so anonymous. And when your health questionnaire information on BetterHelp was sold to Facebook, where you posted a bunch of photos from bars 10 years ago, and then all of that gets bundled by a data broker with your tracked and logged bad driving habits that your vehicle manufacturer sold. Yeah, that's a thing too. Guess what? All of this may explain the reason your car insurance costs twice as much as anybody else in your age demographic, or it may explain why you can't seem to get a good interest rate on a loan. And now, especially in 2025, where something you may have posted a decade ago will get you arrested and deported. My point is, data privacy never really seems like a big deal until it is. Some states have various laws regarding this, but nobody really seems to give a shit because in the few cases where they do get caught, the fine or settlement is a mere fraction of the income generated from buying and selling your third-party data. If a large retailer or fast food chain is not using Flock Safety, then they're probably using some other type of automated license plate reader. But once you walk in those doors, oh my God. Let's just use Walmart's corporate privacy policy as an example. They're logging your personal identifiers, your name, your phone number, your address, your email, your driver's license number, your signature, device identifiers such as your phone or smartwatch's MAC address. They're sussing out your age, gender, citizenship, race, marital status, household income, education, unemployment information, family health, number of children, credit card numbers and other payment information, geolocation history, photographs, audio recordings, video recordings, and if known, background checks and criminal convictions. Oh, hang on, I haven't even gotten to the creepy part yet. Inferences, aka your behavior and preferences from your shopping patterns, intelligence, and aptitude. And they reserve the right to share any and all of this with third parties, including but not limited to, you guessed it.
Yeah, part of that sharing at third parties is also so you can make extra money too. Because people will obviously pay a lot. Like Walmart itself will use it for dynamic pricing, something that they're testing out, something that a lot of companies are now testing out. You know how like your Uber application has dynamic pricing? If you didn't know this, now you know. Most of the apps where you purchase food from and you use actually are triangulating the maximum amount of money you will pay for whatever you're purchasing. Okay? Like Uber knows that if you are a customer that's willing to pay the maximum price for Uber at any given moment, it's always going to serve you a higher price than anybody else in the area. Okay? Now, grocery stores are trying to do that in store. Grocery stores are trying to do that. When you walk into the grocery store, they're like, this is the price for you, sir. Good thing you have Klarna to fund your Uber rides. Yeah. Good thing you can take on debt. So yeah, with digital price tags, they know what you are willing to pay. They know what your price point is, or they at least like analyze a potential price point for you. So they just like change it. McDonald's does it based on location. McDonald's application does it as well based on when lunchtime is. And then now these mega corporations are doing that. They're doing dynamic pricing for people that are in the fucking grocery store. How is that possible? In person to the grocery store? What do you mean, how is it possible? Your phone is connected to everything. They know who you are. They already have a dynamic pricing for you, so they change it. Either they change it at the point of like when you walk up to the counter, or they change it when they're at self-checkout and shit. Anyway, so yeah, it scales digital coupons to you. They're making fun of your pale ass ankles, Unc. I know, I got pale ass ankles. That's true. So there's that. And then also on top of that, if that's not enough, you can also make extra money by selling all this data to another company.
It's been reported that police departments have been running queries and sharing Flock Safety's data with ICE. Some Home Depot and Lowe's locations are also Flock Safety customers, and they have also been known to share Flock Safety's data with law enforcement.
Shelf items have price tags. How would that change that shit? Digital price tags.
It might be safe to assume that some of the immigration raids happening at Home Depot and Lowe's locations may be connected to this honeypot of data. So when an immigrant picks up some construction supplies before work, the store will then send the license plate and vehicle identification data to Flock Safety. That would trigger an alert on the hot list, and just like that, masked men arrive and pick up the Venezuelan day laborer with no criminal record and ship them off to a prison camp in El Salvador. Like, why? Can't y'all just f***ing sell tools? So we have these creepy AI cameras everywhere, proving every paranoid schizophrenic person right by logging our vehicles' every move for police, retailers, and even gated communities. Then we have retailers building advanced personal and psychological profiles about us, which are then being traded to data brokers and combined with our internet shopping, browsing, and social media activity. And now law enforcement data brokers are buying it all up. Here's a hard truth that we all need to know and consider. If every single actor in this database brokerage theater were playing by the rules and following every single law and acting ethically, your data is still only as safe as the database with the weakest security policies or that one employee that falls for the phishing email. In 2024 alone, if we are only counting data breaches that were formally reported, that number exceeds over 10,000 incidents affecting 4.2 billion compromised records. But fear not, our legislators are coming to our rescue by banning TikTok. Did I hear that right? And it kind of doesn't even matter at this point. Debating the safeguarding of personal data in 2025 is like standing on the burnt remains of a home and debating what kind of fire extinguisher you're going to put.
Also, and I've said this multiple times, but I trust the Chinese government more with my fucking data than I do the American government. The fuck are they going to do with my data, bro? Huh? What are they going to do? What are they going to do? Make me more pro-China? Too late. Okay? Straight up. The fuck is the Chinese government going to do with my data, bro? The American government, on the other hand, I know what they're doing. They're doing fuck shit. They're selling it. Give you a coupon? Yeah, they're going to sell me fucking Temu coupons.
In the kitchen. This next section isn't about big data or retailers. We're going to circle back to the data mining that your tax dollars pay for, and we're going to see just how insecure it is. And we're going to try to come up with some ways to defend ourselves from it. In this chapter, we'll be technically going over how ALPR cameras work and examining a few hardware vulnerabilities, but we kind of don't have to. From what I gathered, flock safety cameras can be reached by Bluetooth, and without breaking off into a completely separate tangent, security is not Bluetooth's strength. To Flock Security's credit, from what I could tell, all the Bluetooth seems to be doing is relaying hardware and status information about the camera and transmission system. The camera system also has a Wi-Fi radio that acts as a router with WPA2 encryption, which a lot of consumer products still use despite it being a 20-year-old technology with a lot of flaws. One of those biggest vulnerabilities is in the handshake. If you were to try to guess the passcode on an iPhone, you have about 6 tries before the device times out and makes you wait before you can try again. And this is the same or very similar for any smartphone or Gmail or any modern login page. With WPA2 Wi-Fi, there's a pre-shared password key, and an attacker can capture the handshake on their own device so they can sick their GPU on it. And if everything's updated and working properly and there are no other security vulnerabilities at all on the router, a modern gaming GPU can crack an 8-digit key in under 3 hours. If your Wi-Fi password is a known word that would be in a password dictionary, I'd give it about 60 seconds. With some other vendors and services, you don't actually have to crack anything because they failed to secure their RTSP video feeds properly, and in just a few hours with some specialized search engines, I managed to browse my way into accessing live feeds from over 24 traffic cameras. And what's even more troubling is that in a couple small towns that I audited, if one camera wasn't secured, none of them were, allowing anyone the capability of tracking every single vehicle in the town indefinitely without ever having to see or write a line of code. Another troubling example, Hikvision, the largest IP camera company in the world, they made...
This is Chinese, no? This is the Chinese one, isn't it? Don't let the name fool you. This is the one that they use in the West Bank, speaking of China and Chinese surveillance. Rare China L, come on, man. Come on. This is not rare, okay?
Make all types of cameras, many of which have ALPR technology and are marketed towards police departments. In 2022, hackers were able to not only view the feed, but exploit the firmware used in over 80,000 cameras, allowing them to execute code remotely. And then just last year, the Russian military compromised Hikvision cameras in Ukraine to obtain intelligence to plan airstrikes on Kiev and subvert Ukraine's air defense systems. In fact, right now, at the time of me recording this video, you can download an exploit for Hikvision cameras on GitHub that allows you to view the feed, retrieve snapshots, and extract user credentials. Then you have Verkada, a massive security camera company whose chairman has bragged about locking clients into a predatory subscription model.
There is a hardware component and a licensing component. Now the license, you might have bought a 1-year license, but you like literally bolted the hardware to your ceiling. So like you're not taking it down.
Many of their clients in healthcare, prisons, police departments, and so on couldn't afford to leave for a more secure ecosystem. So when every single one of their 150,000 plus cameras were hacked due to a corporate administrator account having their username and password publicly exposed on the internet, hackers not only had access to the private video feeds, but the networks that they were connected to.
And they were also able to access the archives of those cameras as well, the clips that had been saved by those customers.
If there's one way to get me completely obsessed about something technical, it's to tell me that I'm not allowed to learn about it. And few industries are cagier about technical analysis or pen testing than the security camera industry. One would assume that it's because they do not want the general public figuring out the technical function of a device that people depend on for security, and by forcing customers into tight agreements or cease and desisting anybody who posts a disassembly video, they're making you safer. If you're buying, or if you're in the market of buying any type of home, business, or civic security device or solution, you should be looking for a solution with a high level of openness and transparency. Probably about the worst thing that a nerdy YouTube channel can do to malicious hackers is make content publicly reporting on security vulnerabilities, because it forces the manufacturers to swiftly correct those vulnerabilities or face losing customers to competitors. I started my journey here by obtaining one of the most popular license plate recognition cameras that are mounted on police cars, made by Vigilant Solutions, which is a tough sounding name that Motorola uses when trying to market to law enforcement agencies. It truly did feel like more of Motorola's efforts went into obfuscating its functionality and making it absurdly proprietary than the part that, you know, reads license plates. And ironically, it had a micro SD card in it with unencrypted data. Yeah, not great. Most of them have two different camera sensors, one for the daytime and one for the nighttime, and then a bunch of infrared light emitters. So for example, if a police officer is driving behind a vehicle at night, it'll send out an infrared flash and then take a photo at a very high frame rate, so it's underexposed everywhere but the infrared reflection from the license plate itself. And keep in mind that our human eyeballs are not able to see infrared light, so you or the police officer probably doesn't even realize that a flash is taking place. I'll demonstrate this really quick. Here is a longer exposure with no infrared flash. Here is a longer exposure with an infrared flash. Here's a very fast exposure with the infrared flash. Anyway, this channel's attorney has expressed some concern over the complicated legalities of powering the camera on and using it in this video, considering how I obtained it. And no, I did not steal it off of a police car. So instead, I took it apart and analyzed just about every chip on it, and then rebuilt something similar to the functionality of the daytime camera to see if I can get a nice license plate reader on my truck, just like the police have. And then rather than sending all of the data to an external computer or server, I figured I might as well try to do everything in a sleek device that I put together. I put a Raspberry Pi 5 behind a 7-inch touchscreen display, then used a USB camera module with the exact same specs as the daytime camera. As mentioned earlier, the first order of business is image segmentation, or finding the light.
How does this guy know everything? I don't understand. Calm down, bro. It's too much. You're doing too much. You're doing too much. I don't understand any of this stuff, okay? I maxed out on the politics side. I got nothing on this field, okay? He's just explaining stuff to me and it's just flying over my brain. Bro, just hit up Google. Nah, this is not going to solve it, okay? He's an audio engineer. Those motherfuckers learn everything except audio.
License plate itself. And this was the most challenging part that required the most tweaking, because rectangles are everywhere. The OCR, or the plate reading part of this project, worked just fine, but if this were my police department and I was the chief, I'd demand better. And ultimately, what's the point of doing all of this if we're not going to create a future-proof method of using technology to allow citizens to opt out from being logged by these types of devices? So we need some more modern AI. There are quite a few license plate reader models available in a virtually endless supply of shape recognition models.
Like, this is what I mean. Where do you find this? Like, where do you even, what do you even type to find something like that? You know what I mean? I just don't understand. GitHub? I don't know the treacherous seas of GitHub, okay? I don't fucking get it. Stack Overflow, brother, you must be speaking Chinese right now, because I have no fucking understanding of what the hell you guys are talking about.
YOLO, or You Only Look Once, seemed to perform the most accurate out of the bunch, and it was working much better than the open ALPR-based models that some popular public safety data broker companies use. But YOLO is also pretty power hungry, so I had to add a Halo AI board with 26 TOPS to my little police computer here, and then I decided to switch to a camera that communicated directly with the Pi board with dual channels, and that way I wouldn't have to deal with the overhead of a USB controller. I know this is so dorky, but look, we have an incredibly powerful computer vision system that's much more accurate than anything on the market for law enforcement. And it probably costs me around $250 if you don't count the trial and error. And what's better is I could probably use an accurate computer vision system for future projects. Or
wait, ain't no fucking way he's like, here's how the cops could better surveil the population. No, That's not going to be the takeaway from this video. No, 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 stop. He's not. No way. No, 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 no. That's not. He's not doing that. No, no, that's fucking insane, bro. He just described how fucked up mass surveillance is. Okay, hold on.
Maybe it'll just simply let me know when one of my chickens escapes. But in the meantime, we're going to pump it through Recourse Scout, a company similar to Flock Safety that also allows the option of sharing my data to the police.
This extremely secure sharing network allows agencies to access data and records from any other participating partner across the Recourse ecosystem, including residential members of our Recourse Scout home package.
Come to think of it, now that I'm saying this out loud, this also presents a pretty big security vulnerability, as I could just rob a bank and then supply input data with an RTSP stream tagging me driving my vehicle 400 miles away from the bank. But anyway, all right, so welcome to Ben's top models, AI models. We have Recourse, YOLO V11, Plate Recognizer, and Classic Open ALPR for our 4 license plate and vehicle tracking test subjects. And I even made a custom license plate for this project, which is also what I will make my DJ name.
Ben Jordan is taking a more direct approach. He wants to confuse the AIs using something called adversarial noise.
Confusing AI models and preventing them from replicating the track.
If you've been here before, you may have seen my ongoing project that encodes music files with noise that AI hears, but humans cannot. It effectively makes instrument and genre classifiers completely confused, and that makes the AI hear complete and utter nonsense. The whole point of that project was to develop something that would prevent AI companies from scraping my and others' albums and reselling the data as an AI music service.
That's
and
awesome.
So far, the algorithm is...
This guy's awesome. He's the fucking GOAT. Oh my God.
Working very well and improving. And the reason I developed things like this is because the people that we've elected to protect our intellectual property and our privacy rights aren't doing their jobs. So if we want any sort of defense from this, we need to roll up our sleeve.
This guy's like YouTube watchdogs, dude. Just like a one-man, one-stop shop.
And use technology to defend ourselves. Sometimes videos like this are controversial because adversarial noise attacks have the potential of becoming a pretty big, expensive problem for the AI industry, especially since the vast majority of that industry is just rapidly feature hunting while building on top of pre-existing AI models that just work. For example, you can't ask an AI model how exactly it recognizes a face because it doesn't have a human brain or eyes, nor is it equipped with a consciousness-based intelligence capable of actually recognizing a person. This black box problem isn't really a problem when an AI model manages to generate an image or a song or recognize a license plate. It just works. But when somebody introduces an attack that prevents the model from working, you can't just open it up and fix a few things. A few years ago, with something called Nightshade, some tech-savvy artists attempted to poison pill their artwork by introducing invisible noise to the image that confused models trained for image generators. And it worked incredibly well at first. Luckily for generative AI companies, they figured out that by adding some blur to the images that...
Yeah, I love this guy because he's like Mark Rober, but for us. You know what I mean? Like, instead of using his engineering powers and all the help that he gets from other engineers that, you know, both write his videos, and yeah, it seems like he's just more so just like a figurehead for the operation now. For evil things like blowing up what they call porch pirates, like homeless people, mentally ill people that are like trying to steal your fucking packages. He's using it to like actively undermine the surveillance state. It's awesome.
And using another AI algorithm to sharpen those images, they could remove most of the confusing noise. That's not exactly a great solution or a cure for the problem. It's more like a bandage, because now training image models takes longer and costs more due to these additions to the data processing workflow. And that particular bandage isn't going to be great for optical character recognition used by license plate readers, because the whole point of the technology is accurately output.
Yeah, for the AI gods and Palantir tracking surveillance systems that are all up and down this broadcast right now, we condemn Ben Jordan, okay? We condemn him for his actions. I'm watching this to learn what not to do. Well, let's be real. I don't have the processing power to actually do whatever the fuck he's doing here, or even fully understand what he's doing here, but It seems cool.
Putting text from an image, not generating abstract license plate photos. So with that being said, here's what we're going to be doing here. I have a license plate database, and I make 1,000 identical traffic images with a plate superimposed on a car. If a license plate isn't even detected at all by both models, meaning that it doesn't even see the plate or rectangle itself, that gets moved to Class A. If the license plate was detected with both models, but it got the plate information wrong, that moves to Class B. Then, if either model detects and reads it correctly, it goes to Class C, which is a control group. Then I do this a whole lot of times with a whole lot of different license plates and create a robust data set to train a new model whose job is to generate abstract, invisible license plate overlay patterns that cannot be detected by humans, but make license plate recognition systems utterly shit the bed. So I put the processing application up here on GitHub, and once you install processing, it's pretty easy to use and everything is kind of explained in the code itself. And once you configure everything correctly, you'll have a bunch of images like this, where you will have tiny bits of noise on your plate. Some will be more or less conspicuous than others. Now we need to test those images, and I created a Python proving ground to do that. So once the libraries utilizing your GPU are installed and you run the script, it will open up a little dialog where you will select a folder. It will go through every...
Easy to use? Are you getting this, bro? Fuck no, bro. Easy to use if you're a goddamn nerd, okay? I'm just seeing the Matrix, okay? When I look at this, I don't understand what is so easy to use about this.
Single image in the folder, then it will create...
I don't even know where to put this. Like, okay, it's just a script. Where do I put the script? Go to GitHub. I don't know. I have downloaded stuff off of there before, and it's just so fucking confusing. Okay, bro, please, this is CMD. I don't even know what that is. Stop. I don't make fun of you guys when you're like, oh, how do I talk to girls? How do I get laid? How do I get a girlfriend? Okay, it's kind of like that. Your confusion in that world, how I feel right now looking at this, okay? Not to dunk on you too hard.
New folder and fill it up with images, which will tell you where it detected the license plate and what it thinks it read, and a confidence value of that. We have Poo 5000 with the original, we have Moo 5000 with one of the perturbed, we have PDQ 5009, 9005400, Do 5000, Poo 5 Do, and then what I'm really interested in, on some of these, it didn't detect a plate at all. Somehow the noise pattern actually perturbed the image segmentation model detecting a rectangle on a vehicle. And if we could figure out what pattern is breaking the image segmentation, like detecting the license plate itself, then it's possible that you could just have a license plate holder that doesn't obfuscate the plate at all. That could make it much less likely to be read by the AI in the license plate readers. Oh, and my little Python app here also outputs all of the data into a CSV file just so you could analyze all the data in front of you at once. It was time to test this in the real world against these prototypes.
My feelings are hurt. I'm DDoSing your shit. Don't fucking do it.
I thought it would be fun to print out the noise on transparent adhesive sheets for my Poo 5000 license plate. This is just an easy way to test the patterns, and definitely not something you would actually want to put on your car and drive on public roadways unless you miss your friends in prison.
Hey officer, it's just a little mud from all my off-roading.
12 miles per hour. I'm definitely throwing these cameras a softball. Let's do one at congested parking lot speeds. I mean, that's like essentially holding text right up to the camera. That looks like a normal license plate. Some of these ALPR models are not as visually interesting as others, so rather than just showing a bash terminal scrolling text, we'll stick with footage of the ones where I could pump live video in and get real-time results. So with no adversarial noise, just the raw license plate, it detected Poo 5000. This is adversarial noise layer A. And it's definitely pretty confused, and it doesn't seem to pass the confidence threshold to even register a plate at all. I tried the Band 1 plate because it's a style that hasn't been used in like 30 or 40 years, and it has red text, and it's just very different than the one that we were trying to attack initially with the black noise. And it definitely does confuse it quite a bit. All right, this is Yowo V8. Not all of them passed the test, which was completely expected, but a lot of them did, and I'm reasonably confident that if I just screen printed some of these on a plate and slapped it on my vehicle, I'd be a traffic camera ninja. And again, these are probably not street legal anyway and are just training data for the final model, which will ideally be completely invisible to the human eye and not obstruct the license plate in any perceivable way. When I made the video about Harmony Cloak and when I introduced Poisonify, my AI music defense algorithm, I got inundated by people asking for a user-friendly app or website where they could use it on their own music. I got VCs wanting to invest in it and companies wanting to exclusively own it. And I'm flattered, if not surprised, by that level of enthusiasm. And it's actually really inspiring. But this channel is a nonprofit organization.
My goat
allows me to do independent research on whatever it is that I feel like researching and then share those ideas for free publicly. And it's my dream job. And that same set of principles applies to this project. In Greek mythology, there's this venomous multi-headed serpent that lives in the swamps, and it goes by the name of the Lernaean Hydra. And anytime that somebody tried to slay this monster by cutting off one of its heads, they would see 2 heads grow back in its place instantly. And this monster caused many generations to live in fear until one very powerful and brave man was tasked with destroying it. Donald J. Trump, or Hercules, or John Wick, I'm not really sure. If projects like this have any hope of putting a dent in things technologically or inspiring legislation to further protect people's IP or privacy, then you're gonna need a whole lot of people working creatively on solutions and sharing that information with one another. And that way, if AI companies figure out a way around a defensive technology, 2 more will pop up in its place. And it's worth pointing out that I have absolutely no problem with my license plate being identifiable or readable by law enforcement officers or even the person driving behind me. I don't even
You know he's a cool dude because he's one of those like guys who doesn't even fucking use Twitter anymore. Okay? Like I'm obviously brain rotted and I'm in the muck and I'm going down with the ship. But there's plenty of people who are just like, nah, this is not for me. I'm good. Respect.
Have a problem with police using license plate readers mounted on their vehicles. Driving a 2-ton vehicle that is capable of going well over 100 miles per hour on a public roadway or a parking lot is a pretty big responsibility and privilege. Anywhere in the United States, if law enforcement wants to track your location via phone for a prolonged period or even ping you beyond a single cell phone tower, they are required to have a good reason for it, and an elected judge needs to agree that it's a good enough reason by granting them a warrant. This was argued, debated, and decided by the Supreme Court in a landmark ruling from the 2018 case Carpenter v. United States.
Time-stamped data provides an intimate window into a person's life, revealing not only his particular movements, but through them his familial, political, professional, religious, and sexual associations. These location records, quote, hold for many Americans the privacies of life.
So it would be reasonable to assume that tracking someone's location with AI without a warrant would be a violation of their Fourth Amendment right. Right? Well, that has not been ruled on yet, and if they agree that it's a constitutional violation, they'll be leading the flock safety unicorn out of its $8 billion stable and shooting it right in the head. And considering the combined $92 million lobbying effort of flock safety and their primary investor, maybe it's not so confusing why nobody will straighten this whole constitutional rights thing out. My point, that's taking forever to get to, is I have no idea if using adversarial noise to confuse AI tracking system is legal or not in your state. For this reason, if you were inspired by this video or this information, I would advise and ask that you use that inspiration to research this type of technology. And I would not advise or ask that you immediately screen print or place a matte sticker on your license plate, because you very well could be the one that they make an example out of. I want to talk today about my love affair with this video's sponsor, my Patreon members, because without them, I would not be able to tell you that this video would have been a perfect fit for the non-stop sewage pipe stream of emails I get trying to get me to talk about services like Delete Me or Incogni, which charge you around $100-ish per year to remove your information from a few data brokers. The problem with these data protection services is that there is no complete data protection service because there is no complete list of data brokers for them to contact. And that doesn't even matter because in the US, a data broker is only required to stop
Dude, I fucking love this guy, dude. How come nobody yells at him? Okay.
Displaying data on their servers. So when they sell or license that data elsewhere, which is kind of the point of being a broker of data, your data will just be able to be displayed again. In fact, Incogni is owned by Nord Security or NordVPN, whose marketing affiliates have repeatedly sent me sponsorship offers with key points to describe them as hack-proof, despite having been hacked in a data breach that they didn't disclose to their users.
I love that it's an anti-ad ad. It's literally, he's doing an anti-sponsor and is like, nah, he's like, it's the Piker Broadcasting Service brought to you by the viewers, for you, the viewers, dude. That's what he did. He said, my Patreon subscribers, That's it. That's who allowed me to maintain my editorial independence.
For a year and a half after it was discovered. By the way, Reject Convenience made an excellent video essay on this that I recommend, and I'll link below. Everywhere in the European Union, your data privacy is treated and recognized as a fundamental human right. Their general data protection regulation requires you to explicitly opt in before your personal data can be logged or collected. And this provides the framework for similar protections in the UK, Japan, Brazil, Argentina, Switzerland, South Korea, Canada, India, even China, and so on. And in the majority of these countries, these protections are extraterritorial, meaning that even though Google or Facebook are American companies or services, they'll need to become and remain compliant to those rules if they want to continue doing business in those countries. There is no reasonable need to try and disrupt license plate readers.
This is actually a good point. Crazy how this guy who is being an investigative journalist and machine learning modeler and hardware engineer all in the same time with great politics, mind you, this video exists for free on YouTube alongside fucking plagiarist shitty ass slop tubers who basically make unlimited slop off of Reddit commenters putting together like serial slander. And it's like his efforts reach 1.2 million views. Okay, fair, in like 3 days, so that's good. But any number of different slop tubers also get those numbers whenever they talk about like Mr. Beast is done, Hasanabi Piker is done. It's crazy. It is pretty crazy that, yeah, motherfuckers will just like sit there and speak directly to the camera and just be like, and demonstrate that they have very little knowledge on whatever subject that they're talking about. And those guys get the same fucking number of views as this dude in this video. Of course, ironically enough, people will say like, well, what did you do? You just watched this video and reacted to it. Fucking, you stole his labor, blah, 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 all this shit. But at least there's like a fuck ton of research and effort that I put into all the commentary, as opposed to half of the dudes wearing the ugliest, dirtiest t-shirt you've ever seen in every single video without doing any research whatsoever.
Places because your health information.
Did you know he's an anarchist? I could guess.
Your social media activity, your facial expressions and sentiment while standing in line at Walmart aren't being bundled with them and then leased to law enforcement. Since the boom of the internet in the 1990s,
He's pro-Israel is very strange. There's a video he made while back defending genocidal posting by pedal reviews in Israel and inferred that people criticizing those posts are anti-Semites. Oh, God. What? Stop. You're lying. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I know he was a bit of a liberal last time I watched one of his videos, but like it was pretty good. Stop. You guys are no. I don't want to believe it. Shut up. You're lying.
Dangers of personal data brokerage became very apparent to just about all of us. And everyone from sociologists to data scientists to concerned taxpayers begged legislators to protect them. And even after stolen data was used to manipulate and subvert democracy in 2016, another decade passed without any meaningful protection from the federal government. So yeah, I guess we'll just fucking DIY it.
Hey, video editing, Ben here. If you're a law enforcement officer, or if you work for a law enforcement agency, or if you're associated or
quit your job.
That's aligned with them, and if you've lasted up to this point in this video, thank you. I have been
expose your colleagues for rampant corruption and then quit your job.
Rather blunt about my feelings, but I also do not want to make a video that isn't solution-oriented. A big thing that inspired, or I guess frustrated me into making this video, was coming across the social media video of the Flock CEO talking about Flock Nova being one click to one case solved. Because every single person who has worked in law enforcement that I have met in my personal life has been an incredibly dedicated hard worker who I feel has been undertrained and underpaid. And from my perspective in the industries that I've worked in, hearing a tech CEO make your work look easy for their own personal and financial gain pisses me off. I understand that you're interested in this technology because you want your community to be safer, and I think that that's a noble reason. I'm going to write a brief open letter / proposal about how your law enforcement agency could use technology like this in a way that is customizable, upgradable, more secure, and most importantly, built on a framework that is scaled for compatibility with admissible trial evidence. And furthermore, if you do have any technical questions about things that you saw in this video, reach out via email and I'm happy happy to try and answer them or point you in the direction of someone who can. While it may not seem like it, I am actually aligned with your ability to safely reduce crime. It's just that I want the most effective forensic technology to be owned by the justice system, not venture capital firms.
This video took quite a few turns.
Yeah, he don't got internet. It's all good. He
And
doesn't know.
hopefully some of you learned something or found it meaningful. It was also pretty expensive, between hardware from government auctions to components to ALPR licenses. But I'll tell you what, this video would have been impossible to make without my Patreon supporters. So thank you very much to them. And if you want to see more content like this, as well as have access to ultrasonic bird recordings and tons of other sciencey and weird field recordings and audio assets and unreleased music, or our Discord server full of music and science dorks, or our monthly songwriting challenge, then please join us. It's as little as $1.
He's definitely not an anarchist, by the way, which is preferable. I don't claim him as an anarchist. No, he definitely isn't, bro. Are you kidding me? He said he wants to help the cops. That's not. This is the future Megaphonics. Same setup. Check top comment. Yeah. Ben is like Mr. Rogers for anarchists. I saw someone was talking about it.
If you're an American, you've been probably...
Great video, though. Go show support to Ben Jordan. What, you prefer a bootlegger to an anarchist? No, I said an anarchist is preferable. What do you mean? Dude, anarchist, clean your fucking ears. Clean out the earwax out of your ear. Damn it. Oh my God. Anyway. New fan cam?
This is a fan cam. Right? This is literally a fan cam. We're in the middle of a fan cam.
This is dope. How many? Does that have 50,000 likes? That's crazy. Cutie Cinderella fan cams popping. Do it, lady. You playing Climb today? No, I am not playing Climb today. Hold on. What was I gonna do? There was some other shit that I wanted to look at. Oh, well, the trans people blame thing we already covered in the beginning. Stalling gaming, are we? I'm not. You're talking about how mad she was at Will and you right now? I know. We were pissing her off. What is this? Arky season? This has been such a long time coming, and I appreciate it for all you supporting me on this journey. It's been a very hard couple of days making this decision, but I want to finally tell the truth, tell the world the truth. I've been holding this in for almost a year. I'm gay and proud of it. Hashtag gay and proud. Hashtag spread the word. I mean, okay, I think. I can't tell if this is sincere. I can't tell if this is sincere or if he's just memeing, but I don't believe it. Don't fall for it. I mean, is it inappropriate if I were to say, yeah, that tracks, and then he comes out and he says, like, I wasn't gay. I lost a bet. That's crazy that you think I'm gay. Like, at least bi. I seen that boy with Asian bunny. Yeah, that's why I said, like, that's why I said at least bi. Ain't nothing wrong with that, you know? I think spread the word is a dead giveaway. So many of the persons you talk about on this broadcast, no idea who they are. Yes, because they're Twitch streamers, up and coming Twitch streamers. Many of them just do fun content and they have fun and they like do memes. So of course you are in here, so you hate fun. So therefore you have no idea who the fun content creators are. You're like, fun? Ew, gross. That's bourgeois decadence.
Damn, this guy's good.